You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing good. We made it through another week. It was a week, guys. It was a week. Definitely was a week. Everything good? Yeah, we're good. Oh, welcome to the Vodka stream. Or should I say, well, let me let's get some music going on here. A little background noise. Let's set the vibe. All right, here we go, guys. Yeah, it's the bourbon stream. That's right, drinking bourbon tonight because, well, if you guys know, if you guys watched Monday's Film Junkie Live, right before I went live, probably about a half an hour, all of a sudden I started getting the sniffles. That's right, started getting the sniffles and kind of struggled a little bit during the Monday show. And then, of course, it turned into like a pretty, a terrible head cold. And I didn't do any streaming on Wednesday, didn't do Film Junkie Live or DC Fanimated because I barely got any sleep that night because my head was just, couldn't sleep. And then I was like, all right. And then I slept like a baby and yeah, just fighting that. So my Thanksgiving weekend thanked me by giving me some kind of virus that attacked my face, but cheers. So, helps. This is bourbon's good medicine. That's for sure. Because it's like this little virus thing is crazy or whatever the hell I got. Because my nose is pretty good. I can still hear it. I still sound a little congested, slightly, but I woke up today and I had like my throat felt like tight again. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I got the bourbon because that coats the throat right there. I tell you what, bourbon's great, but feeling good. Like I said, it was just Wednesday. Wednesday I felt the worst. So what's going on, Braden? Good to see you. We got a Taladia Plays right here. Yep, having a pretty good Friday. Not gonna lie. Ahoy, Mr. McKenzie. Always great to see you. Always great to see you, brother. Can't wait to see Circe in live action. I think she's either going to appear in the DCU Wonder Woman movie or most likely in Paradise Lost. Yeah, I think we could guarantee that, but maybe in other spots too. I wouldn't be surprised. Versus Seed, what's happening? We got RJ. What's going on, brother? Indiana Jake, solid. Yeah, I'm going to give my full review, and I'm going to talk about some things. Talk about a couple of things. Too, it's basically what the Vodka stream, I got to rant off about some things right at the beginning, as soon as that booze starts flowing, Buster Barnes, this white gun on social media is 50-50 for me. Yes, he can put his foot in his mouth, he could put his foot in it, but it's also nice to have him debunk. Yeah. There's some things. Yeah, I'm with you on that. He doesn't need to respond to every little thing. Part where GI Robot blew up. Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah, there's some pretty funny moments in there. Gunn is compulsive liar, but I liked compulsive liar. Okay, interesting. At least you liked Creature Commandos, though. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you. Princess Rostuvik took her clothes off and wanted to do what you've done. Oh, I mean, Rick, he couldn't hold back. I mean, good on him for holding back the first time around, but then, second time around just couldn't do it. But yeah, feeling good. Like I said, Wednesday was a rough day because I barely got any sleep. I was just kind of tossing and turning, and my temperature was going up and down and everything. So that's why I canceled out on streaming on Wednesday and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. Just like I said, everything is, but Thursday I felt fine. I didn't miss any work, at least. I didn't have to, that's the beauty part about working from, remotely is I don't have an actual like I'm supposed to start at this time and this time. What's great about my job, it's like, hey, as long as you get your 40 hours in a week, doesn't matter what. So I work that in. So yeah, they got some pretty cool Creature Commandos merch. Oh yeah, they're starting to do that. I'm just wondering when that the Superman merch that's going to be at CCXP. I wonder when that is all going to be showing up, because some of that stuff is looking pretty good. Some of that stuff. Indiana Jake, what up? What up? What up? What up, Boo? What up, Boo? Shadow of the Sun. Who's there? Yeah, we'll be talking about that too. Yeah, talking about that. What's going on, Azteca? How you doing? We got Lane. What's going on, brother? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I definitely did. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. What's going on, Mr. Trevino? What's happening? We got Dean right here. Released that Ayer Cut. Liking CC so far. Yeah, it seems like people are. That's for sure. Yeah. Antonio, what's happening? Carlos, have you? Oh, okay, you're talking about something else. Let's see. And I love the idea of Superman being a main person. Yeah, you probably said something else. Oh, there it is. Minus the comedy, I thought it was a good show. The first 2 episodes, love the act. The action's good. The animation's pretty good too. So, yeah, it is all gravy pants. Let's see. We got Daniel right here. Hope you feeling well. Yep, feeling good. You sound like you're inhaled. Do I sound like that? I sound like I inhaled a bunch of helium. Is it sounding? Now you could hear like I've had some congestion for sure. So I definitely have a little bit of something. Got a little bit of something right there. It happens. We got Mr. Balga right here. Good to see you, brother. We'll see you soon on the panel. All right, guys. Well, appreciate it. Hit that like, thumbs up, do all that. And like I said, ask some questions, but I'm going to go ahead and give my full review of Creature Commandos. I'm going to talk about some things as well. So go ahead and put some questions in. Like I said, if you have a super chat, those will be the first ones to go. And like I said, if you want to have any questions during the panel discussion, you can also, like I said, anytime there's a super chat, because you guys are so generous to do that, I'll gladly pull it up for the entire panel to answer. So, man, cheers, guys, and good to see you skate and geek out. Cheers to you. All right, Creature Commandos. Yeah, you guys saw my first reaction, hopefully, and my first reaction was I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Where we got the first 2 episodes, and I think that was actually very smarter than to do the first 2 episodes, because the first one, it was just like, okay, introduction, and of course catching up, and of course right off the bat they're like, hey, this is we're going to refer to things that happened in the past. We're going to refer to things, when it comes to the Suicide Squad and everything. And basically, I think we could finally put to bed and stop talking about the canon thing. I know when I see people say it's really confusing, I'm like, it's really not. Just Creature Commandos is a sequel to Suicide Squad, and I guess you could say Peacemaker as well. Doesn't really talk really anything about Peacemaker, but it's definitely it definitely just like goes, yep, that happened previously. So, and then of course it does mention that it's like, hey, guess what? We're not doing the Task Force X thing because of what happened in Peacemaker. That's pretty much how they do refer to Peacemaker when it comes to what happened in there, and Amanda Waller and her daughter. So they talk about that. And then the reason why they're doing Task Force M for monster and using the monsters, because of particular reasons right there. So yes, it is in fact a sequel to that. And that's why it's like, when it's like, oh, it's Suicide Squad. It's like, yeah, it's exactly that. I don't know. That's Creature Commandos is that with monsters in different, and I would say The Bride is like probably the most fascinating one, especially when you get to episode 2. And that's was smart about releasing the 2 episodes, because when you get all the introductions and then of course they send them off to do what they have to do, the first episode just establishes that. The second one, that's where you start getting the background stuff, and especially when it comes to The Bride, and you go, oh, okay, now we were starting to be like, okay. And then of course you have Cersei, and what's interesting about Cersei is like the fact that, well, a lot of people, and including me, was like, oh, wait. If she's in here and she's effing things up, which you could already tell she's going to be she's a damn good villain. She is ruthless, and there's some damn good fights. And like I said, I like the animation style too. Is the fact that it's like, oh, some people are putting it together, like especially when it came to the first image of Corn Sweat as Superman, and you see something in the background. Some people are going like, what if she shows up in there? And I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up like, if depending on what happens in this series, depending on how they resolve this, kind of wondering how, like, what if she were to show up in the opening or something like that. I don't know. It could be something like that where maybe he takes her on. Who knows? Kind of interesting, but a lot of little Easter eggs in there. You know, there's some things, and I can only imagine what's to come. And talking to people who've actually seen the whole thing, they're like, you know, I haven't got any specific details, but you know, there was one specific thing that, of course, people were talking about that I saw and I wanted to comment on. Let me pull up the image here. There it is. That because, you know, when you're watching it, you kind of just go like, you just have the they show like what's to come in the future episodes. And one particular image that a lot of people are passing around was this image right here. Oh, forgot to put my background. This image right here. Holy Lord, what are we doing? Well, we got Superman. He looks like he's Jesus-like, strapped up onto the cross, bleeding, possibly dead. We got Starfire right there, noticeably, and she's 100% dead. Then you got a couple, you know, you got 3 other bodies, which is interesting. Can't tell who that is, but some people are thinking like it's probably Captain Atom right there. So, I mean, I guess you could kind of see that. You could kind of see the costume right there, which, yeah, okay. And then you can't really see who that is. But this right here looks like Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific. So we had this image right here. And then, of course, there was another image where you see Peacemaker dead on the ground as well. Is he copying Zack Snyder's Nightmare? Are you kidding me? That's what I kept seeing. I saw a lot of that. And I was like, oh, yeah. You know, I could see how you had the comparison to the Snyderverse Nightmare scene right there. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Could be like a Booster Gold in there. But I saw that and I was like, well, I mean, to be honest, I was getting when I was thinking about dead superheroes in a future vision of what it could be to come, because you know, when it came to the Nightmare sequence, I mean, yes, technically it's a future vision, but it's actually what happens in the future. Superman goes rogue, and yeah, I mean, I guess you could compare it to that shot in Zack Snyder's Justice League when it comes to Superman, you know, holding the head of Batman or whatever, and then you see like Kilowog lying there and stuff like that. Okay, cool. But at the same time, I was like, yeah, well, I don't know why, but the first thing I remembered was the fact that, remember in Age of Ultron where Tony saw the Vision and he saw all the Avengers like dead. He saw the dead. He saw like dead Avengers and everything like that, and was seeing all that. And then, of course, there's been numerous times in the books and everything like. The point is, can we stop? Can we stop? Can we stop? And then, of course, you know, like when I posted the image, and you have people going like, "Wait, I thought when Zach did it, he people ridiculed him." I'm like, "Yeah, they did." And I said, "Fuck those people. I don't care then. I don't care then. I don't care now. Why do we have to do that?" It's like And it's not the first time we've seen Superman strapped up like that. A lot of people are going like, well, remember in Smallville, in the very first episode, he was strapped up to a cross like that, and they were using that as well. So, yeah. And I get there's hypocrisy, but so what? So what? What is that? Is that going to change anything? You know? I mean, in the words of Lawrence Fishburne in BVS, water wet. They're hypocrites all over the place. Everybody's a hypocrite. Everybody's a hypocrite. Okay? Everybody is. Everybody is. That's the way I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah. When people were shitting on the Nightmare sequence in BVS, I was like, fuck them. I don't care. I think it's awesome. And then when I saw this, I was like, ooh, what's happening here? Awesome. I don't care. I'm just like, I'm curious. Oh yeah, then of course they have an animated version, which apparently, according to one of the animators, they said that they surprised him with that. So, you know, they surprised him. He had no idea that they're going to put that animated version of him in the opening, and stuff like that. So. No, but my point is just like, I saw this, and to me, at first, when I saw it, I was like, oh, cool. They're going to do some kind of vision thing or some kind of weird thing where we have dead heroes. Not the first time we've seen it and stuff like that. We've seen it in animated form. We've seen it in the comic books. We've seen it like, okay, so curious to see what this is all about. But but we keep on seeing the discourse, and I get it. People are hypocrites. Just accept it. That I've accepted it. I accepted it a long time ago that people are hypocrites. Okay, who cares? Just the way it is, guys. Just the way it is. There's nothing wrong. That's what I'm basically seeing right there. So, yeah. So that was like one thing that I wanted to talk about, and I was like, and everything. So, but yeah, like overall, curious to see where the show goes and everything. But yeah, I'm very curious about that. And apparently, according to what I've heard, that's going to be like it's not going to be the next episode, but I think it's the episode after that appears in there. But it's going to be interesting. So, and then we have David Ayer. Look at David Ayer. Holy Lord, David Ayer. What's going on with David Ayer? David Ayer has been he's been releasing he's been posting things. He's been posting things for 2 days now. 2 days now. When it comes to the Ayer Cut posting, basically the first thing that he posted was, I hope my real film can be shared one day. I appreciate the continued support and interest. Cool. And yeah, he's been showing that and really pushing for that. Posted some images, behind the scene images and everything like that, which I'm sure you guys have seen and everything. And, always want to see the Ayer Cut and release Ayer Cut. And, at first I was just kind of going like, oh, cool. He's posting some stuff. And this was, of course, yesterday, he was posting things, and he was posting things yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was on the 5th and everything. But then I started realizing, oh, shit. He's posting this on Creature Commandos DCU launch day. And I went, oh, interesting. And I was like, oh, there was a campaign set for this time right here. And I was going, oh, so is this like wait, what are we doing here? Oh, I can understand why fans do it, but I was like, but David Ayer also doing it? And I was like, hey, wait a minute. So we're doing it. So it's just like a coordinated thing where it's like, hey, there's going to be interest in these Suicide Squad like characters. So let's push this right here. Or is this like just kind of like bad timing? Because I'm kind of going like, because I don't know how many times I've said it. I don't know how many times I've said it, when it comes to certain times, when it comes to campaigns and fan campaigns, especially when it comes to, you got the Cell campaign and stuff like that, where it's like, you campaign, cool, use the hashtag, sure, whatever. But when you're constantly just shitting on everything that's happening with James Gunn, DCU, DC Studios, Warner Brothers, when they hold the keys to what you want, I kind of go, it just doesn't seem like that's a smart move to do. And then I'm just kind of going like, so is there like an agenda here when it comes to David Ayer? I don't think there is. I think he's just like, I want people to see my movie. Fans were doing an event and maybe didn't think about the timing, or maybe just considered being optimistic about the timing if I'm going to release this kind of stuff while this other stuff is trending. But of course, naturally, like the fans that hate everything DCU and James Gunn, they're like, ooh, perfect. Look at that. He's sticking it to James Gunn and DC Studios and getting it to trend and everything like that, knocking the hashtag off. And I'm just going like, guys, again, they hold the keys of what you want. What's the strategy here? Because if like they're seeing this, they're going to be like, well, he's not going to get the Ayer Cut now. That's where I was just kind of like, wait, they have the timing. Like, I'm all for the Ayer Cut and everything like that, but I was like, oh, wait, the timing. Oh, what do we got going on here? that's where I just kind of go. I just maybe I don't know. I was like, what's the significant date for this? For some reason, I just didn't put it together until like after a bit. I was like, oh no. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. It's like you got Gunn, DC Studios, Warner Brothers that hold the ability to get the Ayer Cut released. So let's do that. Let's do this. And then, of course, you got fans that are totally all about it and just, yeah. But I'm like, that's to me, it's not smart, man. To me, it's not. Zach really fucking did a great job when it came to the way that he approached this all and being cryptic, not being on Twitter, which is nice. I'm glad. I mean, he didn't really do anything on Twitter until it finally got to that point, but he was very cryptic. He was, he did the Vero thing, and obviously that was during a time where DC Films and everything like that, they didn't know what the fuck they were actually really doing. Now that they actually have a thing, and my hopes was always that, at least like maybe if it wasn't going to come out, I mean, I'd want to see it as soon as possible, but I always thought, well, 2026, 10-year anniversary, that would be a cool time to release the Ayer Cut, because 10-year anniversary, why not? Why not do it then and do like a special thing? That would be pretty sweet, but I mean, if you're going to just, I don't know, just the timing, I don't know, just seems not like great. And I'm not saying that that's what David Ayer wanted. I think he's being very optimistic. He was very optimistic when it came to the start of this whole thing, but I don't know. Maybe something has changed. I don't know. So I don't know. But see, what I'm thinking here, what's funny about here is like, what's going on, Mama Film Junkie? They kept shitting on WB, yet fans got them to. No, it wasn't. It's just not the same, Lane. Not the fucking same at all. See, the thing I wish would have happened, and maybe like in another timeline, it did happen. What should have happened, and I wish there could have been something with this. I wish that when Zach actually pitched the thing to, because of HBO Max and what's his name that was running it, it would have been awesome if it was a joint pitching, like Ayer Cut was also with the Snyder Cut. They could have taken that $70 million they gave to Zach for the Snyder Cut and maybe cut like $5 million or so off, and Zach would have easily done it. Zach's very good with the budget. He knows how to work a budget. Could have cut some of that off to give to David Ayer to finish his movie, and it could have been a packaged release. That's the missed opportunity I think we had when it came to that. When it came to Zach being cryptic, and the fact of the matter of him being cryptic got everybody just kind of buzzing, like, what's going on here? And, especially, I mean, I still remember like the craziness that happened with that goddamn storyboard, the Dark Side storyboard, man. And it was just during like an interesting time. And yeah, it came, and it was just like, I don't know. It was such an interesting, I just wish it was a package deal. So that's the thing. It's like, I don't remember people during the Snyder Cut era purposely scheduling. Yeah, I don't remember that either. See, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, I try not, I don't get involved. I know like people who do get involved with these things don't like me at all. They fucking can't stand me. They don't, and I know this, because just things that happen behind the scenes. You hear about things and everything like that. There's people that I was cool with when it came to Ayer Cut people, but they all fucking hate me now, just because hey, it's what I do, guys. What I do. I don't know, the strategy. I always think about strategy. And I'm not always right. I'm not claiming that I'm always right. I just give suggestions. And, and I've always said that, hey, David Ayer, he's always got, anytime that he wants to come on here and talk about things, he's got an open invitation. But I fear that there are people in his ear that probably have convinced him not to do that now. In fact, I know there probably is. That's the thing. It's like, I'm pretty sure that there are people like in his ear going, don't ever go on that guy. He's against you. He's all about this, and blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty much like 100% sure he's been told that. That's why, you know, there's never been really an interaction between the two of us. So, and that's what sucks. That's what sucks, because, you know, the ultimate goal is to get the vision out there, right? But egos get in the way and all this kind of stuff. You know, when it came to Zach, it was just always like, hey, you know, let's do this. Let's put the information out there. Let's make sure to put the right information, the facts. Let's not make up shit. I mean, that's what I went through back then, you know, when I was like, guys, it's not complete. There's still work that needs to be done when it comes to that. But of course, people didn't like hearing that. So then there was like a whole discourse when it came to that. And I'm like, Jesus. And it got ugly. It got ugly. And then turns out it wasn't complete and everything. But, you know, it all worked out. And then Zach, you know, confided in me to help get it all out there and get the word. Came on the Vodka stream numerous times, and it all worked out. And then he came on post Snyder Cut, which was great, talking about Army of the Dead, talking about, you know, and I would wish the same thing would happen with Ayer and his cut and everything like that. I want to see it all. I'm one of those crazy people, and I know a lot of people in the chat are the same way, and people watching this. I'm one of those crazy people that, I don't know, I want to see it all. I'm hyped for it all. I want to see the Ayer cut badly. Definitely want to see it. I also want to see what happens in the DCU. Crazy. I want to see what James Gunn has to offer as well. And we got a little hint of what James Gunn has to offer, and I enjoyed it. I'm one of those crazy fans, guys. I know it's bad. It's bad, but you know, what could he do? What could he do? But I mean, 2026 would be a good year to release the Ayer Cut. It definitely would. I just, like I said, if we could go back, and I wish I could just get in Zach's ear and be like, hey, you know what would be awesome? We have David Ayer in his cut. Can we get that released too? Can you also pitch that with the Snyder Cut and then work it out where he gets his budget and it could be a package deal? I remember when Brandon Davis, the first time he came on here, it was before The Suicide Squad came out. He thought it would be a smart idea if they were to release the Ayer Cut of Suicide Squad before James Gunn's Suicide Squad, just because it's like, hey, we got this different version of Suicide Squad. Watch this before you see the sequel to the Suicide Squad, which is similar characters, something like that. And I was like, yeah, that would have been a good idea. I thought that would have been a great idea. So it's just, I don't know. It'd be cool with an animated Snyderverse ending. Don't say that, Ted. Don't say that. Anytime you bring up animation, people pounce. I had somebody in my mentions, of course, call me a coward because that weirdo who followed me in a bathroom a year ago, because I was a coward for not approaching him. Apparently, I don't know. I got that in my mentions, and people talking about that when it came to my animated. When I was talking about on Film Junkie Live like a week ago, when somebody made like an animated trailer for Zack Snyder's Justice League 2. Those guys hate that. They get very offended by animation. So, and then, yeah, it got brought up again when it came to that whole thing. I was a coward for not causing an uproar during the Rebel Moon premiere in a bathroom. That's right. Live action or bust, right? Jesus. But I'm just saying, I don't know. It just seems like the timing. I just go, yeah, the optics don't look all that great. Because I saw that. I saw people responding like, why are you doing this right now? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm just kind of going like, yeah, the optics just don't look all that great. And I get it. Unless he decides to go fully rogue and goes, fuck it, I'm just going to leak it online and let it be. Which he might do. Which I would have, if David Ayer were to just like totally leak it online because he's like, fuck it, fuck Warner Brothers, fuck James Gunn, do all that. By all means, I'd be like, there you go, dude, go rogue. But if you're actually trying to get a budget to get the goddamn thing released, maybe it wasn't the best timing right now. That's all. But I'm all for the support. I mean, there was a video posted on DC Films, behind the scenes video. His wife's been posting some things, you know, it's all great. I just, you know, like I said, I just start doing that thing where I start thinking. I don't know. I just start thinking. I'm not thinking like a fan. That's my problem. I don't think like a fan, I guess. I don't know. It's like I can think like a fan, but then I start going, well, no, we got to get, I don't know. It's all good. But, yeah, I know. Oh, Joe, trust me. I get, there's, anytime, there's times where when I post like, Snyder stuff. Oh, geez. That's where the gun fans come out. That's where the gun fans come out and start, let it go. Let it go. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't lump me in with don't lump me in with the people that really don't let it go. I'm just going, hey, this is cool. I'll always, anytime I see something cool, art form, animation, arts, anything, Snyderverse, fuck yeah, I'm going to post about it. I'm going to praise it. I'm going to talk about it. But yeah, there's some gun fans that show up right there where they just go, they're like, F off, man. And I'm like, nope, sorry. But then I get called a coward. By the Snyder fans. It's all good. And then, anyways, and then the last controversial thing I'll say right now, and Andy, cover your ears if you're out there. I mean, we are going to be talking about the Superman and Lois finale, which I've told you guys I have only watched the when it comes to me and the CW verse, I 4 seasons of Green Arrow, 3 seasons of The Flash, 1 season of Legends, and then I'm only 1 season when it comes to Superman and Lois. And I plan on watching the entire thing. But, we could talk, we'll probably talk even spoilers. I saw the very end of Superman and Lois, and I thought, oh, that's a great ending. It was a great ending. Like, I thought the way that they ended, because it was posted all over Twitter. You couldn't avoid it. And I saw the shot with, him flying with his sons and everything like that. Awesome. Totally cool. I just wish, like when I watched clips from the finale, I just wish I stuck to watching the clips that didn't have any dialogue. Because when I watched the clips that had dialogue and the execution of that dialogue, oh my God, was that bad? Whew. It was, oh man, holy Lord, there was, but it's CW. What do you expect? But yeah, the dialogue, whoo, buddy. Oh, there was just some things where I was like, whoa, they wrote that? They wrote that dialogue? And that was the take they used? That's all. Other than that, hey, that last scene in Superman and Lois, hey, I got even a little choked up, and I've only watched 1 season of it. It was good. That was good. That was executed well, but man, whew, there was some bad dialogue through that. Yeah. But anyways, that's just, I just thought I'd say that. Anyways. It's not that controversial, Forgot about Legends of Tomorrow and stuff. Let's see what some of you guys are talking about before here. I'll start sending some invites out. Oh man. Boop. But I mean, I totally get that Superman and Lois. I see why that's like people consider that like a top-rated CW show. But when I see everybody going like, oh, I mean, I literally saw somebody I saw a tweet that said, "Geez, after this, I don't know what James Gunn's gonna do." I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, like, I think he's fine. I think James Gunn will be perfectly fine. Let's see, where else do I gotta post this year? I also love like what William calls it too. I think he said it was like a laundering thing. Let's see who else we got here. Do that. But before I let people on, I'm gonna scroll through you guys' comments first. I'm just sending out the invites just to get it ready here. Who else am I looking for here? Geez, what am I doing? All right, there we go. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Invites are sent off. Let's see. All right, let's see what we have to. Let's see what you guys have to say. I'm just gonna scroll through real quick. I think you're talking about that. That one thing. Yeah, some people didn't see it, but it was just like, oh yeah. So, Scarlet Witch making the Avengers see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when it comes to something like that, it's just like you just kind of go like, do you guys watch other fucking superhero like content or read or anything like that? I got to get new glasses soon. These glasses are like, I'm like looking at it. I'm like, oh, it's like sideways. Sorry, I was just looking at that right there on the screen. I'm like, yeah, it's time for some new frames for sure. I'm long overdue. I'm not one of those that gets new frames every year. These ones have lasted like 3 years plus. So it's time to upgrade my frames, man. Yeah, something I'm gonna do probably next month or something. Get some new Film Junkie frames. Let's see, what are we doing? Because people want an excuse to be angry. Somebody save me. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Eventually, people have to let go of the past arguments. Oh, that's one of those things too, where I just think about that, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, we fought the good fight back in 2016, 2015, 2016, 2017. And you just kind of go like, yeah, I mean, I know sometimes it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but then you kind of start going, holy shit, that was 7, 8, 9 years ago. It's like, oh man, time just flew by. We could get the Snyderverse and Christ. Hey, there could be something. There definitely could be something. When it comes to that, for sure. Have you seen the Easter egg of the intro? How Gunn's computer in the intro shows the last line of the episode? Does it really? That's pretty sweet. You saw Creature Commando in the top. Oh yeah, it was up there. It was like number 2 or something like that. Yeah, Phil liked it. There are things I didn't like. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like perfect. There was times in the opening episode I was like, all right. But then when it came to the second episode, we're like, okay, this is where it's finding its footing, because now that they establish what's happening, now we have something here. Well, he didn't insert himself. The animator literally confirmed it. Yeah, apparently I was saying that too. The campaign was supposed to be on December 6th, but some people got angry that it was moved a day, so some decided to push it out. Yeah, there's like a whole thing when it comes to that. Gunn's a dick for not having Ayer's back. He has the power to do it, but only cares about Gunn. Yeah, I mean, maybe there is something right there too, but we have to remember there's money that's involved, and Warner Brothers lack thereof. That's the thing. Again, one of the mistakes that I think we should have pushed. See, it's such an interesting thing because partially too, when it comes to the Ayer Cut, what's the difference between the theatrical Justice League and the theatrical Suicide Squad? The theatrical Suicide Squad made fucking money. It made profit. Not Justice League. Justice League did not, but Studio Squad did. So it's a tougher sell, even though it wouldn't cost nearly as much as they gave Zack to complete the Snyder Cut. That's why I wish there would have been a freaking joint thing where if something could have happened during that time where Zack and David were just talking and they got it pitched at the same time. And it sucks. That's where I'm going like, man, if I could go back and change something when it comes to the Snyder Cut stuff, is to just lump that in and somehow, and then even, if we could get into Zack's ear to really just do that. And that's where it kind of sucks. And I wish Zack could have really gave that consideration too and thought about that. But I totally understand that it was a lot when it came to his movie because of what happened with him. So I can understand why he didn't really think about it, but I just wish, Yeah, the release the Ayer Cut accounts are weird. How they bash Gunn and DC expect. I know. It's like yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna probably get to the point where it's just gonna get leaked. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the strategy going forward, where it's like, all right, because Ayer was very gung ho about the DCU and James Gunn and everything like that, but I have not seen him post anything about Creature Commandos, so I'm just kind of going like, okay, maybe not anymore. And if something did happen, and there's always that possibility too. I'm just saying, like, yeah, he's gonna leave it on a fucking flash drive somewhere in a bathroom, kind of like that old joke. He might have to do that. Which, hey, if he goes rogue and does that, fucking hey, man. Hi, Mom. I know I said hi to you earlier, but hey, Zach definitely did it smart. DC or Marvel? DC 100%. DC 100%. Can the Ayer Cut release next year and not overshadow Superman? Also love the shirt. Thank you. I figured it was fitting. I'd wear a Jared Leto Joker shirt. I found it was on Hot Topic when I got it. I don't think it's there anymore. They release shirts on Hot Topic. So that's where I got this one. This was around the time when the Snyder Cut got released. So, but yeah, 2026. I mean, 10-year anniversary. It just seems perfect. And I really wish they would do it, but I just don't know sometimes. Now I'm just kind of wondering with the strategy of things. And I love the fact that he's releasing stuff, and it's cool. I like to see the behind the scenes stuff and the images and everything like that. But I just kind of worry. It's like, well, what are we doing here? So I don't know. It just kind of sucks. Dave, you have an excellent platform and totally would welcome. He's got an open invitation. I've messaged him and told him, hey, anytime he wants to come on, by all means. But again, I know there's people in his ear that do not like me that are probably telling him not to do that. So there's nothing. There's only so much I could do about that. I could provide a platform and that's it, and let him talk. That's what I could do. That's what this platform is for. Come on, talk, say whatever you fucking want, man. That's what I did with Zach. That's what it was 100%. Always that. You come on, we're going to shoot the shit, pour yourself a drink, have a beer, or if you don't drink, fine. Drink water, perfectly fine. It's not option. It's not a necessity. You don't have to have something, by all means. And you could talk about every little, he could vent if he wanted to. I don't care. He could, and if you wanted to come on and be like, yeah, I tried to say, try to talk with James Gunn, he wasn't having it. Even if he wants to do that, fine. I don't care. Come on, let's talk. But again, I know there's people in his ear that are just like going, nope, don't go on him. He's a clout chaser. Hello, Ryan. Good to see you. All right, let's see. We got speaking Gangsta Jedi. I would like to see the Ayer Cut, but the timing isn't while the new DCU is starting to get established. I really enjoyed Creature Commandos, by the way. Good intro to DCU. Yeah. Yeah, Dave, you get a lot of crap from both. Yeah, I do. Comments on that video posted on the internet were full of gross Snyder haters treating you like a cultist. Yeah. But you only comment on the Snyder haters. You don't comment on the Snyder people that also say shit, though. That's the thing. It's a combo. There's a combo. I get a combo because I'm right in the middle there, thinking not what you're meant to do on the internet, Dave. It's fine. Breach. All right. I think we, Kill out, no. Oh man, I still remember when we watched Justice League for the last time. We did it live, and we made fun of that line, and then we realized, oh wow, that was actually not a reshot scene. Hey, it's not all winning. It's fine. That line still is, not the greatest line, even when I watch it in Zack Snyder's Justice League. I could say that. There's still criticism you could talk about. There's nothing wrong with that. I know that would piss off some people, but Studio Squad was way over before. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's another thing it's got going against it, What's going on, Jose? Jose's here. Why is David Ayer tweeting about the Ayer Cut on the same day Creature Commander drops? That's pretty nice. I mean, that's what people are saying, and it's just like, yeah, that's what we're kind of talking about here, and we're going to talk about it a little bit, of course, with the, so, What's going on, Hunter? All right, it's just saying the last little bits right here. But we could all have a pleasant discourse too. There's nothing wrong with having that. Just sometimes I know there's not pleasantries when it comes to that. But hey, what can you do? All right. Not gonna drink bourbon the whole night. I got some wine. Got some red wine right now. If I kept drinking bourbon, I'll be gone. I'll be gone halfway through. Even though it's a good coating for the throat. Definitely good coating for the throat. All right. Start bringing some peeps in here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Show the names. All right. First off, man, it's been a while. Andy.
What up, bitches? I'm back.
He's back, bitches. What's happening, man? You've been busy.
Been very busy.
Jeez, I'm seeing your videos everywhere, man.
I know, like I'm a man whore. I'm everywhere now.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And now I get your sloppy seconds. How dare you? Or sloppy eighths. I'm kidding.
Good to see you, though.
Oh, yeah, good to see you too, man. I see you have. Look, I see a Superman mug. Yes,
exactly.
You got. Oh, okay. Yeah, look at that.
S stands for Snyder versus Dead. No, with this one,
coming in guns blazing. Holy Lord!
This was tricky to get because the WB, like the US store, they didn't have it, but the UK one did. So I was like, I had to text my friend Ben in the UK. I'm like, hey, can you do me a favor? I need to. And I've never had a coffee, traveling coffee mug or anything like that. So that it was fun. But I was kind of like, it's funny that there were like some things for merch is available in this country and in that country. And so I know Brazil, they're about to have
yeah, they released a bunch of images of stuff and coffee mugs and stuff. But I'm sure some of that's going to show up in the DC shop. But yeah, I know it's weird because I already have people going like, "Hey, if you can," like people who live in other countries, "Hey man, if you can you get me this shirt?" I'm like, "Yeah, we could work something out." Well, I remember that happened when the Snyder Cut came out. I remember Scott was awesome. He was awesome when it came to fans that were outside of the country. I think Scott and Meg were really trying to help people outside. Yeah, Wonder Meg.
Oh God!
They were trying to because when they were selling like shirts like this, like Snyder cut shirts, they were only exclusive in America. So they were doing this thing where it's like, all right, we'll get them and then ship them off to like these people in other countries. They had a whole system going. It was like they were overwhelmed. Nice. It was cool. That's where fandom comes together.
Right. Well, I love that people when Zach did the hoodies. There was it was at a place where anyone from anywhere in the world could get it. But it's been interesting that there's some things in the UK store, some things in the Brazil store, and so on. But I'm hoping that it kind of will syndicate once we get to July, so that people can get anything because because we've seen that Superman merch for James Gunn's version is. It sells out quickly. I mean, I even remember I asked poor Lip, at Comic-Con, can you go to the DC booth and get one of those pins? And he was like, they're out. And it was like day 1 or something, or day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to the shirts that he released with AFSP, I think for some reason that can go everywhere. But yeah, when it comes to I don't know logistics when it comes to actual DC merch. I guess there's obviously the different markets they have to do their I don't know. It's a whole thing. It's definitely a whole thing. But
by the way, I do have. Hold on, I'm going to show you something because we're twinsies now. We're twinsies now. Hold on.
What does he got? Oh, you got that? You got the Batman light. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
I forgot what the button is on this thing.
It's on the side. It should be on this side right here. There you go.
I saw it on Amazon. I'm like, I have to get it.
You have to have that. Yes, it's such a cool thing. I love it. All right, we're bringing in Austin. What's happening, sir?
What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Happy Friday stream. Cheers. Not too bad, man. Just working a lot this week, and preparing for officially releasing that short film next week. So
Yep, that's right. Yep, that's right. Still have, yeah. Anyways, I'll get back to you on that one.
No worries.
I'll get back to you now, but
yeah, no.
One, I'm sure it's fucking gold.
Doing good. I watched Creature Commandos and stuff. Look forward to talking about that. I know I'll probably have to explain this a little later, but thank God the CW verse is over.
I
would give you that, like, Arrowverse and the Flash and stuff in the beginning were good, and like if you want to say like Legends of Tomorrow because they're not known.
I mean, Legends was very goofy. I will admit that. Like,
Superman in the 21st century has no business being on TV. If you want to actually make that character what he should be, and I'm sorry, that's just where that's where I've been at with that for.
I think like when it comes to Superman and Lois, at least from what I've seen with certain things and watching the first season, I think they did a good job. But at the same time, like I said, I did make the crack of like because I still have to catch up, and I do plan on binging it and watching the entire thing. But when I was like seeing some of the dialogue and that's the finale, I was like, action, dialogue. Yeah,
I think between that and between like, I'm sorry, like if you want to get Superman right to the level of where Batman is, whereas theatrically now what we're about to see is two Batmen on screen completely different and stuff, because it's been years of them developing this character theatrically and stuff. You have to give Superman that same attention. You have to make him a theatrically exclusive character for a while. And make him epic in that sense, like I'll be honest, it's kind of sad to me that it's like cool we're seeing some of these Superman things for the first time, but it's in shitty, cheap CGI that
you do better.
It doesn't. Yeah, that they could do a lot better.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that again, I'm going to defend the CW because not everything they've done is perfect. Of course, I watched Supergirl. I watched the rougher season of Arrow. Like, I know that this franchise has not always been perfect, but the fact that we could have things like this on television, like,
and see, I would be okay with it if it were higher end television. So, like, what James Gunn has in mind, right, is to do the HBO Max. It's going to be higher end television. It's not just something you can watch on the CW or say it's got quality and a budget and all of these types of things to it. It looks cinematic. Yeah. So, that type of stuff.
As the show goes on longer, and viewership goes down, the budget does get changed, and that's even.
And you know what? And I will commend like Superman and Lois, like even though they got their budget cut for what from the scenes. They I mean. And of course, like CGI has gotten better, but we got Phil joining right here.
Oh, hi.
What's up, Phil?
How's it going, guys?
Are you wearing a Burger King crown?
Yeah, I am. I'm glad you noticed. Just for you, buddy.
He did it while we were recording our podcast.
You did message me saying like you're gonna like my hat, and I was like, "Yep, I recognize a Burger King crown when I see it."
Yeah, I was like feeling Burger King today after work, and I was like, I'm gonna get Burger King. And the lady behind the register was like, "Hey, you want a crown?" I was like, "No," but then I remembered I was streaming tonight, and I was like, "You know what? Yeah, I want a Burger King crown."
But you looked very cute when we were recording that. It was very adorable. I came on, and I'm like, this just fits something.
Yeah, and then I ended up
fit the look.
Yeah, and then I ended up getting a fucking fender bender with someone. I was at fault. I totally admitted it. Called my insurance company and got it all handled, but it's just like damn.
I got pulled over by the cops earlier this week because my work didn't register the delivery car that I was in.
Oh, that's fun.
So, lovely.
Thanks, work. Appreciate it. That's on my record for my insurance to go up, so that's nice.
Oh yeah,
but it's not going to be a permanent record thing, right?
No. They already they're taken, but still, like.
But yeah, insurance companies are very skittish. You have one little thing they go up. We gotta up your premium or whatever the hell.
Yep.
Yeah. So
how's Marvel Rivals, Lip?
I'm playing as Hawkeye right now. It's
okay. Yeah, that got released.
I was waiting for you to respond back so I could play with you.
Dude, Bradley's been playing all day as Black Widow is his name. So
that's funny. And I love this because we got Chris Balga showing up, and guess what shirt he's wearing?
Wow, what are the odds of that?
Was this planned? This was not planned.
No, it was not planned. No,
absolutely not.
Christopher,
where's your Burger King crown, Chris?
Blame me being under the weather. So
Oh, you got a little touch of the sickness this week too, huh?
I think I'll be getting, but I'll probably be on for not as long tonight. But I wanted to hang out with you, lovely people.
Because he's
What do you mean,
craving
you
some vodka
people? Oh, no, you
stream.
said lovely people. Never mind. Sorry. I have this default when I hear you people. I'm like, wait a minute, racism. I am loving the beard. I'm like,
Thank you.
like,
Yeah, he's been growing it.
yeah, very filthy looking. I like
Looking
that. I
rugged.
support this.
Thank you. Thank you. I've gotten some good compliments on it. I got you know,
It works for you.
I've got the gray still. So
The salt and pepper, man.
you know, you're getting older, a little wiser.
I was just gonna say that the older the wiser.
Exactly.
You know, as Wayne says, you know, start growing hair in really weird places. You know,
Yeah. Weirder
I'm
places.
craving
than
that
before.
beard, Chris. I'm craving that.
everyone's craving some more craving.
Oh,
especially next
man.
week.
I'm excited. I'm excited for it.
We're getting
Is
close.
it bad that I'm looking forward to Craven? Like I want
I
this.
think I'm looking forward to it as well. I don't care.
I think it
I'm
looks
looking
fine.
forward to seeing a movie.
Bradley
Yeah.
at this point has been like, you can go on your own. He's like, I refuse to give Sony money. I understand that.
I paid my money. I've got my priority tickets in the theater that I'm the only person right now sitting in.
Yeah, sounds about right. I haven't even
Yeah.
purchased my tickets. Something
I-
tells me I could buy
think you'll
them
be
like 2
okay.
minutes before. Yeah.
I think the big thing for me is the director. I loved The Most Violent Year, and I loved Triple Frontier. You know, like
that's
he's
right.
a,
Triple Frontier.
It's
that
JC
was-
Chandor, yeah.
yeah, he's a very reputable director. Probably the most Sony has gotten next to like Circus or somebody like that. Like even more so. I'm interested to see like if he was able to maybe turn this around.
Did any of you guys watch the first 8 minutes that got released?
No.
No.
Yeah,
No.
it looks fun.
Yeah. I was like, what are we doing?
But I get why. I get what like
I guess
it's
I
the
get
Sony
why
verse.
too.
Who
But at
the
the
hell is
same time, I'm
interested in
like,
this?
I'm
You
not
know?
gonna. I posted about it, but I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. I'll watch it when it's in the But I guess I do get it. I get it.
It's the
Speaking of
feel-good
open
holiday
wise-
movie of the year. We all know.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and William, the CW version are dead. It's dead. Why are you taking your head off? Why are you taking your head off? Like
Because
it's a
you can't really
respectful
see
thing.
my face without.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was more of a respect thing. I thought like
Because
go
he's
ahead.
steaming.
listen.
Steaming.
I wish I had a time machine or a TARDIS. I said this last night, and I could go back to whatever coffee shop or hot dog stand where everybody was sitting.
Hitters.
They were writing for Smallville, and I could have taken the
Okay, that's going too far.
last 4 episodes of Superman and Lois, or just a scene where he reveals himself, and just said, "Here, I want you guys to watch this. Here, let me take this shit that you're writing with this Smallville. Let me take this and throw this away. Here, sit and stare at this for the next hour or so." And I wish they could have gone forward with that kind of commitment and quality instead of what we got. I think we would be in a different world if they would have paid that much attention, in to detail and actually, faithfulness. And we could have had something different in 10, 15, 20 years now. Instead, we got what we got. And then at the tail end of the money laundering scheme, we get something that could actually survive somewhere, and now it only gets 4 seasons. So it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So
Does your dick go hard when you think about money, William? Like, is that just a
Yes.
thing with you?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Good.
Pops right out of my pants sometimes.
You should look for new priorities.
boing,
Hey,
boing.
man. And the movie-
Oh, that's funny. So I take it you were a fan of the season finale?
of this last season, yeah, I was. The overall show, I had problems with the first 3 seasons.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rewatch those again, but the last 4 episodes of it, I thought that it was the best stuff that they've put on. And like
Yeah.
I said, I'm trying to reconcile with the fact that show came from that network. And if
That's the
there's any
thing. Is like
bigger,
when I watched that, I mean, like again, I had to catch up, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get spoiled. People are posting it like crazy, so I decided to watch that last scene, and we've all seen it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and people, it's
Yeah.
and the fact that they do the thing where it's like, okay, Lois is dead, Clark, because he got he had a different heart. He had
Yeah,
somebody else's heart.
Sam Lane's heart.
Sam
Yeah.
Lane's heart.
That's right. He had Sam Lane's heart. And then, of course, he was dying, and then he basically gets up, and then, of course, it is like it is a good goodbye because he's walking through and he's seeing everybody and everybody.
Oh,
and
you mean that Highway to Heaven that epilogue?
Yes, that's a way to go out, baby.
God.
You know, and then of course seeing
like
Lois.
fun.
It's all about
I spent every single day with Lois since then.
Oh, I got a dog. Yeah. Tell you what, that was a
Crypto
strong
showed up,
episode.
right?
That
Yeah.
was a strong episode, but like I said, that epilogue was like, you shitting me? That's what you're gonna do? Okay, all right, cool. Didn't ruin the episode, but I'm like, you didn't.
They
need to
didn't
do
really
that.
have
They
a-
could've
So we know
really
that when
left
William dies, he wants to die alone, not have anyone by his side. So there we go.
It's a way to
I don't
go.
want any
baby.
CW writers writing my eulogy because you know.
You mean the ones that never gonna? You mean the ones that are never gonna know who you are and don't give two shits because they got paid to pay?
Hey, I don't know. I'm thinking
I
this
mean, at
week.
least they got paid.
I think William deserves some credit this week because he's been saying for years about this DC podcast, and guess what was announced?
Oh yeah,
So,
the DC.
I'm giving all the credit to William on that one. So
I gave it to them for free, and it only took them 18 months after we left it out there for dead.
Did anybody watch that first episode?
I watched it.
Yeah,
I
I
watched it.
listened to it.
It needs to be more. They're off. It's a good start. I need about 15 or 20 more minutes so that they could cover a little bit more. I know this is the first episode, and I'm gonna give it time. I'm just happy it's there.
Was the Q&A because that's what I watched. I watched the Q&A.
I listened and watched to James Gunn's interview with Josh Horowitz on the Happy Sad Confused show. I have not watched the DC Showcase show yet.
Yeah, because I know Cody did a Q&A on his. I didn't see the one that they put on.
I watched the Q&A on Instagram, so I haven't seen I guess the official.
Yeah, that wasn't the one that was actually released. They put it on HBO Max
Gotcha.
and they put it on YouTube, and it's like 35 minutes.
Okay.
It's a cool introductory. I think it will get fleshed out, but it's something that they really need. They needed it, like I said, a year and a half ago. The moment he announced his slate is when they should have had this out there. But listen, better late than never. Better late than never. I'll take it now.
Oh no, yeah. We've had many.
I think that was a good time too. Like the announcement compared to at the beginning of the slate, we're going to be able to break down episodes, compare it to comics, do all these other types of things.
Did Jim Lee show up on the first one, or is he showing up later?
It was just the three of them. The one thing
I know I saw in a little preview that they had Jim Lee, so I'm like, dude,
because they filmed these episodes already.
They already have them filmed. That's the thing, though. I mean, I think it's great. It's cool that they're doing it, but it's like, man, if we're not gonna have a current, if they're gonna record 3 episodes at one time, I don't know. I just like the fact that I would like a more current one. It's like
there should be a lot.
And that's the only problem. Like when we have stuff like what we do here or what we do with our own shows and stuff like that, it's like everything's current, and we're just kind of doing this whole thing and it's raw and everything like that. What I worry about when it comes to something like this, and I'm seeing, Coy, I've interviewed, he's been on the Vodka stream, nice dude and everything like that. But, at the same time, it's but I'm watching, I'm like, is this going to be too cooked? Is it going to be too produced? I worry about it being too produced, and I think a lot of people like raw things. I mean, there's a reason why Joe Rogan's podcast is number one, because it is simple. It's the simplest fucking thing. And it's just conversation, one-on-one. Really, there's no edits. It's 100% that.
Cuss on there. I mean, it's
so they're dropping F-bombs.
Yeah, she's dropped an FN in that because several times.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't sure if they were gonna do that, but I'm glad that they're doing that, and they should. I mean, fucking James Gunn's the goddamn CEO. That guy's a potty mouth. So
the one thing
I think it works if they. Oh, go ahead, William.
The one thing I thought they should, much I make fun of the CW because it needs it, but you just had a show wrap up. I mean, in the same week that you're launching this, I would have expected to see some of them.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Current things.
And you knew that when this show was ending, so you could have pre-taped that if that's the game. But you just and I said, when it comes to Superman and Lois, forget what I think about the show. It is a Superman story that got a resolution and an ending. That's a big deal. True. Because you see what we've gone through on everything else. So that's something that
we don't get that often over here in these pots.
Yeah. So I thought that would have been on their show, and it wasn't. I was kind of disappointed. And it was a basic show, but I see it growing legs. So.
I think if they can keep up with kind of like the thing, like you'll have your pre-records and then you'll have your lives. I mean, like what I saw was it was an Instagram live Q&A with both of the DC hosts and James Gunn and stuff. So like if you can keep up with kind of the balance of both, I get having to pre-record things and that type of stuff, and I'm sure they're kind of trying to talk ahead, but. I do agree. Like, I think there's a special thing to the live aspect because you're getting those like everybody's reactions and reacting to those reactions and those types of things instead of doing it, pre-recorded.
Yeah, I mean, what we've talked about on here before too is like the fact that it's like, have like those, if you're gonna have a weekly show, have James Gunn just come, even if it's on his phone, just have him like chime in. Right. Hey, what's the update?
No, Dave, you know what happens then? Because then everyone will say, "Oh, look how cheap this show looks. Oh, look, he can't even."
No, I'm sorry, I'm gonna refute that right now because nobody gives a fuck about that type of stuff.
There are
to a certain extent, but even then, like for nerds like us and stuff, I've learned that like. People will watch you if you are, turned off like this. If you got something interesting to say, like, so, I think if you were to do something like that, that'd be awesome. That would be so cool for him to do stuff like that.
Well, they can definitely learn what not to do, in my opinion, for that official Marvel Studios podcast. That's
right. They kind of try to do something with that.
They had one couple of decent episodes. Everything seems to be very campy. And just to your art,
scripted.
Yeah, very scripted, very overproduced, and just like I don't even listen to it anymore. Because
Brandon Davis, Phase Zero does better than the official Marvel because there's it's more raw and live and those types of things. And
the thing about Marvel though is they do a better job of overall communication, whereas they fell short there. You're pretty much in the know with where they're going. Fair. Whereas DC has done an absolutely fucking horrendous job over the last 5 to 7 years of not only putting out information, but controlling the perception of the information you put out. Like I said, they've always left it up to YouTubers and scoopers and hack journalists and shitheads. Those are the people who drive the DC news ship. So even if those people aren't going away, at least they have their voice in the game now. And you have a choice whether you want to listen to shithead number 10 on youtube.com or the actual horse's mouth where the stuff is actually coming from. You actually have an opportunity now to make a decision.
Well, at least it's not the likes of like a Grace Randolph or a Jeff Snyder heading the podcast. Fuck those losers.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, amen. Preach.
I will say somebody sent me a clip from her that I was like, oh wow, something I actually agree with her on. I forgot what it was about right now.
Are you on crack?
That's how rare it is. No, but I was like, somebody. I forgot exactly what she said, but I was like, oh wow,
was it the film?
You know what it was? It was a clip. She was actually backing up Wicked as like in a good you saw the same clip, and she kind of just like when people like say like when people want to like shit on because it's a popular movie and it shouldn't be like deemed as like something like this, and she just kind of like the way that she spoke about it, I was like, I haven't seen Wicked, it's not my bag, and I get people are liking it and it's a popular movie and it's gonna be and it's blowing up the box office and stuff like that, but what she said when it comes to defending the big popular movies, I was like, oh yeah, kind of, I agree with her a little bit right here. I get what she's saying, and then I had to slap myself a couple of times, but hey,
I agree in the sense of like, don't push it to the side just because it's a popular movie and there's still a good story in there.
Yeah, if you pull it off, you pull it off.
Exactly. At the same time, is Wicked the best film of the year? Yeah.
I'll leave that up to you guys.
All I know is if it gets nominated for like all these awards, I don't know if I'm ready for seeing Ariana Grande and who plays the other. I always forget her name.
Cynthia Erivo.
Yeah. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for them to be like like constantly like cuddling with each other like they have been in the press.
I did see that Ariana Grande got to hold the original Glinda the Witch's wand.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's neat.
I mean, look, I liked Wicked a lot. I really loved Wicked. I loved the movie. I liked the Broadway show and stuff. but even I can go like it's a movie for certain people. If you like
Yeah.
musicals and you like those types of things, which I do, it's awful,
Yeah.
but it's not the best film of the year. I'm sorry.
I'll probably watch it because I think it's going to get nominated for awards, and I like to watch.
Probably.
Sure, yeah.
I like to
award
watch.
nominees.
But when things are nominated, I go, all right, it's time to go down that rabbit hole. So
Yeah.
I will probably watch it. But yeah, I wasn't in any rush to see it. And I was like, Gladiator.
I would say that it deserves nominees, but
it probably will.
Yeah.
If I see that movie in a theater, it's going to be like on a Sunday in the morning when there's no one in there to fucking sing. I am not going to watch that movie with a bunch of people fucking
What are you talking about? Dwayne Johnson even agrees.
I don't give a fuck what Dwayne Johnson said.
You'll be fine.
Is it because you want to just have no one overpower your beautiful voice?
No, dude, I just like I have like Wizard of Oz was something I used to watch at my grandma's house because I just like that movie and I want to see something that kind of like I get it's based off of the fucking musical, but at the same time,
have you ever seen the musical at all?
No, and like I just want to watch the movie just as an ancillary piece to the Wizard of Oz world.
Honestly, I would just wait and then just turn up the fucking volume when you're home and blast that shit when it's out.
I mean, do I really need to blast my ears out with Ariana Grande's voice? No, not necessarily. I don't feel like doing that either, but I just want to watch the movie in the format in which it was presented. Next weekend, I already told Chris this. I'm probably going to do a double bill of Gladiator and Craven.
Nice.
We'll see how soon I get to Craven because obviously, if you have a Vodka stream next week and that's the topic matter, I might.
Is it coming out next week?
It's next week, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we'll dive into it, but hey,
no, it's just
I
one of those
definitely
things. We'll see.
Yeah, it's fine. But I mean, I'm sure. Like, and of course, we have part 2 of Wicked that's coming out next year, which I was like, oh yeah, they did do it. They kept that kind of a secret too, which was interesting because I don't remember them talking about it was going to be 2 parts from the get go, but then people were like, oh yeah, there's going to be. I'm like, all right, smart.
They doomed it. They totally doomed it.
Well, I mean, it's a big story, so I
Right.
totally understand it, and I could actually appreciate it more because then they could flesh it out a lot better.
And they're adding a lot of stuff from from the other books and stuff to where they're fleshing it out a lot more than just the Broadway show.
Yeah. But like I said, just like I've always said, it's just there's something Ariana Grande, super talented, but it just seems like she's always performing. There's nothing authentic that I've seen from her, except when I saw that video that got her in trouble where she licked the donuts a while back. I was like, that's the most authentic thing I've ever seen her do. Yeah.
I'm not an Ariana Grande fan, but like this is very much a role for her. It's kind of close to.
I totally get why she was cast.
She's
gutsy. What I understand for a long time.
Oh, because she can play it. Not only can she hit the notes, she's kind of like. Glinda is not a necessarily like intelligent being, in the
what did you say?
Wizard of Oz. Yeah. So she very much plays like an exaggerated cat from her Victorious show, and so
that's what she is in interviews.
Yeah, it's right up her. It's
she was on that. Yeah, she was on that show.
Wow,
I told somebody
tonight.
I told somebody else because I was like, in any other movie, Ariana Grande probably couldn't act. But like in this form, it's made for her. It's very much, but she's not. She's a soap opera type actress or a theatrical.
Well, I mean,
theater,
she came
Broadway
up in
actress.
that whole the Nickelodeon stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
but she ain't like one of those that's gonna go like again. She's an over exaggerated person, so like Broadway or these types of things.
Oh yeah, she's always been theater. Yeah.
Yes.
When it comes to actresses that come from, the Disney land or Disney TV, and then you have Nickelodeon actresses, like you have 2 ends of the spectrum, right? Like you've got your Zendaya, and then you've also got like Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
They're very much on 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. Whereas, clearly Zendaya can fucking act. Like we've seen her in Dune Part 2, Challenger, Spider-Man.
Dune Part 2 finally got me on board on Zendaya.
Oh, dude, she's phenomenal, and even in Euphoria, she's like a complete 180 from any other character you've seen her play.
Euphoria got me on board. When
Euphoria,
I was like
fucking phenomenal in Euphoria, straight up, no joke, no lie. But Ariana Grande has a niche, and she sticks to. If she sticks to that niche, she will be fine. But
Agreed.
like everything else, if she wants to stretch her wings and try and be like Dwayne Johnson, then she's more power to her. Will that work out for her? I can't really say because I'm not.
We'll see.
I'm not clairvoyant. My name's not Circe. I'm not from Themyscira. I just don't. Yeah, see what I did there? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a good segue right there.
But
I was laughing at Andy's like little photo that he had in his.
That was funny.
Huh?
Yeah.
I was like, that's a good. It's good. It's good. I like it. I like when that GIF is used for when people.
The poor thing hadn't slept. He's like
Dude, he was writing like he was he was so freaking exhausted, man. And then it's just like. Then he just gets asked, like, I'm getting asked about this again. And it's like, okay,
Right.
Would you come back to DC? It's like, yes, he's not going to say no, guys. Just like, nobody's going to say no. Nobody's going to say no. The common thing, anytime, like, especially when it comes to the comic book sphere, this was recently Michael Fassbender, same thing. Mm-hmm. They always say the same thing. Never say never, because they're never going to say no. Why would anybody be like, I guess there's sometimes where you're like, no, that's behind me, but nobody's gonna like do that, especially if like there's a large group of people that know you from that character. They're not gonna say like, oh, would you ever come back and play this character again? Hey, never say never, and blah blah blah. It's just like one of those things, and it's fine. But then at the same time, it could happen. Hugh Jackman, he came back. People come back. Fucking Chris Evans came back as the Human Torch, for God's sakes. But so it's just so it's always that. I don't expect any other response when it comes to that question of never say never, which is good. It's just good. Hey, we got Brad, your co-host. William is here.
Hey, everybody.
What's going on, man?
The enthusiasm he has when his co-host shows up just kills me. Oh my god!
I have my own hashtag now. Blame Brad.
Yes, you do. You definitely do.
But yes, to clarify also with Andy's image there, there was some deceptive editing in that interview. Zach was actually yawning at the Arrowverse finale.
The what?
At the Arrowverse finale. That's what he was yawning about.
That's what he said. Yeah, he was yawning. He was like, "Nope, I'm bored. Sorry." Yeah. But hey,
Listen, I was always kind of so.
You had to do that.
There in all seriousness,
Andy's here, right?
Yeah. No. Well, I mean,
I'm not offended because at least like the Arrowverse has a more memorable trajectory than the Snyderverse. All Snyderverse is known is for controversy, and studio edit. At least the Arrowverse got to do things.
Big controversy in the studio.
Well, I
wouldn't say that.
Stephen Amell begs to differ, Andy.
I would say this. Look, there was some shit stuff in the Arrowverse.
And there was some shit stuff in fact too.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think that comparison's a little. When you have something going on as long as it did as the Arrowverse, and getting
of course, not everything is perfect. Okay, like before everyone thinks
it's not meant to be taken literally, Andy. To be clear, it's just friendly banter.
Go suck a cat from a tree.
Oh, look at that. Oh no! You're gonna trigger Brett.
Now you're gonna make me plug my one article I wrote on that. That ruffled everyone's feathers.
Man, you're quick, Andy. You were quick with the picture swap. Man.
I don't give two shits what people think anymore. I will if you're gonna insult things I love, I will fucking give it back to you.
Yeah, okay, Andy. Can we cool this off by saying I actually did like the first few episodes of Creature Commandos?
I don't give two flying flux what you liked or didn't like.
But hey, we could start talking about Creature Commandos. I mean, we've all seen it here, right?
And I mean, I've seen the whole season, so I'm just like trying to be like, okay, where does episode 2 discussion stop?
Yeah,
so
I know certain spots. Yeah, but I know.
How many episodes like flash? How many episodes of flip matches?
How many episodes?
There's
7,
8, I think. Or 8, 7. Okay,
7.
7. Okay. God. It's just interesting. It's like only
7.
I
thought actually. I thought it was. I was surprised that it was going to be running into January. I thought they kind of want to kind of sort of package all in the holiday season, but you got to do what you got to do.
Shows they don't really do like. I mean, like once they start like their run, like they don't do hiatus unless they do like Cobra Kai doing like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Yeah,
this is just one season. So
Cobra Kai is killing it. That I love.
And it's kind of funny because Gunn has kind of changed his tune a little bit in the last few weeks up to this is now a soft kind of opening for the DCU and stuff, and so I think you can feel that.
How is he changed it? That's what always said. That he was like a
He
appetizer.
never started with soft. He was like, it starts with Creature Commandos, then it goes to Superman.
No,
then
he outright said it's an
Ask
appetizer.
his wife.
Yeah.
Oh, did it? Had he said that? Okay.
Austin, I think you
So-
need to work on your memory a little bit.
I mean, still, I kind of was like, I mean, look, I enjoyed it to a certain extent, but I was also kind of like not that impressed, to be honest. So
The animation is really good. I do like the animation style a lot.
The animation's really good.
animation's
But,
great. Yeah, I agree with that.
Bobby,
But,
was it Bobby Pill? Is that the studio?
Yeah, I think
We
so.
let-
I can't
we let
remember what
our
studio.
boy go because he's
Yeah. Chris.
Sorry,
Chris
guys.
is,
I tried to
yeah.
push through, but I'm
I get it. I get it,
in my
dude.
head.
That's what I was
You
dealing
feel
with.
better.
Tuesday night, my head was like, it was
Yep,
like one of
that's
those.
what it's
Okay.
doing right now. So
Quickly,
that
as
sucks, buddies.
quick
I'm
as
sorry.
possible, your review of Creature Commandos. Go.
A quickie.
Yes. First, I will say something to Andy at this point. I did enjoy Superman and Lois.
There you
I
go.
did enjoy the Arrowverse at that point. Problems
You're the only
aside,
one.
everything
You and
like
Rip are the
that.
only ones who are logical here, so it's fine.
It's, I did enjoy that.
I just got on that train with you. What the hell are you talking about? Logical.
Let the man speak.
You're good. Yeah, Creature Commandos. It's what I expected. I came into expecting what James Gunn in it and did some of the jokes more like, well, I mean, it is written by James Gunn. I know what I'm getting with it, and I wasn't disappointed. So I'm wondering if, what they're setting up, especially with the third episode being about GI Robot.
correct.
This
He's
is
great.
what we're going to be doing for the foreseeable future with the season. Is every episode is going to be a focal point, which is fine because I am intrigued by understanding the backstory of these characters, and I kind of like how if you've never seen, the Suicide Squad or Peacemaker, you've kind of got an idea within the first 10 minutes of what it's about, and you're okay to watch. So yeah, I'm with you on the animation. It's a good animation style. I'm excited to see where it's heading for, and I promise to be better next week because I know Phil really wants to hear my opinion on Craven.
Yes, I do.
We are. We're
Because
craving. We're craving.
I love it when him and Brent just cheekily poke fun at a movie they probably didn't like or won't like. Maybe
Oh,
they
we're
will.
gonna
I
have
don't
some
know.
fun next week.
I just realized you both have the Dark Side
It's
shirt on
okay,
now.
but I did say last night, I said, say what you want about people who can bash Venom all they want. They cannot
Movie
say that
made money.
movie was not a box office success.
Yeah.
Everything
That is
else in
true.
the Sonyverse, yeah.
You're sounding logical now, Chris. How dare you?
Well, Chris is like one of the most level-headed people in DC and Marvel Comics. Like, as far as I've ever been concerned, Chris has always been on point with anything he's ever said. I've never.
Oh, don't boost.
also,
My head's already
that beard is
throbbing. You
on
don't want to
point,
make
too.
it even bigger.
That beard is on point too.
He's gonna
I'm
make
just
the other
saying.
head
I'm
start
just
throbbing.
saying. I've heard a lot of dumb, ignorant opinions about a lot of DC and Marvel stuff. Chris has never once it is very rare that Chris and I ever disagree hard.
But it's okay if we do. It is.
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. But I'm just saying, it's very rare when it happens, and even then, it's not even that big of a deal.
Mhm.
But yeah, Chris is one of the smarter ones. So yeah.
Well,
There it is. All
my
right,
apologies
Chris.
for bailing out. Y'all
Feel
have a good
better,
night.
Chris.
I look forward
Man,
to
get
watching
Feel
it.
better, man.
Much
Thank
love.
you.
Feel better.
Take care.
Later.
Take it
Bye.
easy.
Peace out, brother.
Now time for actual idiotic opinions.
Oh, come on, Andy. We're good. We're talking about Creature Commandos right
No,
here.
no,
Come on,
I'm-
we're not talking about CW anymore. Let's play nice.
Unless
Let's
it's Superman
be
Lois.
nice. No, but yeah, let's talk about let's go let's go around the horn and let's talk about it. Andy, you can go first.
Okay. The first two episodes. Let me just remind myself quickly what happens in those. Because they're all
First
stars
one
right
is
now.
set up. Second one's the bride. There you go.
Yeah.
The second one with all the flashbacks, of
Second one
Bride.
is
Right.
Of the bride. Yeah, it's the bride
Yeah.
story. Yeah.
Yeah. No. As I said on these
Hold
videos
on,
podcast,
Andy. Just a heads up. If you need a refresher, just remember they're in the notes.
you do get. This is why I love you as my co-host because I'm not good with writing recaps. I'm just not good with that. So I would say, Liv, would you mind when we record each episode of the podcast? Could you do notes? And he writes extensive notes, so that those are good.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you write real quick, Phil? Do you write while you're watching the episode, or do you write after?
I mean, I mean, I it's more of a typing thing because it's in front of the computer, but
Yeah, makes sense.
okay, so
And then you can share those. Yeah.
well,
Nah,
like
we're not sharing those with you.
no,
This is all just our show.
No, I'm talking about you sharing it with you. Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at his.
we
Oh, look,
share,
he's so detailed. I love how
we
like
share a
damn,
Google Doc, yeah,
sexy and
it's
smart
really
lip, like a pure package deal. No, so like I think the first two episodes are like a good taste of like all because I love when James Gunn does ensemble stuff. Sometimes it can be hit or miss, depending on what we're looking at. But with this, I'm like, because I've never until January 2023, I've never heard of any of these characters. I'm like, the creature, what? Like, isn't this just
That's
Doom
what
Patrol? Isn't this just
one
Doom
of the things I
Patrol?
like about James Gunn is like, hey, we're gonna do this, and it's like,
Yeah.
all right.
But I really thought because this was like as like I think we just heard that Doom Patrol had been canceled. I'm kind of like, isn't this just Doom Patrol but in World War II? But that's clearly not what it is here. No, I really again I fell in love with these characters very very quickly. J.R. Robot is like obviously he is the best one. I'm just waiting for the Funkos to finally become available to buy so I can buy the
They're
whole stuff.
coming. They're coming.
Yeah. I love the animation style because we Lib and I, we were discussing about like how animation for DC hasn't really been at its best these last couple of years. The Tomorrowverse was sometimes it looked great, sometimes it looked
cheap,
plastic. They're not cheap. I'm trying to avoid that kind of slander, but it looked very plasticky to me. It didn't really look dimensional.
With
this,
it was very stiff.
Yeah, but this looks clean. This looks very like it almost feels like they like the actors like did all the live action stuff and they just animated it. It kind of, but I know that's not what he did. But either way, I enjoyed what these two first episodes did. And again, it's like I love the fact that it's not a bunch of Infinity Stones that are setting up for the rest of DCU. Again, the focus is staying on these characters and that we're focusing on them. Frank Grillo is hot. Frank Grillo is hot, and I'm happy he's Rick Flag Sr. And I'm like, I mean, I love that this show is R-rated. That's all I will say about that. But yeah, there's
R-rated.
I'm trying to think. Like, so where does episode 2 stop? The fight.
After the fight with Cersei.
Yeah. The fight with Cersei was again because I was kind of curious, like, why is she the one we're dealing with in this show? And again, I love that when I saw the Sons of Famous, I'm like, oh my god, this could not have come at a better time, because this was like, I think when I got the screens, I think it was right before or after the election. I'm not going to say anything about the election. Don't worry, Dave. I'm not going to get political. Don't worry. But I'm like, this is so funny. This is so funny to me. But seriously, she's fucking badass. Like, what's the name of? What's the name of
the girl from
The Witcher?
Yeah. I cannot wait. I'm hoping we get to see her very very soon.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Oh yeah.
So I don't these first two episodes, like they're fun, and there's also, but like I didn't expect to get as emotional as I did with these with the show, because I thought like, okay, an RADC animated show, I'm sure I'm signing up for that. But that, like, I'm just like, holy fuck! I'm actually sobbing. I'm actually caring. I'm like, this is good stuff. Like this is why I want to see these characters in live action as soon as possible. So that's all I can say about episode 1 and 2.
And no problem. No, that's good. Austin.
So I'm kind of in the middle with the first 2 episodes. I definitely liked the second episode more. But listen, I love James Gunn, big fan of him and stuff. I know I get a lot of shit for stuff, but like I it was very much of the same, like Suicide Squad and all these type of like R-rated Guardians and certain things with that first episode. So I was kind of like, all right, I'm interested. There are a lot of things that I do like. I love how like lived in the DC universe it already is. Like Cersei, Sons of Themyscira. We got a Superman. We got all these types of things. I'm perfectly fine with like the references to certain things happening, like the Suicide Squad and the daughter being mentioned, for outing Amanda Waller and those types of things. So I do like how like lived in the universe it is. Yeah. Everything's referenced. It feels like very, just in it. And so like I do love that. For me, like I said, the second episode was a lot better and a lot more emotional. I really like the kind of focus on the horror aspect of the bride and how she's like horrified by Frankenstein and all these types of things, and then she kind of takes to
God damn that.
yeah, that was all very, I thought, very, very well done. Like every time she sees him, she just starts like wailing and screaming and fear and all that, and so that was all very well done. I'm just, I guess at this point, I'm just kind of looking, okay, like where is it going to go and stuff? How is it going to differentiate itself, you know, from Peacemaker and from the Suicide Squad and these other things that Gunn has done? You know, I know this is like very much his style and those types of things, but I'm interested, but I didn't think it was like the greatest thing ever. You know, I thought it was good.
Okay. Phil?
Well, anyone who knows me knows I'm fairly critical of James Gunn. I don't hate the guy. I don't personally know him. I've never met him. That's not to say like I think everything he does is absolute garbage, because that's not the case. You know, I like Guardians 1, I like Guardians 3. There are things in the Suicide Squad that I like, but overall, I think that movie is like the bottom of the barrel for me as far as the DCU is concerned. I think Peacemaker is a fucking joke. As far as Creature Commandos goes, like much like Andy, I've been privileged enough to see all 7 episodes, so I know where things go. I know
My boy's growing up.
who pops up where, and like, you know, certain things that happen that have me as a DC fan pretty excited for the most part. Like, you know, like next episode is my favorite one. Like I love the GI Robot episode.
Really?
I'll say that. Yes, 100%. Yes, it is fucking awesome. I love the GI Robot episode.
I can't wait for that. And seeing Sergeant Rock in there.
Don't
keep your ears open is all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
yeah, and like
okay.
when it comes to these 2 episodes, I feel like the first one does exactly what it needs to do. It sets the stage. They make the references to, you know, Suicide Squad and fucking Peacemaker or whatever. And, you know, you get a glimpse of the team, you get them in Pokolistan, and like, you know, Flag and Princess Ileana, very clear chemistry there for obvious reasons. And, you know, the bride goes off, does her own thing. It's like, it's fun. It's cool. There are things that, of course, were like when Weasel takes a piss in the fucking plane or the helicopter. I'm like, well, yeah, all right.
Weasel's my least favorite character. I will say that. I'm like, okay.
Just wait.
Just wait.
Wait. I'm sure he'll have his moment to shine for sure. But right now,
man.
Like,
it's a
yeah.
show.
I already know. I'm like, I can't stand. I'm like, why does Weasel have to be here? But I'm like, I already know he's going to have some kind of moment. He's got.
I know.
I get it. Okay, that's all I got.
There may be one or two. Maybe one or two. But you know, the second episode is where my criticism comes in, because when the bride and Victor Frankenstein fuck on the table, I was like, no, absolutely fucking not. Yeah. This is not cool. This is weird. This is James Gunn for sure. But I'm just like, bro, you do some things that I don't like. This is one of those things that I don't like. This is borderline, not only necrophilia, but this is like homie doing things to maybe his stepdaughter. So it's fucking wild, man. I'm just like, no. I don't give a fuck how you justify this.
I agree with you.
I don't care. I
do agree with you, but
I don't give a shit. I'm not done. I don't give a shit. I'm not done.
I get
anyway, like that episode outside of that, you know, seeing the bride, seeing what she goes through, you know, and like how Eric Frankenstein is like, I want my bride, blah, 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 and fucking ends up killing Victor Frankenstein. I was like, oh, that's kind of dark, but you know, the second episode was cool, and I like her. I think it's at the end of the first episode where she like tells dude like open the fucking door, dill hole or some shit. I don't remember what she says, but she's very, very vulgar, and I like that. I like that about the bride. She's a very cool character. And I think the second episode, you know, it ends in a way where you're just like, okay, Cersei's not to be trifled with. And that's another thing. Like the animation in the show is phenomenal. It is great. The action sequences are fluid. When Rick Flag beat the shit out of Dr. Phosphorus, that was amazing too. Oh my God. It was just beautiful. And then again, like the fight with Cersei and the bride was just even more like, wow, Bobby Pill's just fucking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful through and through. But as I've seen the other 5 episodes, I'm telling you guys, like it 2 may have found its stride, but by the time you get to 3 and 4, you're gonna be like, all right, fuck, what happens next? So yeah, I enjoyed it. There again, there are certain things where I was just like, not for me. Like again, like Frankenstein,
and you may not, you may not care or anything, but that's fine. But whatever, you got to do something different if you're doing that, because it was very much the same Frankenstein story and Bride story.
Yeah,
so that's fine if you don't give a shit. You don't have to like it. Nobody cares. But like, still, I get why he did it. I wasn't the craziest fan of it either. So
hey man, people are justifying it whatever way they want because they want. And I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying, like, fucking people will get down on their knees and brown nose James Gunn 10 Ways to Sunday, and that's
of course.
Well, yeah, I think you can do a balance of both, of going like, I get why he did it, and it's it's understand, right? It's the DCU. You want to do something different than the traditional Frankenstein story. So like, yeah, I get it. Again, I don't have to like it and stuff, but I'm not going to be an asshole about it.
They're not That's the thing. It's one thing to like tell this story and then just kind of be like, but this is wrong. But it's one thing to tell a story and then try to glorify it, and that's not something they really do, because we really much get you get the sense that Frankenstein is definitely a stalker, and Victor is no better. So again, that's why
was a cool montage. Was a cool montage of her.
That was really funny.
Yeah. Did you guys see Shaggy?
Yeah, Shaggy was in the hippie part. Yeah,
okay,
a nice little Easter egg right there. That was pretty cool. So. But William, your thoughts?
I had a lot of fun with it. I mean, I went into it with the when I saw the trailers of it, thinking Doom Patrol and Inglourious Bastards, but there was I felt a lot of Hellboy in there too as well.
Yeah.
The character development, like I said, the first 2 episodes did exactly what 2 episodes they did what Peacemaker didn't do for me. Because I had to wait till Peacemaker got to episode 4 to start giving a shit about the show.
Okay,
but this show starts off with character development, and you got to get the feeling that each one of these characters is going to have their moment to explain a lot of the stuff that obviously you're not going to go through the first 2 episodes. The music was well placed, and that's really hard to do. And even if it's a live action or a cartoon, it's hard to place music like that without fucking things up. And I thought the music was well placed. I enjoyed the animation style. I'm not a big animation guy, but I thought the animation fit the flow of the story he was telling. Other than that, I actually, we watched it live as it aired, and we had a lot of fun with it. So that's about where I'm at with it. Now, as in regards to as far as the DCU goes, I can't believe that this is any indicator other than the fact that it's in the same universe. I can't, believe that this will be the tone going forward. I think this tone is appropriate for what the story he's telling there, and that's fine. So like I said, had a lot of fun with it.
Very educated wish.
That's cool. What were you gonna say, Phil? You were like,
yeah, it's funny that William brings up Peacemaker, and it's like, I think that's one of the reasons why I like this a lot more, is because there is no Peacemaker.
Except for like you see him dead.
Oh, that's the best part. You see him.
Shut
in
up.
A future episode, apparently.
They showed it. In marketing.
They
showed it in marketing, and I was like,
that's good. Don't say
it's on a little trailer thing. It's on
one thing. One bad thing.
We don't know the context.
Bad thing.
Only one bad thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. So when you're trying to build a momentum and an identity for a show, and you have it on streaming, don't cut to the small screen if you got stuff that you need the audience to see. We were watching this live, and there were post credits and stuff that if you're watching it on HBO Max, it just jumps right into the next episode, and then at the end of episode 2, it just the screen decreases. That's pretty much a lot, telling a lot of people who watch streaming, okay, we're done here. And there were very important things that were brought up to us,
like that crucifixion scene.
Yeah, I'm like, we had to go back because they cut that out. You really don't want to do that when you're doing something introductory. When you watch Game of Thrones, that screen doesn't go small until they're done telling you everything that you need to know going forward.
For me, it stayed on there. It stayed on there like in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, that sounds like a max.
All of us were watching on our feed. It went away, and we had to go back, and we're like, well, fuck.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's like I wonder if that's a thing like when you're watching on because like when I watched it on my TV and stuff, it went straight into the weeks ahead.
Yeah, I guess there's an option. You can do it, but here's the thing.
Okay.
If you're the storyteller and you're president, you need to disable anything that stops people from missing.
But that's more of the tech team's responsibility.
No. I'm not saying that's on them, but this is all HBO Max. The show is on HBO Max. It's part of DC. Everybody needs to be working in unison to be like, hey, that's some cool shit you might miss. And we went back and watched it, and we're like, well, fuck, that's kind of cool.
And like
Thankfully, the internet
Tell me
exists.
where did this start happening? Okay, I'm on episode 1 now. I'm gonna see what this looks. Okay, like is it like right as they like the show?
It's when
They
it's
compress
leading
it,
into
right?
episode 2. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
wondering
that's
if it's a
frame.
computer thing, because don't you guys stream it off of your computer?
Yeah, that's how we were doing it, and the whole.
That might
again,
be why, because
and-
I don't remember it, because I watched it on my.
You just watch it on Roku, but even still, that's all good. We saw it, but that's something that's like, you know.
No, I get what you're saying. It should be on all formats. It should not be condensed.
Right. That was it. That's just a little thing. We know. That's
No. See, that's the thing. That's what. See, when it comes to people watching on TV, they're not going to notice that. But this is why it's like we have these discussions. Like we notice the little things like that. People might be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy." But at the same time,
Wait.
that notice that shit. There are people that notice that shit.
Can I just throw up my phone for a second? Because I think I saw. Okay. Can you full screen me so they actually can see? Not because it's a very tiny phone. Hi, people. How y'all doing?
Hey, here's Andy. Oh, we see the reflection of your computer a little bit more.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, there.
Was it like this?
Oh, okay. So it made it
asks you to
spinning
skip.
wheel thing. Yeah.
So now just wait out that little timer and see what.
Yeah. See, so then it's like, okay, the next episode's about to play. So then it just immediately goes.
Yeah.
It's starting.
So that's got to be something on the phone and the computer, because you can click that little X to skip that and wait it out.
Yeah.
Whereas on the show, I'm just on my Roku. It's just
because I was Chromecasting from mine, and it didn't do that. It played the teasers and everything and all.
Well, it jumped to us, and like I said, we found out about it because somebody in our chat was watching it like what you guys are watching it, and they started talking about it.
I saw that
people like even people in the chat when I was talking about the scene earlier, they're like, where the fuck was that scene? I saw people online going, I didn't see that scene. It's like, so everybody's like, I didn't see the fucking, the.
So clear the Mac servers need to do some work, but that's not on James Gunn.
And then I pulled it up on the screen for us, and like William thought he told me.
I thought it was some.
Yeah, he thought it was like fan art. Like, this is something like leaked early from like episode 5, and he said, "Brad, get that down before it's like before you get pulled down." And then we went back and watched the end of that and said, hardy har.
It's also marketing for the future rest of the season. So at some level, it got approved.
Yeah, so they gotta. Maybe there's something right there. But Brad,
that's a small thing, and I'm
but it makes sense. It totally makes sense. I get what you're saying. But go ahead, Brad.
Yes, for my thoughts on the show.
Yes.
So
what's your thoughts about Burger King hamburgers?
Don't start it. We'll give you a half hour.
We won't talk from that. Like, not like
they are very good. I will say.
Earlier today. Do you like only
too much mayonnaise?
Like, do you use Grinder? Like what? What other else?
Way too much mustard.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah, creature command.
So going into it, it's interesting because I'm a little bit with Austin on this in that and I don't know if this. Maybe I shouldn't have had this kind of mindset going in. It's like it was a little bit more slapstick than I was expecting it to be in terms of the tone. I don't know if but again, James Gunn's, of course, his tone tends to be, he leads very heavily into humor. So I don't know if I should have been that surprised by it. And I'm not saying that as like a criticism. I'm just saying it's like, I didn't think it would be as slapstick as it was. Overall, I did really like it. The character I definitely latched on the most to was Rick Flag Sr., and a lot of that has to do with I'm just a huge Frank Grillo fan. He just brings a lot of coolness to, at whatever character he's embodying. Whether it's Crossbones in the MCU or now is Rick Flag, and probably really I would say it's like if. As far as like the casting so far of this franchise, he's probably the casting choice that's kind of got me the most intrigued is like Frank Grillo as Rick Flag Sr. He's kind of the character I'm sort of the most intrigued to see where he goes, especially because William and I were talking about, it's like, for you're dealing with the loss of your son, he looks pretty well adjusted to it, to the point where he's like very indiscreet about his, carnal activities. But we think that, okay, that might be kind of a coping mechanism. But overall, I definitely had fun with it. It's and William and I had a pretty spirited discussion and kind of in general about the whole thing about this last night, because we're kind of feeling like at this point, okay, it's like with this franchise. I mean, obviously, there's the baggage leading up to it that we can, always go down the rabbit hole anytime we want to. But, I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I'm like tiptoeing up to the pool here. It's like, this is like, these first 2 episodes.
Not jumping in though.
Yeah, it's like we would want some reassurance there's going to be water in it. Yeah, and you could definitely incentivize me with like, if you put something else on the other side of it, if I agree to swim across. But even all that aside, this is for what the show I think was striving to be, as far as like, it's kind of like what Austin said. It's like, that's the thing that really stood out to me the most, is that, or like the contribution it makes the most, I think, to the franchise is it's not so much as establishing any kind of comprehensive tone. It's that it does make this universe feel very lived in. Because it starts out right off the bat. Sons of Themyscira. The Court of Maltese event.
Even the
Starfish too.
It's a person's vision of Themyscira. It's not really like the necessary like Themyscira. It's just like a reporter's like, is it mythical? Is it real? Like
Yeah.
I have a question because somebody I was talking with, they asked me this, and I was like, it's an interesting question. And I was like, okay. So since right off the bat, they're like, okay, Themyscira already established, already whatever. So do we think that there's already a Diana Prince out there?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm gonna say
absolutely.
Do you think she's like a full realized Wonder Woman, or do you think is she...
that could go either way, I think.
See, I'm thinking that maybe she might not be fully realized, but she is out there. That's my.
We're almost talking like her, like being almost like a myth, kind of like, there's
there you go, something like that.
I would
kind of like the Batman is in Gotham. Not every.
I would just say that like James Gunn has made it clear that like the big guns are more or less already established. Like he makes that pretty clear that they are a thing.
I think Clark is the one who's probably like the freshest out of those three. Kind of like year 2 at this point too.
And given how Batman is probably going to have his kid, he's probably going to be the most established of the 3. Definitely.
That's if they tell the story. Are they going to tell that a linear story, or is he going to go
check it out?
Parts?
Check it out, because like the way that you watch the show, the way things transpire, it is very clear that some characters are already, we're not going to get the origin for them for sure. And like, it's pretty clear which ones we're going to see the early days from, and which ones we're probably going to see later on in their career. And as James said, when certain things get mentioned, or you see certain things from the canon, and that's not just exclusive to the films, but all across comics, animation, whatever.
Right.
Whatever they mention is for sure a thing that has happened canonically with their version of the character. So, for instance, like when it comes to Batman, since we're getting Damian right off the back, that automatically probably means like Nightwing, Batgirl, maybe a Jason Todd.
Tim Drake.
Tim Drake.
Hopefully, I'm hopeful for Tim Drake. I love Tim
Although
Drake.
William is over the moon that it's not going to be Dave Bautista's Bane. I think
a lot of people are pretty happy about that.
We can finally put that to rest.
Yes. Hallelujah.
Even though Dave Bautista already kind of did, but then of course, I think it was Horowitz that
he revealed that in Horowitz.
It was Horowitz,
okay. So he finally was like, it's Dave Bautista, and then he was like, no, I think Dave would want to do so. I mean, like Dave Bautista,
the guy's getting older. Like let him be
55, 50 something. How old is he?
He's like 55, I think. I mean, he's a very ripped 55, but he's still 55.
But he's not huge. He's not the big guy he is before. Now he's more lean. And he even said one of the reasons why he wanted to get more lean is because like when he stands next to other normal actors, he looks like a giant. It's like that's what I've always loved about Dave Bautista. Out of all the wrestlers turned actors, is he's had the most range because he takes it so super serious where he could play these super dramatic roles.
Which Bane would not be, but hey.
No. But I mean, it could be if you depending on how you want to.
Yeah, Bane is supposed to be smart and shit. Like,
the dramatic potential of Bane, William.
Yeah, Bane, really funny. It's funny because like Horowitz asked him outright, like, "Hey, what about that that Bane Deathstroke movie.
He
and,
eluded it.
Gunn evaded it in the best way possible because he just acted like his camera.
I'm driving through a
up.
tunnel. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, he was super coy about it. I'm like, okay, that thing's a fucking that's happening.
Now Horowitz did a good job with that. He even asked about the
Absolutely.
whole the Pattinson thing, and he was just like, Gunn was just like,
Oh, yeah.
I would be an
Wayne loved
idiot
that too.
to not think that. And I'm like, yeah,
To not consider it. Yeah.
there was no way that was never on the table to do
For
that,
about a
because
minute.
one of the biggest things was probably because the money aspect is like, hey, we don't have enough money to do a lot of things here. And that's what I kept hearing from what I was here. It's like, oh yeah, they might bring Pattinson in there because they're not going to have enough money. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense though, if they're kind of doing this. And then again, like anytime, like when James Gunn like goes, hey, let me clarify, this is what I want to do. And when he starts talking about doing, I want to do Elseworlds and I want to have the freedom to that.
And he sounded
Tell
very
these
ecstatic
stories.
with that too.
Yes. And I was like, thank you. And then he even said, yeah,
Superman
we could
Red
do a
Sun.
Red Sun. Yeah, we could do a Red Sun. And I'm like, are you? I was like going, are you? I was like,
Maybe he
mentioned
will
that one
if you guys
project.
tune in for his movie. Then they are your problem. Then maybe you will get some
Yeah.
of those things.
I mean,
I don't know.
What's
I-
even funnier
I
is
don't-
like he mentioned his universe is going to operate more like Star Wars too, and
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that makes total sense because then you could easily get away with period pieces, thereby justifying how a Sergeant Rock movie could happen because it would more than likely be a period piece.
yes.
Yeah.
When it
And
comes
again,
to
it could be a low budget war movie that
Yes.
people don't even know it's a DC movie until they
Right.
fucking
I
see
just
the
thought of
logo
this.
in the beginning.
I just thought
You
this. Imagine if Gunn actually made a trench movie in his.
Oh God, he better. You know what? If he, oh God, that's such a missed opportunity that we didn't get from James Wan, because the trench scene in the first
awesome,
Aquaman
man.
movie was so goddamn good. Like
Yeah,
that shot, that was the best shot
They
of
dive
that
down into the
movie.
ocean, yeah.
Where you see them diving down with the flare, and you see
Yeah.
all the fucking. Oh my God, dude, that's like, it's just such a fucking chef kiss shot. Like one of the best live action comic book movie shots right there.
Oh, yeah.
It just
when
sucks that didn't come to fruition right there. So
When it comes to the Pattinson thing, I think as somebody who's managing something and overseeing something, I think you have to consider everything that you inherit and you walk into. I really don't think that was ever a serious consideration. I think you
I think they
consider it because
threw
it's
it on the table.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever any realistic, and there never should have been.
Probably not.
Yeah, you
They
look at
weren't
it.
close to pulling the trigger on it.
Yeah,
is
I don't
the way
think
to
they
put
were
it.
close to even going to the shed and getting the gun. When you, but
William
when
has
you-
the best analogies on our show, guys. He
Oh
really
no,
does.
I know that's what I love
I
about
mean-
his analogies. I'm like, what are we, old Yellering?
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, in a nice way, he was like, "Hey, Matt, do you think you could fit this into our DCU?" Matt was like, "No," and he's like, "All right."
Yeah, that
That,
sounds
that's
good.
that's about, as long as the 2 seconds that he
Yeah.
used to say that, that's about the only consideration I think it ever got. Now,
That's what I think. Yeah.
when he starts talking about Elseworlds, here's the thing. Even though Zaslav he hasn't made the best decisions on its way to where we are with this guy, he's like Laurel and Hardy and Scooby and Shaggy. Somehow, some way, they found the way to get to and where they needed to be.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
His mind works the way this needs to work.
Yeah, it
His
does.
mind
I
works,
get it.
even if you don't agree with the content and the tone and some stuff, that's fine. His mind works the way this needs to be in order for this to have any legitimate or of success, because he's not thinking about, first of all, that whole one so-and-so at a time bullshit. That's an executive thing. That's not a James Gunn thing. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find out when it comes to the Superman and Lois, that was a Zaslav decision. And I don't think James Gunn had any
No,
Desire to
Gunn
do it.
had nothing to do. And also, like, let's not pretend that the CW wasn't completely innocent. They're moving away from that type of programming, and they were probably, oh, good, great. So
Yeah, it wasn't that caught on the decision to end the CW.
So
It was-
I wish that would go, that perception would go away. Plus, Superman and Lois, probably they spent more money on Superman and Lois than they did on anything that they ever did. And you're talking about, all joking aside, a network that wasn't drawing revenue and a company that was hemorrhaging millions on top of millions. I think that was an executive decision. I think as he goes along and he does get he does get his wins under him, I think he'll have more credibility to diversify things with Elseworlds. Now, there's a caveat though, and this is what I mean when I say I can't jump into the pool yet. And I don't care what anybody tells me until I see somebody come out and say this guy is under lock and key for the next 6-7 years, then I will be rooting for you. I will have my hat on and I'll have the shirt on, but I'm going to be doing it from the safety of my couch. I'm not jumping all the way in this universe until I know that, because I don't want to get, if I don't get Damon Lindelof's Green Lantern, I'm going to be pissed. If I have a bunch of hedge fund people say, you know what, it didn't make this kind of money, we're going to pull a plug, and I end up back where I was 4 or 5 years ago with an empty bag, I'm going to be very angry again. So I want to get excited, but I'm like, I need the corporate people to come out and say, hey, this is our guy for the next 10 years. Now I know
when does his contract renew? It's after Superman.
Sometime after Superman, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a lame duck coach. It's like the coach of the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy's dead man walking without.
Yeah, he is.
So if you're telling me,
you don't have to make it personal, man. Jesus Christ.
No, you're telling me as a consumer that this is our slate. This is what we're doing. Then go ahead and get behind the guy and give him the contract. Because otherwise, if someone else purchases this company, or just his ass off goes off on his golden yacht and a new sheriff comes in town, I know people don't want to believe this. New people do new things, So that's what keeps me. I'm keeping it at arm's length, because like I said, I don't think Superman, regardless of the quality, is going to make a certain amount that might, and like I said, if he lied to them and said, I got $1 billion banger for you, and it makes $400 million, which is 450 should be popping champagne. But if it doesn't make a hedge fund kind of money, then we're starting all over again. That's where I want to hear somebody come out and say, that slate he mentioned 2 years ago, whatever, that shit's going to happen. And this is our guy, signed contract, 7 to 10 years with an option. If you want to have a club option, that's fine. But at least you're not, because like I said, I mean, you have legitimate reason to fear that you may not get anything beyond a certain, couple of movies. That's the only thing right now that's missing from really, let's jump into the pool, let's go out to the arena instead of watching it from the safety of the remote control type of situation. So I think that's
going back to Creature Commandos and not jumping ahead too far, because again, like.
Well, okay. I like Community, but that's low leverage and low risk when you're talking about, the kind of money that you're putting on theatrical stuff, movies, and the type of investment and the borrowed money. All that stuff is big. And when you put all your chips towards the center, now you're telling me, because it starts at the top. If the top doesn't, everybody watching will go.
But also at the same time, if Creature Commandos is doing enough to where it's turning. Right, like I know Brad has his theories and stuff, but where now Brad is more open and other people are more open to this DCU because Creature Commandos has showed how much it's lived in and how much like possibility there is, even with that little flash of everybody dead and all that type of thing. It's like,
oh, we will be talking about that tomorrow night.
Yeah,
and so I think if it can do things like that. That's a pretty big accomplishment.
It needs to do it on
that's a good point.
I believe in James Gunn. I don't believe in Warner Brothers.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's
fair.
That is fair.
Luckily, it's not really a lot of Warner Brothers involved. That's what I think.
It will be if
I mean, of course, there's always going to be a little bit.
Like they've been lied to and told it will roll. There'll be a lot more Warner Brothers than you.
Oh no, and James Gunn's really good at fluffing and selling that whole thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's us, it's DC Studios.
Good at fluffing.
But at the same time, it's like there is a little bit of like, okay, James, yeah, I understand that you are the own studio and you are making most of the decisions and stuff, and that's great. But you can't tell me that there's one little fucking red phone right over here that is ringing every now and again to be like, hey, it's like, yeah. I mean, but I like it that he, like, especially when it comes to like when he debunked the whole pressure on the trailer thing and all the stuff like that, and he was like, well, I mean, if he's talking about a studio, it's us and blah blah blah, but at the same time, it's like, well, yeah, and it's good that he does that because he's trying to be like, hey, we are really trying to be our own thing, which is what DC needed. They should have had this already established a while ago.
Yeah.
If they can be their own thing more than Marvel is, I think that's the biggest. That's the biggest like separation already. Like we're starting with Creature Commandos, an R-rated kind of like in your face type show, and then we're going to go to Superman, which he said already is a more family friendly type film, and then other things
Relatively serious, which was kind of funny when he said that. I was like, ooh,
yeah. So
relatively serious.
What a Zack Snyder ripoff!
so I think if you can start that way of going like we are so separated from Warner Brothers, our studio, where we can do whatever we want. We're not afraid of a rating or afraid of this or that. Like we can go there as long as it fits within our universe.
I think the big difference this time around is there is no, Toby Emmerich, Kevin Sugihara.
There's not those suits.
There's not these dipshits who have never made a movie or a project in their lifetime. They just fucking bankroll the thing.
Don't even know what a comic book is.
Who had their grandkids watching and then give
the only suit.
Sure.
The only suit that they have is Peter Safran, and they're like, you are handling the suit type of stuff, and James Gunn's handling the creative stuff.
Right.
And hopefully, and that's the thing that I liked. I was like, oh wow. Like when it was announced, I was like, this is what works. You have a creative director who knows comic books big time. He knows comic books. And then you're like, I still go, Peter Safran, I don't fully trust him because he's part of the old regime.
Well, he's got that, his
we've seen
you still need a producer. Even on any movie, you need somebody going like, stay on budget, do this. Yeah, exactly.
Keep him at bay. Keep him doing what he needs to do and not doing the creative shit. I hope that James Gunn, if Peter Safran goes, what if, and James Gunn goes, no. This is what I do. Okay, you handle all that. You're like, I'll take your suggestion in, but no.
I mean,
you stay over there.
He kind of shed some light on this when he was talking to Horowitz, because Horowitz was like, in the event that, in the event that Kevin Feige ever went, hey, I'm stepping down, would you want my job? And James Gunn, to his credit, was like,
no.
I would consider it, but no, I don't want his job, because what he does is part of what Peter does. Yeah. And I don't want to fucking do that. And so he talked about how, like, when he was presented with the DC gig, and he was like, no, I don't want to do this all by myself. And then it kind of formed into, well, what if it was me and Peter? And Peter handles that aspect of it. I handle this aspect of it. And honestly, that kind of gives DC a bit of an edge over Marvel at this point, because we've seen lately how stretched thin Kevin Feige has become overseeing all of this shit. Look at Secret Invasion, for crying out loud.
Why do you think he wears a hat all the time?
He has to fight with the studio. He has to check on these productions.
I don't even think it's much of a fight, dude. He's like, he had to deal with volume. There's a lot of volume, but also he had to deal with kind of what Warner Brothers had to deal with, in that he was dealing with one Bob. Now he's dealing with the other Bob, but he dealt with Chapek. Now he's dealing with Bob Iger, and Bob Iger's like, well, fuck, dude, we're in a bit of a different situation than we were.
But I also think Iger trusts him a lot more than Chapek, and gives him the room of like, okay.
If that were the case, he wouldn't have told Kevin, you got to dial back your volume, Chief.
Yeah.
Yes, he does, but also I think that wasn't the
look. There's no mistaking that, like, they have a clearly much better relationship working with each other. But at the same time, to William's point about David Zaslav stepping out, Bob Iger's out at the end of next year. Sure, he will choose his successor by the end of 25.
And I agree. Like
that is going to fundamentally probably change how Marvel operates post Secret Wars.
Hopefully.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Wasn't the directive of more a Chapek directive? Like,
no.
We're going to do the Disney Plus thing.
The directive, and this is why Chapek, he's a bit of an ass, but he kind of got fucked in the perception of this. They all agreed on that volume. They all agreed on that volume. And I think Chapek did certain things that didn't endear him to people, because he was a Parks and Rec guy, and that's where Disney made their money, and he treated it that way. His personality didn't endear him, but that resolution of them, because they wanted the volume to go through Disney, the Disney Plus and everything else. So that was it. And Iger was a big part of that. He handpicked Chapek as his successor.
Right. And then the board was like, yeah, cool, whatever. Not even realizing the ramifications of what could happen in, say, the event of a pandemic, which we saw what happened.
Yeah. Right. So Chapek, and then the way they fired Chapek, somebody needs to go to hell for that. That's kind of fucked up. That's messed up. But like I said, when it comes to with James Gunn, everything, when you have a comic book fan, and I know these guys are really cool people, when you have a comic book fan who's grown up with it and understands, he's a Generation Xer who probably, if I had ever got asked a question, did you like what happened after Crisis? I bet you anything. I bet you all the money in my pocket said no, because most people of that era hated Crisis because of what it did. And when you look at guys who think like that, everything's on the table. When you hear people talking about Elseworlds, that's because he grew up as a kid. He grew up picking up Elseworlds like me off the shelf. Mm-hmm. So he understands and appreciates that type of freedom that it not only gives you on your core, which is your DCU, but it gives you the freedom in other aspects, also business-wise. Like I've always said, you are going to inevitably have somebody, a big name somebody, who probably got a couple of Oscar statues somewhere, coming in with their script saying, I want to do this character, but I don't necessarily want to connect it to your thing. It's going to be somebody you can't say no to. Yep. And if you have Elseworlds, you can say, yep, let's do it.
He's already got two of those people with Luca and James Mangold, if they wanted to say that with their Sergeant Rock and Swamp Thing film.
Swamp Thing is already
going to be a part of it.
Yeah, which I think they are going to be a part of it and stuff. But to your point, those are those Oscar-winning filmmakers and creatives that are going,
Yeah, so like if you get somebody with the caliber of Mangold and Luca, it's like if they had a story,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, they could do their own separate Elseworld story without having to compromise. And see, 5 years ago we weren't there.
No,
5 years
ago, we weren't.
We like I said, the one universe at a time thing really bent Warner Brothers and DC over. They really fucked themselves in that respect because they killed what makes DC special. DC's diversity and different angles of storytelling is what always made it special. That's why Crisis was stupid, because you took away those angles for no reason. And there's this every now and then, every 5 or 10 years, somebody gets in charge of DC, hope it never happens again. And they think the people who read DC comics and watch DC content are stupid. I was 12 years old. I didn't need you to explain all the multiverse to me when you did Crisis. I didn't need that, and I think that when you have a comic book guy in there who grew up reading this, he knows how we think and he projects it. And I think that's why he wasn't just hanging out in Savannah in that comic book store. That guy was probably the guy that would have been in my local comic book store years ago and sitting all day talking about comics.
He was downtown. I didn't get the chance to see him that day. I asked him like, "Hey, what's cooking with your franchise, man?" It's like he's right in town with me.
He probably ran away, but I don't have time for this right now.
I like how you're frozen right now, Brad. You look like you're like very deep in thought. Yeah.
Yeah, my computer's been wonky lately. I got
it's kind of like even what we said last week, where it's like I feel like Gunn is more of he's the every comic guy. He liked everything. He read everything.
I brought up that one thing. I was like, hey, let's face it, guys. Like, I was like, I had a thought. I was like, when people talk about Zach and James, I'm like, well, James knows more about the comics than Zach. Zach
has a niche. He likes his adult hardcore
stories and the way that he brings them to the screen. I love that, and that's my choice of like who like the way that he's done it. But like if you're talking about a vast knowledge of comic books, even Zach would be like, oh yeah, James knows way more than fucking me, which is like,
You're saying that Zach knows less than James Gunn?
Oh, dude, I said that last week. I said that last week.
I cannot believe
I said that last week. You should see like some of the comments under, because I clipped it out in the video. Oh, there's some angry people in there.
No.
I had some people I had some people that actually messaged me like, dude, you nailed it. Yeah, I'm like, it's an obvious thing where even Zach would say that. Zach's not going to be sitting there going, I'm the big comic book expert. No,
Zach has a lot on the list of us.
He's a different kind of film. He's a different kind of artist. Okay. The fact
that's not to diminish Zach in any way. Like to be honest,
one of my favorite directors.
I loved the way that he explained it on Joe Rogan, where he was like, for me, it was different, like growing up and seeing like everybody else lean towards this, and I was like, I wanted the more adult stuff at a young age, and so that's just what he leaned to.
Frank Miller, he's more the Frank Miller. Like even with the Horowitz interview, they brought up Watchmen, and James Gunn kind of was like, I like it, but you could totally tell it's not his style. He's like, I'm not gonna try to attempt Watchmen. that's not my bag.
Also, you
Maybe I
know
could
that
try to
anything
attempt
else
it.
he would have said would have become like a clickhead headline article, and he's
I
just
think,
kind of
yeah, I think he
I'm not doing this today.
kind of was like,
It's kind of funny. James Gunn's response was almost kind of like, look, I love Alan Moore. I have a lot of respect for Alan Moore and what he's done with the comics. Alan Moore, I'm not going to lie, has also said a lot of outlandish shit.
He's douchey, but that's
he's not God in his words.
I get it.
And so like Alan is very, very vocal about I don't like my stuff being adapted.
Well, even Zach had a fight with him a little bit,
Right.
It wasn't easy even for because that's why they decided to change the ending and they're not going to have the big squid when it came to Watchmen. I think Zach's ending maybe works a little better.
That was the right choice because you only had 2 hours to tell that story. You needed 9 episodes in the show to tell the story of all that.
Yeah.
In Zach's film, it works perfectly. I think any complaints about it.
The giant squid would not have translated
without being able to explain it like they did in the HBO show. That the right decision was made for each interpretation. And if you want anything Watchmen, just talk to Dave Gibbons. He's more than happy to lend his expertise because
I think what we've gotten from Watchmen, both the film, the series, those out of respect for Alan Moore, I get James Gunn's answer. Like, I wouldn't want to touch any of his stuff.
He's like, nah,
I'm quite honest. Like,
he's all, hey, I like the show. It's fine. It's just like, I mean, I know some people are like, who didn't mention Zach? I'm like, maybe he just didn't think about it because, that came out in 2020.
I think if we're being honest, like, Zach's Watchmen is the definitive.
Oh, yeah. And it would have been awesome if James Gunn did say like, what Zach did was fantastic, But I think maybe he just had a brain fart just trying to answer the initial question and he just didn't really think about it. That's what I hope, It's like, but of course,
I think it felt like he was kind of like Alan Moore.
He
like
did.
Does not like his stuff being adapted. Like, I like you, but no, I wouldn't touch your stuff. I don't want to mess with you.
It doesn't matter who it is. Like Alan Moore is never going to appreciate anyone adapting any of his shit.
Exactly.
Because he's definitely he's one of those people who's like, my shit doesn't stink and whoever else takes it over, their shit will stink no matter what. It's just like, bro, you're an old man who looks like a fucking wizard in Harry Potter. Like chill.
Like the wizard in Harry Potter.
And it was so funny because I loved Zach's interview with Alan. I really and you can even tell like Zach is trying so hard to be like, man, I'm not trying to piss you off. I respect you so much. I love you and all that.
Kudos for Zach for doing that. Jesus Christ.
But Alan
interviewed Alan Moore.
No, it was Frank Miller.
Yeah. Oh, Frank Miller.
Yeah, I was going to say he interviewed Frank Miller. I don't recall him interviewing Alan
Moore.
Alan Moore like flat out told Damon Lindelof, "Fuck off." Like I don't want to see your.
There's no way that Alan Moore would get interviewed.
That sounds like a very healthy.
Even Miller is kind of the same way, where he's kind of like a little off-putting inside, and Zach is like, "Look, I'm just trying to respect, But Moore is just, I agree. He's just kind of like
Frank Miller's a bit of a hard ass.
Frank Miller is weird, but he's not.
It makes you wonder.
I love. He's not. No.
The GOAT. Frank Miller.
I love Frank.
Took the darkest characters in both Marvel and DC and gave them fucking adult stories. That's how bad.
I agree.
It makes you wonder, like, too. If Swamp Thing is gonna Are they intending that to draw any of from any of Alan Moore's work on it? Or are they going to stay like, okay, maybe we should kind of keep our distance on that?
Oh no, I think it's going to be Alan Moore.
Yeah,
you think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at what he's put forth. It's from you can look at this guy's influence and tell where and when he was reading and what he appreciates. And if you're gonna do Swamp Thing, the Alan Moore, and then later on into the Vertigo years and things like that, same thing with that whole universe. I completely expect him to be a direct reflection of what went on in Vertigo, which is great.
Yeah.
So like I said, looking forward to it. I can't wait till, like I said, I know this is all going to actually, knock on wood, happen, because I'm like Damon Lindelof's Green Lantern. I'll lie. I'll tell whatever you want me to say about Superman being a great movie, whether I like it or not. If that's what I got to do to get to Lanterns, what do you want me to? What do you want me to say?
Well, if Lanterns doesn't happen, I would be, because isn't Lantern's expected to start shooting before Superman?
No, next month before Superman comes out. Yeah.
So
when before Superman comes out in theaters.
They're start shooting at the beginning of next year.
Yeah, they're starting next month.
Yeah. So
it's like
if that were to
Supergirl
happen,
and Lanterns are shooting basically at the same time. Yeah.
right. So if that were to happen, Zaslav would have to cancel already filmed projects
And
again.
I don't think they're going to do
Yeah,
that.
which
I don't
is
think they're gonna do
that's kind of like that's very ominous when
Yeah,
you
we're saying that as if
refer to him with that.
No, let's not put that out there.
That's
Yeah,
what
well,
I'm saying.
We do have a question from Buster Barnes right here, and thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Tim maybe leading the Teen Titans? I think we brought that up in a discussion, maybe Tim Drake, as opposed,
Oh, as far as Brave and the Bold goes?
No, Teen
As far as the
Titans.
Teen Titans project.
Because apparently there's going to be,
The
Teen
rumor
Titans.
is that there's a Teen Titans film in the works.
So it's
The
not gonna
Hollywood
be
Reporter reported that the same writer who wrote Supergirl is writing a Teen Titans movie. That's not been a 100% confirmed. Same deal with the Sergeant Rock film not being 100% happening either. Like
It was more of a fact that they announced it too early, and they're likely happening, but it was just
I hear it on the DC podcast.
if they are happening, they're probably not happening for a few years.
I would think the fact that Gunn hasn't said no and then has hinted that there are projects in the works that haven't been announced from him yet.
Okay.
That there's
Let's also
possibly
put this into
some things.
perspective. You all saw which member of the Teen Titans was in that promotional image. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, and to add to that too, he's also been very emphatic about not to cast necessarily doubt on the veracity of the report, the reporting of the Teen Titans project, but Gunn has at multiple points stated, if you're not hearing it from me, don't take it as gospel.
Right.
Which is
Sure, but he's also said that of the trades, the most credible ones are Hollywood Reporter, Variety, and Deadline. So
if it's so untrue, he'll call it out.
Not only that,
it does damage to have that out there like that. So once again, though, like I said, how much of him not being able to commit, and plan out certain things beyond a certain level is the contract situation. Because, like I said, it is we people say it, even if it's a slim possibility, we are literally here talking about the replacements of people who I was told for years would never get bounced. I was told Hamada was God and he was going to be at the head of DC, whatever. And I was saying in the same breath, no, new sheriff is going to come.
I would have loved to have been a fly on that wall.
I don't know who told you that, but they're fucking delusional.
I would have loved to have been a fly on that wall.
I was on
when that man
Enoch
was trying
and
to
every
keep his
network.
job.
People were telling me that he's doing a great job and Imrak's going to stay around. I'm like, have you ever heard of how merger works?
Oh, I remember. I mean, there was like so many times there was like, oh yeah, this person. I mean, every time it was like this person's gonna, restore and save. And it was just, I remember just always being hesitant ever since but Hamada, I mean, Jesus Christ, even hearing from, certain somebody himself. Jesus Christ.
I remember like
Tucker. Sorry.
I remember when Sarnoff was let go. I forget who it was. The report. It was Hollywood. It was one of the trades reported, but they described it like Sarnoff is all. It was phrased some way like Sarnoff is, or the layoffs are expected to include CEO Ann Sarnoff, who registered little impact during her tenure. I'm like,
and with a plan, and with a plan.
Every one of those guys was gone. Everyone, as soon as Zaslav, as soon as Dr. Pimple Popper took over, every one of those guys was gone.
Doctor, wait, no, rewind. Doctor Who?
That's one of his.
Yes, because he was the CEO of Discovery and all those types of shows. Absolutely,
very proud of that show, and that show is disgusting to watch today. But as soon as he was announced that there was going to be a merger, every one of those guys was gone, and everybody was telling me, no, that's not going to happen. They're just not going to blow it. People who sit behind keyboards always think that somebody new won't blow shit up. That is a fucking fantasy. The next guy always thinks he can do better than the guy he's taking over for. Now, what I'm hoping is that there's something in place that if something happens, that his contract would hold up against.
That keeps Gunn on his trajectory.
Yeah, because otherwise, there's no guarantee I'm getting any of this stuff that I'm kind of excited about. Paradise Lost, kind of excited about Lanterns, and even if I get the beginnings of Lanterns, I don't. That's even worse because if I like it and I don't get no more. You're hot.
William with Lanterns is like Beetlejuice saying, "I'll eat anything you want me to eat. I'll swallow anything you want me to swallow. Come on down. I'll chew on a dog.
You'll swallow anything."
And then Paradise Lost, and there's a lot of things out here to get. But I graduated from DC University, and I've learned from that my diploma. Yeah, I've learned don't trust shit until there's shit to trust. And I hate to be that way, but we are here because of what happened.
Do you hate to be that way, though, William?
No, I do, because you know what? As a comic book guy by nature, even though we like having these discussions, I like having fun too, and I like having fun on solid
There it
ground.
is.
We just haven't had solid ground to have that kind of fun on. We kind of have to take it, a little bit by little bit, and then people kind of lie to themselves and say everything is going to be okay. But like I said, you are not. History is a prologue. You really have to understand the business of this, and that not everybody thinks like us. And then there are people who are disconnected from these comic book IPs who have their golf carts out there, and they're like, "Oh wow, this didn't do what David Zaslav told us it would do," And then how they get, and they start to panic and all that. So if there's a contract in place, they can panic all they want to. If he has a locked ironclad contract for this amount of window of time, then I know for a fact that these things are going to happen.
Yeah, I think what's happening right now is I really hope when it came to negotiations, it was and it seems like what was happening is all right, James Gunn, you're gonna you want to take this job, we're gonna establish, and he's just okay, so maybe there was just a lot of things that were happening where it's okay, in order for this job to happen, you need to establish that there needs to be a sanction, an actual studio where we do, if you're gonna trust me with this, but I don't want to do the fucking other shit. I don't want to do like we were talking about. Kevin Feige does so many things. So, yeah, there's all that stuff. But and I think it's a good thing. But at the same time, let's go back to the initial question. Do we think Tim is going to be leading the Teen Titans? We kind of veered off a little bit there, so I'm bringing it back. So should it be a Tim Drake? Should it be? It's not going to be Dick Grayson, right? Obviously not. No. If it's going to be
unless Teen is a period where we see the first version of the team, then I don't think it's either going to be Tim or Fireman.
I would like to see Tim Drake, because Tim Drake hasn't gotten any live action.
Titans season 3 and 4.
Asterisk, he hasn't gotten any good live action.
Hey, you know what? That's a guilty pleasure of mine. I enjoyed that show, and I know I'm in the minority, but
let me put a double asterisk to that. Great actor, horrible material.
I would say this. I think there's an opportunity here to kind of do the thing where, okay, we know in the comics Dick Grayson leads the Teen Titans and all that type of stuff, but let's, surprise the audience, the people that know the comics and other people. I think Tim Drake is a great fit for the Teen Titans and stuff. I think he fits very well into the Dick Grayson kind of role for that before he becomes Nightwing.
Yeah.
Let Dick Grayson be Nightwing already.
Yes.
And those types of things, and kind of, again, this is I think a good chance to, right, you don't want to do everything to the comics because you still want to surprise us, the comic book readers, and things like that. So you do things like this where, Tim Drake is the leader, and Dick Grayson is doing his thing as Nightwing and Bloodhaven and all those types of things. I think that's a good kind of balance of we're going to surprise the people who know this, we're going to give something new to people who don't, and it's still going to be very much the Teen Titans that you know and love. As far as those early personalities of Dick and Tim, that works very, very well. As for having Starfire, Cyborg, Beast Boy, and the rest of those guys in the Teen Titans, I think I love that idea of having Tim.
No, I think it would be good. I remember when I got to know Tim Drake, I remember just going with my mom in the grocery store. This is back in the early 90s. And I remember seeing a Robin comic on the fucking, you remember the turnstile fucking, comic book rack that they used to have. And,
right.
And I remember just going through and looking, and I was like, Robin. And I was going, wait, is that what the fuck? And I'm like, Mom, I got to get that.
Yeah.
And it was like when Tim Drake's Robin had his own run. And I think it was the first issue. Maybe it could have been, it might have been, oh no, it was issue 3, I believe. And I just saw it. I was like, oh, and then I collected it. I was like, oh, I didn't know. I was like, I had no idea. I remember there was I remember hearing about reading about when collecting some books where it was just like, oh yeah, there was another Robin after Dick Grayson, but I was like, this is a third Robin? What? And I had I continued reading the story, and I'm like, okay, I actually like the Tim Drake Robin. And then of course, when he got introduced into the animated series in the new Batman Adventures, wasn't quite the same Tim Drake. they essentially combined Jason
Todd with Tim Drake's name.
Yeah, they combined it where it was like, oh, it's Jason Todd who's like, got the deadbeat dad and and all this stuff. So they combined it because obviously, and Scott and I talked about this. We talked about it on here too. Like they're not going to do with a kid friendly show. They're not going to do the Jason Todd story where eventually he gets beaten to a pulp by the Joker. But it's like, so they had to do something where they comboed it, which was like, all right, that's cool. But I just always liked Tim Drake because of how smart he was, and how I think that was always. And I actually like that idea of possibly if they do the Teen Titans movie that it would be a Tim Drake leading it. Yeah.
And I think that's a great development for Tim Drake too, because like, again, you have Dick going from, I guess in the comics, it's Dick, from Robin to Teen to Nightwing, where here you can kind of have him just go straight to Nightwing, have that relationship with him and Bruce where it's like, they kind of like each other, they kind of don't, they work together sometimes, they don't, and then Tim just be the Robin that leaves and goes and leads the Teen Titans. I think that makes a lot of sense cinematically.
Yeah, definitely could. But what I wanted to do also, get your guys' opinion on, moving on when it comes to.
Can I just add, like,
yeah,
Tim is my favorite character in DC outside of Batman. Like I have.
He's
Chris
a great character.
He's fantastic. Like
he literally figured out who Batman is.
Right, because of because he was there that night Dick Grayson's parents died. He was in the crowd. Like I have an extensive knowledge on Tim Drake. Like I have the whole Red Robin run before New 52. I have New Teen Titans. I have like everything Tim Drake has been through. I pretty much know about for the most part.
So Tim has been on the Teen Titans.
Yes. Tim was a leader.
See, I didn't know that.
So he was
a leader. Yeah,
I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
This is nothing new to me. Like he's no offense. Like I just
yeah.
Like he's a great character. Dick Grayson has even outright said like if anyone deserves to be Batman, if Bruce were to ever retire, it's probably Tim. He's going to be the best one of us. Tim Drake is without a doubt like one of the most underutilized characters in DC. And I hope to God I hope to God James Gunn uses him in some capacity. That'd be great.
Sweet.
It'd be great. And like it would make sense to have Tim be a leader of an incarnation of Titans, because if Dick is Nightwing, he's probably maybe operating in Bloodhaven. He has like either a relationship with Barber or Starfire. It doesn't really matter which. At least in my opinion, it doesn't really matter. But if you have like a team of Titans where it's I think it's a little too early for Superboy, especially Connor Kent, because Lex Luthor would have to get like a DNA of Corn's like Superman. You're introducing Supergirl, who is a younger Kryptonian, like she's Superman's younger cousin. You could maybe see her on the team. It's also allegedly being written by the same person. I could almost guarantee you maybe Raven, maybe Beast Boy. Cyborg is a possibility. Wonder Girl is also a possibility, be it Cassie Sandsmark or Donna Troy. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I could see Tim being leader of the Titans if Damian Wayne comes in the picture and Bruce is like, okay, I need to take him under my wing because this kind of needs to happen. Like, look at how brainwashed this child is, and Tim probably has the fortitude to be like, okay, fine, you train him in Gotham, I'll tag along with the Titans and fucking we'll do our own thing separately. But if you need me, I'm a phone call away, Bruce. Like I'll be there, straight up. And it's 100%. Like it's a very easy thing to do. It's just a matter of will they do it? I don't know. And I would love to see Tim Drake be a part of it. But then that also brings up the idea of like, well, if Tim Drake's here, is Jason Todd here? Because you kind of need Jason Todd to get to Tim Drake.
Well, if they're doing the Brave and the Bold, I mean, you would assume that, all of them are around to a certain extent and stuff. And so I would hope.
I'm operating under the assumption that they're all pretty much there, be it Barbara and Cassie, Cassandra Cain, and of course Stephanie Brown. Like I would imagine they're all three probably there. And then of course on the Robin side, you've got, Dick, Jason, Tim, Damian. Somehow if they worked in fucking Carrie Kelly, I'd be shocked. I don't see that happening though.
That'd be hard. I mean, goddamn. I mean, there was like probably a month and a half ago, Scott and I talked on DC Fanimated. Mm-hmm. There was that great episode called "The Legends of the Dark Knight."
Yep.
Yeah, dude, such a great episode because man, does it just take the mythology of Batman and just kind of just lump it into a 22-minute episode where you have these kids who are essentially just, you have Carrie, you have little Timmy, you have, or not little Timmy, little Dickie or something like that. I don't know. But I forgot what the kids' names were, but you had all the kids that were essentially like the Robins that were not Dick Grayson. It was like, it was little, didn't they have like little Timmy or
so in Cape Crusader, it's in the Nocturna episode. There's an orphanage of kids at the carnival that Nocturna is a part of.
Maybe that's what I'm getting it also meshed with. Yeah,
it's little Dickie, Jason,
that's what I was getting it meshed with.
Tim, and Carrie. Like all four of them are present. I think maybe even Stephanie might be there too.
Yeah, but Stephanie is in there. So that's what. So I'm thinking of 2 episodes of 2 different series.
You're not wrong, because in Legends of the Dark Knight, Carrie is one of the 3 kids that they're all telling different versions of Batman
stories.
The younger kid, I think Jack, is like, yeah, my dad was a security guard. Then you get the Dick Sprang version of Batman, and then Carrie's like, well, no, I heard Batman's older and Robin's a girl.
Yeah.
So
then you get the Dark Knight version. So you get the both extremes. And then I love it. Like in that episode, they come across somebody named Joel.
Yeah.
As in it's Joel.
Shut up, Joel.
And Joel's like, I heard that the Batmobile can go up walls. And it's like
in front of a shoemaker shop.
It is in front of a shoemaker shop.
Yes. It's a great little episode, but it's just like one of those. But yeah, I combined. Because I was like, wait a minute, weren't they all named? I was like, no, that was that episode of Cape Crusader when it came to the carnival and all that. Yeah, that was a good episode. Yeah, it was all like the different, like essentially all the different Robins. They had Steffi, they had Carrie, they had Dickie, and stuff like that.
Like outside of the animated series and Young Justice, Tim Drake has not had hardly
he needs his due.
And Titans. Outside of those 3 projects, Tim Drake has had hardly any presence. He's also been in this Choose Your Own Adventure Death of the Family thing they redid and released in 2020. It's an animated feature that kind of takes place like around the events of Red Hood and after Under the Red Hood. But the shit part is they couldn't get Jensen Ackles back to play Red Hood. They got, I think, Matthew Valencia, who played the younger version of Jason Todd. But there is a version of Tim in there. It was very distracting. But like, there's this like choose your own adventure based on like, certain decisions happening, and you get a bunch of different scenarios. Like they got John DiMaggio back to play the Joker, but they did the one thing that I had a problem with was like the fact that they could not get Jensen Ackles back to play Red Hood, probably because he was busy. But it's whatever.
Yeah, he's doing stuff.
But yeah.
No.
Long story short, like yes, I would love to see Tim be the.
Yeah. Going back to Buster Barnes' question, in which it was a good question because we veered off and we brought it back, but yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of just have a special love for Tim, and he needs his due.
Tim is the best Robin.
You know what? He's my favorite. I mean, like I said, I collected those books when they started coming out in the early '90s. His solo books, And I always liked how smart he was, and the fact that he figured out who Batman was.
I think it's in Robin 2. He has a story where he even goes at it with the Joker. The story is called Joker's Wild, and it's like it's Tim's first.
I think I remember that
Robin.
one. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So Tim should get his due, but
yes, he should.
Man. So many, I know that somebody just said there's so many Robins. Yes, there is. There definitely is. But hey,
Batman has a problem.
He sees himself in these orphans.
No, but since apparently for some reason we're not allowed to like Titans here. One credit I will give about Titans is that's where you see a display of almost the same night as Jason is dead. He's already looking at new recruits. That's what we see like the other.
Well, the problem with Titans is they just could never stick the landing on ending a season.
I don't know. Season 3 probably had the most solid ending of any season, but that's.
I mean, I love Titans from start to finish. That's I guess it's just a matter of taste.
Titans was solid, but it just felt like it was building up, but then it was like, that's okay.
There were some very questionable creative decisions going on in that show.
Sometimes, when it came to that, but for the most part, solid series it was. Especially, the first season. But then at the same time, it's like, it's leading up to, now Batman and Robin are fighting? Huh?
And season 2 is like, Deathstroke. And then the end of it, you're like, Oh, that was
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just kind of one of those things where it's just like, what could he do? What could he do? But hey, David Ayer's been vocal lately.
And he made
Yes,
it to the
he
trades
has.
today. That made it into the trades today.
Yeah, I know. I saw THR posting an article, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So so when it comes to this, I brought this up in the beginning, and I'm like, I'm all about this and all about Ayer's cut and everything like that. The timing, though, how are we feeling about the timing of all this?
Is this a thing on Twitter?
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
on Twitter because he's putting out the storyboards and
Well,
images.
Yeah, have you not seen it?
I wouldn't know.
He's not on
Oh,
Twitter,
okay.
Dave.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's why I asked. I was like,
I'll bring up
did he
we'll
do this
bring
on Twitter? Because if he did, I didn't see
Yeah,
it.
this is
Okay.
X
We'll
or
bring it
whatever
up
the hell we're
because,
calling it now.
yeah, I'll bring up like all. I mean, he's been posting a lot of things.
It's actually because I think there was because I had seen like a lot of the some of the coordination for like a trending event today.
Yeah, wasn't there an event or something that happened?
Yeah, there was a release the Ayer Cut thing, and I know there originally. My understanding was originally it was supposed to be on the 5th, like and then there was some talk about.
I wonder why.
Then there was talk about let's bump this back a day because Gunn and Ayer, they actually are on good terms. So let's not let's not try to like create bad blood between them.
All right. So, I mean, one of the first things, I mean, he was posting things before, but I thought it was maybe for his new movie, but maybe
He was posting. He's been posting a lot, and people got on him for posting the vault at or at some studio, and they were like, "Oh, are you gonna do?" And he's like, "I thought it was cool, so like chill, people." Like,
but this
That's
was
neat.
like one of the things that he posted at first
That's a fan
when it came to
That's
that.
pretty cool.
He posted this shot right here, and it was kind of funny because it says 2025 HBO Max
That's a
on
fan
this right
poster.
here. But yeah, he said, "I hope my
That's cool.
real film can be shared one day. I appreciate the continued support and interest." So we had that, and then of course he posted this behind the scenes shot right here, which is a really cool
I'm just
shot.
gonna hurt you really, really bad.
Yeah. So posting this scene right here, and it's just like, I mean,
Is Polka Dot Man in the Ayer Cut? Because it looks
I
like
know, right, right there, he kind of looks like it. So that's a cool behind the scenes shot. And then he posted this footage shot of Diablo right here.
Yep.
That just kind of showing like the fact that I think El Diablo's story got really effed up. Got cut up to a motherfucker. So
well, you
that
can
was
you
cool.
can
And then
see
he
that kind of
posted
in the
this. Haven't we already seen this shot?
yeah this
Yeah,
one we've
that's
seen.
old.
It's just more kind of like, hey, here's just more me talking
Yeah,
about
like
the movie.
I mean,
But,
can we really blame him for like taking a note out of the Snyder Handbook, like posting
They
these
have to
types
do it
of
on the
images
5th.
and these types of
They
things?
have to
Like,
do on the 5th. That's my biggest problem with it.
okay, but and this is where I will say, like, he does not coordinate those events. Those are those Twitter people. They come up with those
He
things.
need to participate in them, but by doing so, he's enabling people who are like, wanting to rub it in their face.
But absolutely, if there's an event going on and you're seeing your film being trending and stuff, you probably want to say something.
there was a coordination that happened. I think there's just like when it comes to fans, they coordinate it on the day of.
The fans do, not David.
And I think like they were like, hey, let's post it when Creature Commandos post. And I think Dave Ayer was like looking at it like, all right, I'm down, and he was looking at it in a different spot. I don't think that there's any kind of beef that he's trying to create. I'm hoping not. But at the same time, who knows?
He's still going to tweet about Creature Commandos the same. I mean, guys, I know, I realize this is happening today, but hey, like go support this. I'm not trying, but again, he didn't say anything. So,
but he didn't say anything about Creature Commandos.
I actually kind of thought because he just really kind of went to town with these. That kind of maybe get my hopes up a little bit. They're like, oh, have they maybe struck an agreement behind the scenes we know about?
I don't think that's actually the case.
I don't think that now, but I thought that when he like.
I think it's a little bit of a mismanaged campaign that.
A little.
Yeah. So we got some of these two right here, which are cool little like cards right here, I guess you could say. And then I don't really like this group shot right here. I think it's too photoshoppy. I
did see that on Threads. I saw that post.
I saw this. Somebody posted this. And then but I don't really like. It's just too. I don't know. I don't like it. It's too flashy. I don't
I mean,
mind
look,
the individual like shots, cool. But that whole thing right there, I'm like, this is too flashy, too much, way too much right there. But it's something we haven't seen, which is.
I mean,
fine.
look, David has said himself that look
at that. So
that's cool.
Wow.
The back tattoo.
Back tattoo. She had a full on back tattoo.
Oh, by the way, if you hadn't seen the DC Films News account actually put out some
the
behind the scenes footage of like them filming like the Batman Joker car chase or something.
No, it was
funny
like,
because the Joker in All-Star Batman and Robin has an exact tattoo just like that.
Inmates
Katana had.
looking at incoming
funny.
aircraft will be shot. So that's from the set. Then and then like we got another Joker shirt. This was like a running little costume design, which I'm glad they went with what they already had. This was just like one of those that they're like, hey, let's put the Joker's face on it. No, that looks weird. But that's what you do.
I mean, he said he's on good terms with Gunn, and that when the time is right, and stuff.
I hope so. I worry a little bit about the timing because it can be bad optics a little.
Like
bit.
You said, I think the best possibility is that at the 10-year, 2026, you've got the DCU already established. Superman, Supergirl, all these things will be coming out, all this type of stuff. You don't want to do it now where there's this in between where we're just starting,
Yeah, well, actually, to that point also, because it kind of goes back to what I'd said earlier, and you mentioned about it's like but what both William and I said. We talked about this on our show the other night. We mentioned, we're kind of where it's like we're tiptoeing up to the pool. And I kind of teased this before, and we're gonna be breaking this down on the Saturday show. I did have a feature on one of my outlets, or Fortress for Solitude, that was kind of predicated on like somewhere my head has been at on this, and that was before I saw Creature Commandos. But it was a bit of a light bulb moment that I had. That's like, oh, okay, what if this is what he's doing? And I won't like go too deep into that, but one thing William and I were talking about is that. I've just going over in my head a lot about when Gunn decided to effectively, and William hates the term reboot, but I mean for the sake of simplicity, let's just go with that. When he decided we're hit the reboot button, but at the same time he's keeping things like Peacemaker and the Waller show and things of that nature around. It's for the longest time. I just couldn't get my head around the idea. It's like, okay, like what is this universe going to be like? Especially if you're telling us that the predecessor, that the DCU was so damaged beyond repair that there was no choice but to reboot, but we're also keeping this tether, in these different aspects, to things like Peacemaker. And one thing I said to William, on the show the other night is, part of me now I'm kind of thinking maybe there is. And this is like, there's layers to this, but this can apply to the Ayer Cut. This can apply to the general kind of Snyderverse stuff. This can apply to all that.
I was going to bring this up, Brad, with that right there, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That wasn't what I was talking about. This actually, I wrote this one of you. Go ahead and click on my name there.
Yeah, there's another one here.
Yeah.
Which Brad, I'm not gonna lie, I've been with William in that, like, again, but this is because
the one at the top. The one at the top.
This one right here. Okay,
yes.
Wait a minute. Okay, this is the one, yeah.
So again, I think that this goes back to Gunn's knowledge of DC. DC Comics has always been a multiverse, more so than Marvel or anything else and stuff. Even though William hates, like you said, William hates reboots and all this stuff. That's a part of DC's core and history. It just absolutely is. And if Gunn can do that cinematically with DC, I think there's a really cool opportunity there.
Yeah, I agree, and especially with how much the previous regime kept promising to do that cinematically and just not delivering.
Right.
But this is kind of the one I've been sort of teasing for a while now. You
were talking about it last week. Yeah,
we're gonna break this down on the show tomorrow night.
Okay.
But kind of what I was saying a minute ago is and that's actually that piece is against my stance, it's interesting you pulled out that other one too about the Superman problem in the title, because it's like my stance really kind of almost 180 from like what I was thinking when I wrote that one too. Maybe not 180 is the right word, but it's like I kind of like I had a different framework kind of in mind once I went to that one. And but one thing that kind of occurred to me, and I was talking to William about it relates to what Austin's saying about DC having the multiverse and Elseworlds being so core to DC's identity, but also Gunn coming in when he did with call a spade a spade. The franchise was so mishandled. I mean, it was through such mismanagement by the studio. It made it in a lot of ways not fun to be a DC fan during that 2000 that especially leading up to the 2022 period, and leading into 2023. And so part of kind of where I've drifted to a little bit is that with where Gunn's perspective might lie on everything that came before, whether it's the Ayer Cut, whether it's Justice League sequels or what have you, is there may have been like his decision making may have been kind of based on the idea of there's so much bad blood and so much hurt feelings and so much controversy and so much turmoil around this right now that maybe the best thing I can do at this point is there needs to be not necessarily a fresh start, but there needs to be like something to kind of take the temperature down as far as like the conversation around this, and like make this something people enjoy talking about again. And then when we reach that point, things like the Ayer Cut or even like finishing what Zach did, that might become more tenable just because of the fact that the IP in a cinematic context is now on a more stable footing, and it's not just nonstop, where the behind the scenes drama dominates it more so than that's stealing the thunder more than the movies were. So Gunn's, I think his thinking may have been kind of based in the idea that we need to kind of let things cool down on this before we can like really entertain like possibilities of doing these alternate things or finishing this or doing that. It's like we need to make this something that people enjoy talking about again, and they're not at each other's throats, and there's not constant discussion about behind the scenes troubles or past bad decision making. So yeah, that's kind of where and I know it's kind of a long-winded way to get there. I tend to ramble. I'm sorry, but
yeah, it happens.
But that's one thing that I've kind of recently sort of drifted to in that, and it kind of it's a little bit in that article I wrote, but I mentioned that to William last night, and I think that may play somewhat of a role, if not a very big role, in where Gunn stands on something like the Ayer Cut and anything further that could come from that. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm thinking on it. I'm kind of curious everybody else's thought on that.
I don't think he gives two shits about what happens with Ayer Cut. I think he's focused on his franchise right now, and that's where his focus should be.
I think he's much smarter than that, and I think he recognizes all of DC's history cinematically, and then he understands that DC comic wise is a multiverse story. DC cinematically has already kind of been a multiverse story with all of these different iterations and things happening in specific universes and things, so I think, again, you give it time. I think you're exactly right in that, like, DC needs something where, kind of like the beginning of Marvel. They need something where not a lot of money or things like, but where everybody's on board and we're going, I'm excited for what's next and these possibilities of the future and this and that. And so they need that type of reception right now, but in the future, I think there's absolutely, and I think Gunn knows that because he's smart and he recognizes all of that and he knows these characters, that, in the future, we're going to see stuff like, what Marvel has done or is just now starting to do with Multiverse Saga and all that type of stuff. But, in an even more kind of, I think that's going to be their goal is let's do it better. Let's do that in a more cohesive and a more, we haven't stuck to this, story and like, tone and all of this. We've done all these different things. So now let's all conjoin it, so I think Gunn absolutely does have that in mind, especially if, like you said, this is a 10-year plan. Gods and Monsters is a 10-year plan.
course.
So we just got to be patient and all those types of things. And I think the possibilities with him, compared to anybody else, are endless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No, I was just saying, like, when it comes to Ayer, I mean, I basically said this in the beginning. It was like, I mean, I am all about wanting to see his movie. I just wish that we can go back in time to just be like, somebody just goes like, Zach, there's
make it a
another
package
movie.
deal.
Yeah, that would have been so perfect if it like.
That would have been so perfect, and the
It
fact
would have
that that wasn't like it was like not part of because now it just seems like, man, it's just, because Zach,
it's harder. It's much harder
because Zach did it so right by being cryptic and sending out his agents, I guess you could say, because that's what he did. He had his little circle, and they reached out to people. I was one of the people that got reached out to, and so I'm like, the way that he approached it was so like, it was so covert at first, when I got that email from this person, I was like, who the fuck is this? It's some Marvel Studios fanboy giving me shit.
I
vetted that guy. I vetted that guy for a fucking month. I vetted him. I'm like, I don't think this guy is. And then all of a sudden, I was like,
he asked you like, what's your Vero profile?
He even knew. He even knew, like, oh, he doesn't believe me. And then you know what? And then what convinced me was the fact that he goes, "What's your Vero?" And I was like, "It's just my name." All right. 20 minutes later, I get Zack Snyder wants to connect with you. And I went, I remember put down my phone and I was like, oh shit. Okay, I was wrong.
Right. Yeah, I did too. You're like, okay, all right.
And meanwhile,
I literally had to be, I put down my phone and I literally reacted like how I did. I was like,
time to take
Did your arms get bigger since I was on last time, Dave? Because damn.
Of course, man. I'm fucking on.
And meanwhile, I've got a Keanu Reeves following me on Twitter, who I know is definitely not Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I know, right? But it was just like one of those things. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, what the fuck just happened? Like, it was like, I couldn't believe it. No, but it was like, that's where it was just like, okay, so Zach, he just like kind of did that. He was so covert, like, and then of course when it came to other things and leaking stuff, and then it was just there was things. So like, and I just wish that there was like, man, I wish
at
David
the same time we don't know how connected Ayer's universe still is. Okay, we don't know if Robbie is still our Harley Quinn. We don't
apparently,
right. We already know that Gunn had interest in Will Smith returning as Deadshot, and so like, if those types of things can happen, and again, like, at the 10-year anniversary or even further, when we see those types of things, they can go, okay, we'll release a max cut with this, and guess what, there are not, it's not completely connected, but there are some connections. You're going to see some of those actors and some of those things, like.
And I'm hoping that, and I'm thinking that's what Ayer is looking at. Like, he's not trying to be like, hey, I don't want him to be like, hey, look at this. We're putting this out there, and this is trending more than fucking Creature Commandos. That's what we should be doing. Be like, he should not. Don't be like that. No. I'm hoping that he's just going, hey, I established Suicide Squad, initially. I helped get to Creature Commandos. But then I go and look at his Twitter, and he goes, there's no mention of Creature Commandos.
Yep.
Remember how gung-ho? Remember how gung-ho he was at first when it came to the DCU and all this stuff? He was gung-ho, and he even, like, when the Suicide Squad came out, totally retweeting and all this stuff. Nothing about Creature Commandos, and I'm just kind of going like, dude, I'm going, all right. I mean, I understand. I'm like, I'm hoping you're being optimistic, man, about the fact that where we're at now with Creature Commandos, you are actually a start of it. You and Snyder did build that foundation. Right. No, there's no doubt about it. So, and James Gunn did build off of that. Of course, things had to get changed, and now we've gone through like a weird transitional of universes.
That's why with Peacemaker season 2, I'm especially tuning. I'm very attuned to the whole thing about like how it's the way he says it's going to provide the reasoning, or it's going to explain. Okay, here's why the season 1 is cameo, or season 1 is canon except the Justice League cameo, and like I'm very curious to see what, and of course Phil had a year or so ago had that first exchange with Gunn about that, where, you were quoted as a fan in many articles about it. So that's I have a lot of I'm putting that that's very much under my microscope when Peacemaker season 2 comes out. But
I get that.
But again, it's like from Gunn's perspective, it's like I've kind of I've in some ways I've kind of mellowed on where how we got to where we are now, and I think maybe a lot of his decision making has been based in decisions that were made prior to him coming aboard, and the need that there's a lot that the idea that time heals all wounds. It's like that what really this franchise and this IP and this fandom a lot of ways needs is time to heal from from so many bad things that that befell the preceding franchise. And I think that's probably more so than we know kind of guided a lot of his decision making. And if that's allowed to breathe, then actually in long term, maybe we will actually finally get kind of the happy sort of medium or happy ending to all this that people have been clamoring for with the stuff the fandom continues to hashtag for. But as far as what Ayer is posting, though, it's like my big question is, I'm all about. I definitely want to see the Ayer cut, dude, but I want some Beekeeper 2 news.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's like, let's not forget that Ayer is a very talented filmmaker. I mean, I will say that, the only movie that I was like, I'm never watching that again was Sabotage and you had Arnold and everybody. I was like, that movie did not,
I was distracted by the Raid 2 at the time.
Hold on, because we didn't get to talk about it on when we did, because me and Liv, we recorded Great Commandos podcast a day, and I didn't realize that all this had come out. So, like, Liv, what were your takes on that? Because I was like looking through while we were recording comments, like this just feels like really shitty timing that he did this. So,
well, first of all, I don't think James Gunn is gonna do any of that. I honestly think that like he's more focused on building out the DC universe the way he would. I 100%. Don't at all foresee like look. Zach said he's always happy to come back, but I think he's saying that to be nice. Honestly, I mean, he's even made it clear the next DC thing he would work on would be a telling of the Dark Knight Returns.
Yep.
I don't at all expect Ben Affleck, Gal Gadot, Henry Cavill, the whole cat. I do not expect them to come back for a movie that was written fucking almost 8 years ago. Like, I don't see a Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 being a possibility outside the realm of animation or a graphic novel, because frankly, those actors are getting older. Like they're getting older, dude. Like that's just the fucking reality of the situation. Like these actors.
You're not on Twitter anymore.
I would get eaten alive by those fucking lunatic cultists. Straight
but
up.
But that's not to say too, I don't think that these guys could. Again, you're not going to see, like you said, sequels. Come back for cameos or something later, and
there could be a legacy sequel or something.
Right?
No, guys, come on, we need to move away from this. Sorry,
look what happened with Michael.
It's like
Andy. I'm sorry. That is Andy. I am sorry. Again, that is part of DC's core multiverse. Whether you like it, that's why we saw Keaton come back. That's why we have interest in all these other things.
Did it work for them? Did it work for them financially?
Okay, no, but also
what about
there
Brandon
were a lot
Routh?
of other circumstances to
Brandon
come
Routh.
right?
But secondly, why are we talking about Brandon Routh? You guys hate the Arrowverse, so like, why are we suddenly like now?
Listen, I love his appearance on Crisis.
We're just saying, like him coming back,
and I'm just saying, like the best case scenario of all this is I'm kind of in line with Dave in that a 10-year anniversary, David Ayer finally gets his due and gets the 3-7 million, whatever the fuck it is, to finish the Ayer cut, because that's not a big ask. That is clearly not a big ask. That shouldn't be a big ask. And as far as the people saying, oh, James Gunn needs to do it, I don't know that he has that power, because Warner Brothers Pictures made that movie, not DC Studios.
That's true. And apparently he, like Gunn, as Ayer said, when they had their conversation about it, Gunn said, yeah, I'm in your corner on this, but I don't know if it's verbatim, but it's like I need to get some wins on the board for this. So,
and it's just like, look,
They do.
100%. Yeah, they do. And you know what? Creature Commandos getting a W is right in the is right.
Yeah.
A step in the right direction. Is David Ayer doing this the same day as Creature Commandos, like in good taste? Maybe not, but at the same time, it's just like, hey, this thing happened. I still haven't gotten my thing. Like, you know, we can like both. Maybe I don't know. This is kind of why I stepped away from Twitter, because everything gets convoluted in a text-based format, and people just, you know, they latch onto the thing that fucking fits their narrative, and I just don't fucking care about any of that shit. Like, I can't tell you guys how many times earlier today I saw people saying, "Oh, well, James Gunn did some self-serving bullshit by throwing himself in an animated form in the beginning credits," and I'm just like, how the fuck do you even know he mandated that? Like, you don't know that for certain. Or people saying that, like, you know, he sees himself as Rick Flag and the princess as his wife, and I'm just like, this is serious. Like, seriously, you guys are just being mad to be mad.
Like, invented blonde. That's the premise. There could never be another blonde person before.
Misery is a fucking choice for these people, straight up. And I'm just like, I've even seen some dim-witted fucking comparisons of like, oh, what's better, Skeleton Crew or Creature Commandos? I'm like, did you really go out of your way to make a stream about that? How fucking ignorant are you? I'm not naming names, but you all probably have a good idea of who I'm fucking talking about.
I love when he gets shady.
Because like,
I do. I do.
Fuck, dude. Like, could you be any more of a miserable dickbag? No, you probably couldn't, but that's besides the fucking point.
Especially when you watch it and see that it's definitely biased towards one or the other.
Well, not only that, it's like some of these people don't even have a fucking clue of how this shit's made. That's for damn sure. And it's just like, it's just like, look,
well,
Brad, I admire the optimism, but I'm just like, I live in reality. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
I mean, when I'm like seeing people even like maybe in group chats, and I know like, oh, this person in a group chat, yeah, I know where he lands, and he's going, hey, did you see what David Ayer's doing? And he's doing this, like,
right.
And then I'm just kind of like going, I'm like, is this the right move?
Oh, I went black.
You know, it was just like one of those things where it started clicking. I'm going, oh shit. At first I was like, oh, look at David Ayer. He's doing shit because I'm just a fan. And I'm going, release the Ayer cut. And then all of a sudden I'm going, oh, I got to watch Creature Commandos. And then like, David Ayer just posted something. And then I started going, oh shit. Is this why he's doing it? And I'm like going, oh, is this a right move? And I'm like going, oh,
it's for taste.
Well, I think there's also
it hit me. It hit me.
I think it's also for like to Austin's point. It's, I mean, you know, it's kind of like the point.
William's back.
William's back. Good.
Another long ass customer, William.
Yeah, it was, man.
Yeah,
it's probably a string of customers. Maybe I don't know.
Well, maybe they.
I hope you're doing that.
We like when you get.
Well, yeah, you made a good buck, and then you went over to Sister Kim's and got a burger. The pure was very good.
No, I made a good buck.
Burger. No, fat burger. Yeah.
What?
Sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
To Austin's point, also, which
and you've never agreed with me more than tonight, Brad. This is making me
it's like we became simpatico in the last few days.
You're about to go love her. I'm gonna start the fan fiction right now.
Dude, it's like when we have the stream tomorrow night, you're probably gonna have a big smile on your face. A lot of stuff I'm saying. But to your point also about the point you made about as far as it kind of relates to the idea like that Zach needs to police his own fan base, which is like
I hate that shit.
Yeah, I do too. But then also the idea, I think Austin, his point about it's like Ayer, fans are coordinating these kinds of things because they want to see his movie and they're trying to.
And he's just seen it.
And he's seen it's like, well, I mean, it's like, I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I might as well,
Okay.
If it's trending on Twitter, I mean, if I were a director,
but why couldn't he at least have said, "But hey, I acknowledge that."
And I give him, I give you that too.
Why couldn't he have acknowledged that? Hey, I know Creature Commandos is happening today. You guys should definitely check it out. But he did it not, and his silence speaks words. Because if he's smart enough to know a trend is going on, he's smart enough to know that Creature Commandos were premiering that same day, and that this was James Gunn's launch day for DC Universe. And yeah, that's why I'm like. Poor taste.
I'll give you that too, in that he could have said something that but I'm not gonna get on him in that he was a part of this coordination that
I think that's not right. Oh my god, that's not what I'm saying though.
Right. You're saying he could have said something about Creature Commandos too, and I agree with you. He could have and stuff.
Well, for all we know, it's like he might plan on doing that still.
Right.
he-
I don't.
2 days.
I'm not.
already?
I'm not going to claim to know that like he did that, or that like he had intentions and stuff that I have. I have no idea that he did or didn't.
I assume we're talking about the Ayer Cut, right?
Yeah, the Ayer Cut.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that it's also that the trend and like kind of the latest sort of flare of that is happening right when Creature Commandos is dropped, and whether or not that's in questionable taste as far as like James Gunn, launching the DCU with it, and if that's creating like, I don't think it's like I would venture to guess that Gunn and Ayer they're both still on good terms behind the scenes.
Well, that and I think fans' minds aren't of two brain cells. We can focus on one and the other. I saw that stuff going on, and I also enjoyed Creature Commandos, and I don't think I'm alone in that. And
I know. I want it all.
Yeah,
Give
we
me
can
all
never
of it.
know
Yeah.
what is behind somebody's motives. Once again, from the safety of our keyboards and they're on theirs, we can never know the true context of what things are done until you hear somebody say it. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there. But when it comes to the Ayer Cut in general, I'm exhausted of this one because, to be honest with you, it's different than, you can't compare this to the Snyder Cut. I mean, there's no business reason to do this. There's no business reason for anybody to spend any money on it right now.
One of the things that I brought up, William, was, if you look at this Studio Squad and Justice League, Studio Squad made money.
Wait. Is that what they're calling it? They're calling it Studio. That's kind of catchy. I'm not gonna
Studio
lie.
Squad's
No,
a
it's a good name. It's a good name, but at the same time, it made money. That's the sad part.
It was a box office success.
Bomb. Justice League bomb. So it's like, it's such a different beast. It's such a different beast. That's why I just wish we could go back in time, and I wish I could just be like,
my time machine.
I wish I could be fucking Flash in fucking Zack Snyder's goddamn edit bay. Like, Zach, you have to also include the haircut.
Right.
Well, the
only reason for them to
it was
release
during the pandemic. It was during the pandemic. I don't think they want to risk spending that much money on two products. The fact that they even got one was a miracle.
The thing is, Andy, they gave Zach $70 million. Zach is very good with the budget. He could have scraped off because the Ayer Cut needs about $6 to $7 million.
Yeah.
He could have scraped off $5 million for him to finish his, and it could have been a package.
That's not up to Zach.
There's no reason to even do that. There's no reason
and he when he had to fight such an uphill battle just to get his own movie out. Imagine how much.
Again, the big reason not to is it made $800 million and it won an Oscar. The only reason to do this is because it's David Ayer. It's his personal thing. It's his personal cut.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like since they already made money off of it, getting another director's cut out
more
of it,
money off of it.
Yeah,
exactly. You'd make more money off of it. I don't really
I don't know if it will be worth it. Like I said, I don't know the numbers, but here's the thing: if you are not going to finish
here's
that
the thing,
arc,
though. Comparatively, the Snyder Cut cost $70 million to finish. This is going to cost what, $6-7 million to finish, and they already made more than enough on their back budget anyway. Like,
and that was always. And that was always kind of cited as a big roadblock during the Snyder Cut campaign, was the fact that the theatrical version bombed. So why would they put money into something new with it? And then on the flip side, the Suicide Squad, okay, you actually did turn a good profit on that. It's like, does that not tell you could that does that not kind of like present like a flip side to that, where it's like, oh, now there is like a solid investment in this property.
if you came to me and I was in the corner office with this, just based on nothing other than that, I would reject it. I would say no, unless we are going to go ahead, because in my opinion, that character or that movie fit within a mosaic of other stories that were being told. If you're not going to finish that, then there's no business. Don't even come to my office with that. I'm sorry to David Ayer that he didn't get his true vision on there, but at this point, there's no business reason unless you're going to further develop those characters that made their intro in there into something that is going to wrap up. If you're not going to do that, it's just a curiosity thing at this point. If I'm an investor or somebody spending money.
Okay.
Okay, let me pose you this though. Was there any business quota to do Godfather Part 3, the Coda edition that fucking Francis Coppola did? Not necessarily, but why did they do it? Because he fucking wanted to do it. In this case, again, this is also kind of a stain on Warner Brothers' mantra of filmmaker-driven studio. They fucked a filmmaker out of their vision of the movie. If you want people to come work with you, regardless of what you're doing now, and you want to make some, make a better light for yourself as far as a company goes, fucking give the man his due.
I have to agree with Bill. I have to agree with it. Look at they did the same thing with Rocky. They did a special director or a cut where Stallone looked over. Like,
okay, all right.
Again, this is looking at like the filmmakers. Look at the Schumacher cut. That's getting a lot of attention right now.
Yeah,
that's a different conversation. That's a very different conversation.
Here's the problem with you guys.
Either way, I think if it's a filmmaker's vision, I think like
okay, but it's not their filmmakers' money though. You're talking about this is a business. Rocky and The Godfather. Listen, David Ayer, if you're watching, this is no slight towards you or your filmmaking, but Suicide Squad, Godfather, and Rocky have the instant credibility to do anything you want to. At this point in time, you don't have that. You don't have the structure. You don't have the reasoning or the justification for that now. I would turn it down unless you came to me and we were in agreement that we're not just going to tell this story just because it gives somebody a warm and fuzzy. We got a business reason to do that, and it augments another business reason. Now you have a chain of, a reason here, then we do it.
So again, if you're seeing Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn return or Will Smith's Deadshot return or any of these return, would there be a reason then?
Also, like, let's also not address the other elephant in the room. How about the fucking Donner cut? They took 25 fucking years to get that movie out and made, and even then, Richard Donner had to use repurposed footage of Richard Donner had to use repurposed like test screening footage to even finish that cut. Whereas all David Ayer, all they're asking is just to finish a fucking cut of a movie, which is not going to cost them that much money in the long run, regardless if they're $43 billion in debt. They're already spending fuck knows how much on current product as it is anyway.
But from their point of view, there's no reason for it.
But but again, if you see that those characters are returning, and like kind of Gunn said, like I need a few wins first. They get those wins, and we see that return. I don't see why not.
Different situation. But if we're talking about right now, 12/6/2024, if you come into my office with this, I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw you out. I'm not going to throw you out. I'm going to
also Akiva Goldsman even mentioned that Akiva Goldsman even mentioned before the merger happened that they were that close to getting the Schumacher cut made, and then the change of the guard happened.
True.
So
2026,
even to William's point, like new sheriff in town, they fucking call the shots. Whatever they want, they fucking get. Right. As sad as true as it is, it's the fucking reality of the situation, and it sucks because people like David Ayer and, of course, the late Schumacher, like both of them are great directors. We've seen what they're fucking capable of, but it's shitty that corporate politics ruin artistic creative integrity. That's kind of what it really boils down to at the end of the day.
And that's why I'm happy that we have something like DC Studios that I'm hoping will not repeat that era. Because again, I love DC. I don't want to have controversy after controversy and creative differences over and over and over again. Like I just want to DC to thrive again, and that's why I'm like I personally don't see the benefits financially or philosophically to put out something like the Schumacher cut or the Ayer cut at this point.
100%.
We're actually in agreement for once.
2026.
Okay.
You have the financial justification. Okay, we're going to re-release, do a special package deal of the 10th anniversary of this movie. Now you're talking about, a business decision and based on something that at worst you could break even with, or at worst you could use to promote something. Now, all this would depend on where are we at with James Gunn in a year and a half, 2 years. Well, like you guys said, you may be in a spot to where when you come to him and ask this again, if he's established with a couple of wins, the uppers are not going to say no to him. He can actually have the power to do this. But right now, it's exhausting me to hear it. I understand, but it's like, no, there's no real bit in the Schumacher cut. I'm sorry. I don't get it. That never needed to come out because it wasn't the better version. And sometimes, guess what? I know it's studio interference and we get all this. They're interfering, they're doing this. Most of the time, including my favorite director, one of my favorite directors, Ridley Scott, sometimes the people who cut shit know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. I know. Blade Runner, his version was not the best version, right?
Yeah. Blade Runner, Alien. I mean, sometimes the guy above the director is
there.
At the same time, he's also had director's cuts that are better. Look, Gladiator, the director's cut is better.
You don't know until you actually
Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut is definitely better. Counselor is better, the director's cut. Like, so he's the same.
Maybe.
Listen, the counselor, the director's cut is phenomenal in my opinion.
I haven't seen it.
God.
I saw the regular cut, and I was like, "Whoa, Cameron Diaz, what are you doing?"
I enjoy the director's cut, and Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut is also like phenomenal.
All right.
So look, I think you don't have or something like Alexander, the director's, his cut. Like you have these filmmakers that they didn't make money, they're not making money, but still they're just doing it. It's for the filmmaker. It's in good faith with the studio and stuff. And I do agree with like Phil to that point. Like Warner Brothers was at some point a filmmaker's studio, and even if it doesn't always make money and stuff, that's what they did.
Again, the whole package deal thing really should have been the case, because I was trying to look for it, but I specifically remember when it was announced, when obviously Zach was going to be able to shoot more of the Snyder Cut, Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was announced that Jared Leto's Joker was going to come back. Like that was like revealed, and it probably was something that Zach didn't want to get out there, but it got out there. I remember looking at trends. Jared Leto's Joker, it shot up, it spiked. People were like, "Oh my God, Jared Leto's Joker! Holy shit, he's coming back!" That's immediately where somebody should have been like, "Hey, maybe we should also." There's more footage of him as Joker in this movie that Warner Brothers fucked up over here, just like they fucked up Zach's movie. Not nearly as much, but they fucked it up. So maybe we should, if we're going to capitalize, look at the trends. Look at the, and so like maybe now is a little too late. Could be. As much as I still want to see it, and I still want to see the Schumacher cut. I don't give a shit what everybody says. I still want to see all the cuts, whatever. Show me the cuts. Show me the cuts. I'm going to make a shirt out of that.
Someone cuts
Show
me.
me the cuts.
Are you talking about Schumacher cut for Batman Forever?
Forever, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Even though as much as I love Batman Forever,
that movie is perfect. The way it is.
I like it better than Batman Returns. I will
I love it
stand
better
on
than
that fucking hill. I will always stand on that fucking hill. I know people are like, "How dare you?" I'm like, "No, it's better than Batman Returns." I'm sorry.
That movie, and that movie, what it did for merchandising as far as the movie, that changed the game for merchandising.
Batman Forever was the first Batman movie that I ever saw, so that movie is one of my favorites.
No, but I'm just saying, like there was like when it was announced that Jared Leto was coming back and shooting an additional scene for Zack Snyder's Justice League, the trend went up. I remember looking at it, I was like, "Holy shit!" I was even trying to find, and I know I probably talked about it, but it was just like that should have been immediately like, "Hey, what we got this."
Look who was running the company at the time. That's
exactly. Exactly. I mean, there was just a missed opportunity back then, and it just sucks because now I'm going, is the window missed? As much as I would love to see this movie. It's going to get to the point where David Ayer does have to do the fucking flash drive, leave it on the bathroom sink. Somebody's going to leak it.
Or
the
situation could change to where it makes business sense. Like right now, it doesn't, but that doesn't mean that's forever. As you get
10-year anniversary sounds cool, but who knows if they even do that.
And also Elseworlds. There's a lot he can do with Elseworlds that would wrap up some of these things and still draw money. I still think Jared Leto's Joker could draw money. I don't think it was ever given.
It trended when he was announced,
But for me, to me, his introduction.
Call it the Joker cut. They could call it the Joker cut instead.
Well, his introduction and Harley Quinn's introduction for me was important for Zack Snyder Justice League because of what ultimately happens to them. That has more importance to me now because I'm like, okay, how did we get here? That relationship was different than the one I saw in the theatrical version. So that's why if you were just going to do it on its own, to me, I don't see any business reason for it. If you were going to somewhat finish that arc, now it's a piece of a much larger justifiable puzzle, math-wise. Because otherwise I don't see them getting around. But now once again, everything's on the table with this guy. If there were any other guy who was just a stuff suit executive, I would be like, you guys have no chance in hell. But it's because of this particular person. Even like I was telling Brad, I think Batman Beyond live action is a pipe dream. It's like you believing in Santa Claus as a 40-year-old. But what?
There's no.
He's not real.
Save for one person being in a particular spot, and that's James Gunn. I could easily see James Gunn taking a shot at that and convincing, especially if he gets a couple of wins under his belt and he has the credibility. All the stuff that we're struggling to try to get done now, and well, why can't we get this guy? Who knows if he's open to this stuff? But right now he's at 0-0. There's nothing on the scoreboard right now.
He's trying. He's doing his best to try to get his fucking universe.
And when you stepped away, I mentioned the point that I said in the show the other night of, I think again a lot of this is also with Gunn's decision making. I think that a lot of it's predicated just how much of a mess and how fraught with just bad emotions and controversy and behind the scenes drama DC had become cinematically, that I think a lot of his mandate is also, we need to take the temperature down. We need to make people enjoy being invested in this IP again before we can like even entertain like doing any of these things, because it has to not just a business case for it, but also it can't be something that's going to anger half the world.
Well, spiritually, DC's been fucked for about 7 years, and like I said, the whole handoff to get to him really made all involved look stupid. Mainly David Zaslav, because that really got things started in a way that it shouldn't have. It was unprofessional the way that was handled. The whole Cavill situation, that's him. The whole double dealing and telling one group to go do this, and oh, by the way, I'm going to interview a couple more people, and and then just basically throw shit up in the air and see what sticks. That's all on him, but we're past that now. And unfortunately, it's like a salmon going upstream with a bear waiting for you. James Gunn has to fight up against that for somebody else's dumb decision making. So yeah, he's got to get the goodwill going. And Creature Commandos, I can't say that to start, because if you weren't totally on board with Creature Commandos, it's not your thing. Maybe Superman will be, who knows, but it's got to get to the point where we're having conversations. Like I said, we have too many conversations about DC process and not DC product.
Yeah.
And I think once we get to talking about DC product, which is why I'm glad to see this podcast and everything else, I hope that it gets better. But I'm glad to see us talking about the product, because we spent 7, 8, 9 years talking about the process. And be honest with you, it's like when people make the sausage. You don't want to be in that fucking factory. You want you like the way the sausage tastes, but we don't need to be in there. We need to be consumers again, and I hope that's the case from this point going forward. And it's gonna take some time for it to be that way. I hope he has that time.
Yeah, I think he does. He does. It's interesting, but yeah, I mean, I think anytime when it comes to like a filmmaker seeing his vision realized, we're all about it. We're all about it. But then of course, you start doing like, hey, start breaking things down, and you start looking at the logistics of everything like that. Sometimes, yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like sometimes you have to take off your fanboy goggles or whatever and be like, well, wait a minute here, and I've done that. It's hard to do sometimes. When we're doing this stuff. When we're talking, it's like, yeah, we want to see the shit, but then all of a sudden you start like, oh, wait a minute, and I've done that so many times where I just kind of go like, oh shit, well maybe this isn't, and that's why, but it sucks because it's like, oh yeah, I want to support, but I'm going, I don't know, is this really gonna be a thing? And I'm like going, we might have to wait another 10 years, it might be 2035 and we get a 20-year anniversary of Suicide Squad. Then we get the Ayer Cut. I don't know. It's such a weird thing.
Or we could have lives instead,
Raised by Wolves. I enjoyed
such a good series.
I enjoyed that show, but when it got canceled, I understood, because it was an immensely expensive show. That
thing was so beautiful, and I was like, how did they fucking pay for that?
Yeah, it's like at some point I loved it, but I knew.
You know what's funny? I'm thinking about the same when I'm watching Dune Prophecy. I'm kind of going, is this like a fucking Raised by Wolves situation? Because it is a beautifully shot like show, but at the same time, nobody's fucking talking about it. It's a good show. But nobody's fucking. You guys have anybody here seen Dune Prophecy?
Yeah, we watch it. We do watch parties.
Okay, you do watch it. It's a good show. I need to watch
episode 3.
It's fucking excellent. It's good. Like the last episode, they did the whole, hey, let's do a backstory on the two main sisterhood.
Yeah, the two sisters.
They did that, and it was just kind of like, okay, so now you're doing that thing that shows do, where you now do the background story and blah blah blah. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, this is a good show. Nobody's fucking talking about. I don't.
Here's
see
the thing, though.
really. Yeah.
The difference between Dune Prophecy and Raised by Wolves is there is a successful franchise
True.
attached to it and Raised by
True.
Wolves just was out there. And like I said, there are certain shows that I know I feel them being canceled while I'm watching them because I know the cost effectiveness of it. And I know there's a lot of people watching things. Every now and then I get surprised. I'm surprised Titans got 4 seasons. I'm glad it did. I know people hate the show. I kind of had fun with
It's
it.
because
I love Titans too, Willem. So two things we agree on the same night, William. Damn.
But
I
always
think
thought
it's
that
getting
show was
hard.
gonna
Like, what a miracle.
Oh my goodness! I thought that show was going to get canceled at any time. Same thing with back in the '90s. Highlander. I watched Highlander as if it was going to be the last episode.
I thought that was a movie.
Yeah,
Well,
it
it has
also a
movie and
series.
there's a TV show.
Yeah, very.
Also
and it
fair.
had its own Snyder cut too with Highlander 2.
Oh,
I so love with Highlander 2 that the reception to that was so bad that the fan base didn't even need to campaign for that. The filmmakers said, "Hey, don't worry, we're on it. We'll take care of it."
Math is undefeated,
Oh,
man.
awesome.
It beats the hell out of all of us when it comes to why was your show canceled. And people are like Westworld. Westworld needed to end when it did, but that's another immensely expensive show that once your ratings and stuff start to decrease and the leverage starts to decrease, then you're talking about these really, really expensive shows and they start looking for places to cut. And it's like, I want it no matter how bad I want something.
I agree with you. I agree with you about Westworld. I was like, I don't know how, like, every time a season would end, I'd be like, I mean, unless it was, I think like season 1 to 2 and 2.
Season 1 and 2
were
were
like,
the best.
yeah, they were good. But then it was like, okay, where can you go from here? And then when it got to that last season before it got canceled, I mean, when it took it to like a whole different level, I was like, wow, you guys really pulled this off. I'm like, I don't know how you guys did it. I was like, I didn't know where it was going to go. And that last season, I was like, I was impressed. I was like, wow, you guys took it to a whole different level and I'm enjoying this. Where does it go from here? And then the way that it ends, you kind of go,
There's
all
no
right,
there's no more story to tell.
I was like, there's nothing really you can do even. So when it got canceled, I was like, all right, I don't know where you guys would have fucking went through it anyways. Like, it's besides like the robots taking over the world. I mean, there's
they
no
pretty
real,
much were which they
yeah,
were
there was
already
no
there.
other play. It went full circle essentially.
Yeah,
They
there
like they I think it was almost like they knew. So they're like, we're gonna get it back to literal Westworld, you know, after veering off into like a crazy little fucking which I didn't expect.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, I'm actually okay with how Westworld ended. I was like, I don't need another season unless they had a really crazy concept that was going to do something.
Well, it is
You know,
J.J.
insane.
Abrams. So.
If
But
you
I thought
get
it was-
4 or 5 seasons at any show that you love, that's in this modern day era, in a streaming platform or any type of app platform, you win. You won.
I am eternally grateful we got the 4 seasons we did of Superman and Lois.
See, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you don't want to overstay your welcome, you know?
Well, they wanted to do 7,
They
but
didn't overstay its welcome. They got canceled because of CW.
but they did get to put a bow on it. I love
They got
put-
something that a lot of Superman fans don't get. They got an ending to their story. Now you can do, you know, how it got truncated and all that, but you're not going to have to fight for the ending of your story. That's a cool thing, and I think people should be proud of that. But in the modern era, if you get 4 to 5 seasons, you've won. That's why people win Star Trek. I mean, I think every Star Trek show out there is going to go 4 or 5 seasons, and that's it. Because the amount
The one
of
there are Paramount Plus right now is still airing.
Yeah. So you'll have like Discovery ended after 4, I think 4 or 5, and then you have I think Strange New World. And no matter how successful it is, I think they're going to wrap that up at 5. I think the 7-year model. I think
5 is a good number. You know, like I mean that was the thing.
But then at the same time, you have something like Grey's Anatomy. It's on season 24.
Yeah, but it's because
and
The
what's going
Simpsons
on,
is on like season 87.
but they're
or whatever.
holdovers from a different
35.
era.
Yeah.
They're holdovers from a different era.
Yeah, it's a whole different era.
Yeah.
You got soap operas that have been around for decades.
Days of Our
Law and
Lives,
Order-
like,
Law and Order's
Days
never
of
gone
Our
off.
Lives, General Hospital.
There's
Like,
just so there's
where's
there's
Rebecca
just
when we
something
meet her?
about
She's the one who knows all about this, so she could tell you, like, you know, well, this has gone on. Like, even Days of Our Lives has this spin-off now. I'm just like, are y'all kidding
what?
me?
But
Yeah.
that's a different
It's
era.
so crazy. It's so crazy. It's a different era of
I think,
television. Yeah.
Andy, speaking of spin-offs, because that kind of annoyed William.
I don't want to hear about your spin-offs.
I would be down for a Steel spin-off from Superman and Lois.
Make him
Oh, I was gonna
I-
bring
I-
that up. I was gonna bring that up. Oh,
That's-
well,
yeah,
let's see the
from my-
picture.
That's my buddy Volley Parks. He deserves all of it.
That suit. Well, okay. First of all, we can all
That suit is fucking.
we can all
killer,
agree it's an
man.
upgrade from Shaq.
Yeah, that's not that.
Not a high bar to clear, I know, but
It's an upgrade from the comic. To be honest with you, 'cause-
Oh,
That's a really. You don't like
I-
this suit?
no, I like to see. I don't.
No, I'm talking about Andy.
No, bitch, I cried when I saw this. Like,
Okay, I was about to say because I heard you go ugh. I heard you go ugh.
No, I thought no because when they say shacks, when they said shacks,
Oh, Shaq is yeah, that one's awesome.
Yeah. That movie is a special kind
yeah,
of.
no,
movie only got made because Shaq wanted it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Listen, because my interview with Wooly Parks is actually going live on Screen Rant tomorrow. But again, so, but I asked him again, like, are you gonna watch Shaq Steele movie? He's just like, every season somebody asks me this. But I'm just, but the point being that Wooly Parks made Steele cool again in live action. Like this is like like as far as I know, this is like if they're gonna go with future Steele in the DC, like here's your good foundation right here. And I fucking sobbed when I'm like, we were so close to this because again, that's the final shot you see. Because I saw the screening version, it was just there's a CGI model. So that's
we saw the same way.
That's what we saw too.
Ours was a work in progress too. It had like it would have parts where Jordan and Jonathan they're getting ready to fly, and they just kind of hop up, and then you see like the name Jordan and Jonathan is kind of zigzagging across the sky. That
is so slick.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, it's just like whenever, because the always the thing. Anytime a costume's revealed, they always go, "It looks CW," and then I see something like that. Is like, yeah, comment on that. Does that look CW? That does not look CW.
Lots of CW costumes have been great. It's just that they usually a lot of the photo shoots are shitty as fuck, and that's why I'm like, we need someone new running marketing there. And now they have no marketing at all.
Well, because they didn't want to spend money. They couldn't spend. You can't launder money if you're going to spend.
Oh, good Lord, kill me!
It doesn't make any sense. They weren't going to invest. And that's a damn shame because the people who worked there, I think, got shortchanged by that situation. The fact that they were never going to get the type of budget that you expect from a show like a career show.
We started our show like at episode 7 where Clark reveals himself, reveals he's Superman, and we started that show. And William, I don't think he's seen the whole episode yet, but he had seen the
just that 45
moment, and it's like I have never heard more CW praise from William, and all the time
it's the best 45 seconds, and it's a damn shame because that network, that's what that network could have been.
It was what that network was. You're ignoring every
no.
Oh, here we go.
You did not. In that case, you never watched a good season of Arrow. You never watched a good season of The Fly. Again,
the first season of Arrow was fucking awesome. Man.
Yeah, the first 2 seasons was really on firing all cylinders.
God damn, was that good?
Yeah, but Arrow is a great choice for that time because again, then you come in with somebody like the Flash, and you have these shit CGI, whatever the fuck he's running.
Yeah, but the first
which I give them that, like, yes, maybe their character work and all that type of stuff was good, but I'm sorry, that's not.
In the beginning, the CGI was great. In the beginning, it was kind of like, what the fuck? Are we getting this on this network? Because, we'd seen other shows at that point that had gone for way longer.
The best CGI in The Flash that I saw was Grodd. I thought Grodd looked.
Grodd was pretty good.
If that's the only thing you took away from that, then you like get new eyes, open them up or something. Because those earlier seasons had some great stuff that I was like, how are we getting this on this network?
The King Shark in The Flash supersedes the King Shark look in the Suicide Squad by a fucking country mile. My God.
Voiced by Sylvester Stallone.
He was a pretty good voice.
I mean, I will admit that. I will admit King Shark was not my favorite.
Again, I don't know like what this culture is on the Vodka of like we have to, we're like hating on CW so much. Where I'm like, this is the network that kept a more consistent universe than they could fucking do on the cinematic screen. Yes, did stories get shitty in the later season? Obviously, yeah. Because
I just said that.
I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm talking about what like this entire anytime CW comes up on this fucking screen, it's like, are you guys just this petty that you can't acknowledge that? You know what? I give A for effort for at least trying on TV, whereas the movies that have $300 million budget, like, look at the Flash movie.
I will agree with you there.
I give them A for effort. Sure.
You're not. You're not. Austin, you're not.
They could. But my contention is if you're Warner Brothers in DC, you put people in a position to make pick and save shows. Not because that was the level of their intellect and level of their ability. It's because you didn't want to spend any money on it. You never wanted to put any of the main characters until the end. You first saw that Tyler Hoechlin, and he was Jobber Superman until we saw this Superman. And you didn't want to do anything else.
Wait, what
Yeah,
Superman?
that Superman, that was a Supergirl.
But no, I didn't hear what the word was.
Oh,
because
jobber. I call him Jobber
Jobber
Superman. The
Superman.
first time you see him,
what's a
'cause
jobber?
he's like subservient to Supergirl. You know, it's Superman.
Oh my.
Anyway,
Oh my.
but even then, it's like you putting out these shows. And,
Andy, we can go back to talk about the Snyderverse if you want.
He asked a legitimate question. I don't hate it. I look at it.
You hate it. You hate it.
I look at it as a tragedy because I see Superman and Lois, and I'm like I said,
I kind of agree.
5 seconds that the CW ever put on was in.
It's good story and good character work that should have been given better quality and better attention and those types of things, and it didn't get that.
Well,
that's where
Andy, listen, I fight with William every time he brings up Smallville. So listen, it's like I'm used to having the CW debate with William on an almost nightly basis.
Wait, hold on. I can't even make myself heave now.
You see,
Smallville. Wow, dude. Ugh.
Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, well, just
That's
go ahead.
that lasted 10 years.
Go ahead.
Suck their dick for Elseworld. You're somehow against Smallville, somehow for being Elseworld. I don't get it.
You know what? Hey, if you got an Elseworld and Smallville is part of it, I don't mind it. I'm just not going to watch it. That's my thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody.
William, just say it. Just say the one.
Smoke side.
There you go.
Wow, that was my crowning achievement seeing that. I wish I could have unseen that.
I will say, like, Smallville wasn't for me either, but I do. It's crazy when I see people bring it up, and I'm like, hey, man, it found a fucking audience, man.
Dude, they got conventions of now out here. They'll have
all of it. I think even though Andy claims that I don't give him A for effort. I mean, look, I do think that, yeah, absolutely. There's a reason it had a following in the beginning. The story was good. The character development was good. I wasn't behind it because, again, those types of characters like Flash and the bigger ones, Arrow, I think was a good fit for TV. I want to see cinematically. I want to see those things with quality and great effects and those types of things. But I don't fault them on their story, on their character work until later seasons.
As if like it's not good enough to be on TV again. There's a reason why the Flash in Grant Gustin has been talked about for 10 years, and Ezra Miller is not other than being a fucking criminal.
Wow, that went south.
There's a whole other, we can get into that in a whole other reason, but also, too, you claim that, these characters got a chance because they didn't know. You really think nobody knew about the fucking Flash before Grant Gustin came onto the scene?
I think Grant Gustin is the one who made an A-level. I think Grant Gustin is the one who made an A-level.
I was there with the '90s Flash show.
Oh yeah,
I was. Yeah.
And that's
I was Wally West with the Justice League, growing up. So, as far as that Flash, I didn't really care about going into. So,
that's the thing. It's like, that's the thing where it's a little bit of like being spoiled and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like when it comes to shows versus movies, because we could talk about we could compare. Grant Gustin, he captured an audience. There's nothing wrong. He was very likable, and like I said, I was with it for about 3 seasons, and then I just kind of fell off. That was just me. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh no, it was awful, or anything like that. But there's some things that there's some creative choices, of course, that were.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring that, by the way. I'm just saying the fact that it's like that Superman Lois is like the only thing that stands out on the CW DC era is just.
No, I wouldn't deal with that side.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
And listen,
there's a lot of people that do
because it's Superman. It's Superman.
Yeah, it's because it's Superman.
Right. It's not a B-list character. It's not a JV character.
Yeah,
it's one of the 3. And if it would have been the same way if you had a Batman show on there. If you'd had a Batman show on there last 4 years, no matter what had gone before in the Arrowverse, that Batman show would have been the most talked about one because it's one of those characters that is universally, part of our culture. Even though Flash and all these characters are out there, they're not Flash. They're on the bench. They're on the team, but they're not the varsity guys. They're not the Letterman dudes.
I still claim Gotham lasted as long as it did because people were waiting for Batman to show up.
Oh, and the wait was.
I thought Gotham was good, but the last season was very fucking rocky. That costume was ass. Pure.
I'm telling you, it would have been better if he was just in silhouette, showing from behind, and then in slow motion pulls up the cowl.
Well, then it's kind of funny too because they were planning on, the actor to grow up into like, hey, this is gonna last into like where he grows up a little more. But they were like, oh, we're canceling right now, and he was like still like what 17? I don't know how old he was.
I think he just turned 18 that year.
He was 18, and it's like, nope, they were waiting for him to grow up even more, and it's like, nah, that's the best we're gonna get. And it was like, wow. You guys just
and Gotham. I watched Gotham here and there. I didn't really dig a deep dive into it. One of our friends on our show, Erin, she was a big fan of it. But
there are great moments of Gotham.
Yeah, there are.
Like,
I love Gotham.
It's a good idea to focus on. Like again, if you're going to do those, especially on the CW, do those types of DC shows. Do that type of stuff where we don't see the bigger characters or those types of things, or we can get away with low budget type, stuff like Green Arrow and these types of things. Like, don't pull in the Flash, don't pull in Superman, don't pull in these
I think
ones.
That's always the issue. Is like when you have to do with superhuman stuff. That's where you start.
It's interesting too because you're kind of bringing it back to James Gunn. Something I mentioned. It was during the discussion when we did the Creature Commandos watch party, and this kind of relates to your point, Austin, about like Gunn understanding the multiverse as being so in DC's DNA. This is not based on any inside information. This is just like it's kind of what like William says about like Gunn, he doesn't think like a typical executive, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gunn and he could throw a real curveball if he did this. If he was the guy who decided I'm going to pay off the Ezra meets Grant scene. I could see Gunn like really saying I'm gonna pay that off.
Yeah, I want to see Warner Bros. Spending money on Ezra Miller after 2023.
Yeah, he's probably not going to,
I want to see that happen.
Kevin Spacey pops up on my screen at any point in time. Then
he's probably going to on Christmas Eve this year.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah,
I'm like every
number when it comes to people.
I can't wait for those videos. I look forward to a drink in those videos every
Austin,
different story.
Austin, have you seen that one that has like the director's commentary over it?
No.
There's one where this guy does like a mock director's commentary over the
my
first Kevin Spacey
favorite
video.
My favorite was when Tucker Carlson interviewed Frank Underwood, and that just man, that was just great.
We love to see a rapist get attention.
Good God.
You know what, Kevin?
No, I just like some good comedy, and that was good comedy. So.
You're actually like for fucking real right now. Like we're like, why are we like even trying to give any attention to an actual rapist who's caused so much harm? Like seriously, like no. If he puts another video this year, and again, it's like every year, like I'm waiting. I'm like, okay, someone is gonna post that. There's a video now, and everyone's gonna talk about that instead of spending time with their families. And he does it. I'm like, why? Like, why can't he just go away? Or I can't say it on stream. Never mind.
I can do both. I can spend time with the family and make great jokes about those dumb videos because, it's comedy.
Austin, giving attention to a criminal. That's great.
Austin, look up Kevin Spacey director's the first video director's commentary. It's hilarious.
Yeah. I'll have to find that. Yeah, that sounds.
I always thought of Kevin Spacey because the word never can come back.
Yeah, because
how dare you, William? How dare you bring up
Kevin Spacey segment?
But it is. I mean, if he can make a comeback,
then our society is fucked because then we're letting criminals get away with anything.
I don't think he's making a comeback anytime soon. I mean, he's going to show up maybe in little indie things here and there, but
he'll show up. Apparently, you'll guarantee see him like in like Italian or French films or those types because he's got a big presence.
Roman Polanski or something
over there. Yeah, God knows.
And I enjoyed his Lex Luthor, before all this came out, but it's like I
mean, he was a good actor. Yeah,
I can separate that, like especially for me, like somebody that wanted to be. I took his like master class when he did that on videos. He was an actor's actor. The dude was just a phenomenal. So I can separate the art from.
It's always one of those like, oh, but you're a shitty.
Can you separate Jeff Johns in that case?
Yeah.
I can.
Can you?
I can easily because there's a structure.
I have some of his books right over there.
See, right over there.
Yeah, I do like some of his comments.
I just wanted it on camera.
I'm not saying throw him in prison.
Jeff
I'm just saying.
Johns?
I've said that plenty of times.
Sending Jeff
before.
Johns to. You're gonna wait. Hold on.
I'm not
Say
saying
that one
throw
more
him in
time.
prison. I'm not saying.
Yeah,
throw
Jeff
him.
Johns does not deserve to be in prison.
No, I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
Just
no,
don't
no.
produce any more DC movies, please.
No.
Oh, he's not.
Well, he
He's
wasn't
not.
a filmmaker. He had no business. I blame the management. He's always been in places where there should have been a boss to say no. And then when he finally got a boss to say no, that's when we had Doomsday Clock not fuck up the rest of the DC universe again. So
that close.
there's a difference. If you have a thoroughbred and you have a
Very
talent
close,
and you just let him run wild, I blame the ownership. I blame the management. Somebody should have said no. He's not a filmmaker. He should have been nowhere near films. You know, like on the level he was.
Jeff was great for television. That's where when he did his Flash
Stargirl,
episode,
right?
And actually,
Smallville, and
Stargirl,
and the Flash, and even his Arrow episodes were some of the greatest ones. I mean, those became like events because when we hear like Jeff Johns gonna write 3 episodes of Arrow this season, he was kind of he was bringing in Huntress and he's bringing in Deadshot and he's bringing in this. It's like those were events.
Actually, Andy, you might know more about this than I do, but
I know more than you do in general. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, but,
Holy shit!
But like how
I don't know what the way that you're talking about that you assume Gunn is going to do things. It doesn't sound like it. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, again, this is why we have hashtag blame Brad. But
No, don't use them. No, if anyone is using that, that's mean. That's mean. Cancel better.
I'm kind of curious because he did have at least in the first couple seasons, he did have an executive producer credit on Superman and Lois, but he wasn't, as far as like the press, at least, he wasn't necessarily as prominent about that. So like, I'm kind of like how directly involved was he with Superman and Lois?
He was more like he was more so that I think they pulled from some of his Superman stuff from the comic. I think that's why he kind of got like a legacy credit. He was in the special feature. Remember the night when they were airing like before the episode, there was like talking with the cast and whatever. So he was on that. But he was more like, he was more focused on Stargirl and Titans.
So that was kind of more of an honorary sort of credit, like we're pulling from some of your comics.
Creative consultant.
Yeah, creative consultant, if anything. And whatever polls they did from, they used from his comments, they kind of probably gave it that for him. He was more, like even on Batwoman, he had a consulting producer title on Batwoman.
Because I know like Smallville and the Arrowverse shows, he had a significant hand in those, but
on Smallville he only wrote like it was just from season 8, 9, and 10. He wrote like 1 episode per season or 2 episodes by season 10, but no producer credit. Anything. I think that Smallville was like where his screen credit came more to light, and I think that's where it opened doors for like him to do something on Arrow. He technically even though he's not credited as a co-creator, he co-developed the Flash TV show and was very involved in season 1 and 2 because they pulled a lot from his Flash comics.
Okay, yeah, because I wasn't fully because again he was never like as far as press interviews things like that, he was never just prominent.
No,
as he was with Arrow or the Flash and Smallville. But yes, to bring it back, listen, I have my issues with like stuff he's done behind the scenes on DC related productions, but I'm not likening him to, I'm not saying throw him in jail, to be very clear. It's like
no, but I wasn't checking you. I was checking the rest of the panel because I know how we you all talked about Jeff Johns before. So then when we're talking about Kevin Spacey, we can separate the artists from the next. I'm like, but yeah, you guys drag so much about Jeff Johns when his not even crime, his issues are not even half as bad as what Kevin Spacey did.
Well, I drag Jeff Johns because of professional decisions.
Yeah.
Narrative decisions that have hurt the companies that he's been part of. I think he hurt DC Comics when they let him run wild over so many titles. He really set DC paper.
I can't speak about the comic side. So because I've been.
Well, yeah, when I talk about Jeff Johns, it's coming from a point of view of
okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
When you talk about like separate, here's one that's like I ask people a lot on that kind of because I have done this.
Brad, your camera keeps going to black for some reason.
Oh yeah, my computer's like something wonky's out with it.
I'm trying to keep it that way, but the remote's not working.
I've pulled up some
he's your co-host. Stop muting him.
It's like from time to time I pulled up some of Bill Cosby's stand-up.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because it's like,
how dare you, Brad? Oh my God.
No, Bill Cosby himself.
You want to make fun
I
of me? I'll do it to my face.
That's one of those things where it's like, they're separating from. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like when it comes to Jeff Johns, it's like I literally have books of his, and they're great books. But then it's like, oh, when you hear about stuff behind the scenes, you're like, yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, there's a lot of things where it's just like you go, yeah, Kevin Spacey. I'm like, Usual Suspects.
Criminal.
I love that fucking movie. Not to mention, it's also directed by Bryan Singer.
Yeah, he's also criminal.
also
and rapist, and he
shitty
should be in jail
person
too.
too. So I'm just kind of going like, it's one of those where I go, it's such a good movie though. And but at the same time, you're like, yeah, I know, but it's such a good movie. Fuck those guys, but
I think
movie.
we had somebody in our chat the other night suggested that Gunn was going to bring Bryan Singer to the DCU. It's like,
I
no,
would
the
be
hell-
nicer.
I've heard that.
I would be nicer to
Well, I've
Bryan
heard
Singer.
that. I've heard he's going to bring Joss Whedon and Taika Waititi. Oh, they've
Well,
all.
Taika just does
all-
shitty movies. Taika's not a shitty person. He just does shitty movies.
yeah, that's true. Well, Austin, you're saying
Academy Award winner Taika Waititi got it.
not for Thor, he ain't.
Well, no, nobody.
Okay, everybody has their moment, but
Hey,
he's also
JoJo,
had bad moments.
JoJo, I liked JoJo.
JoJo's great. JoJo's great. I'll give it that. That's a good movie. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I mean the worst thing in JoJo is him.
But he's supposed to be a really annoying
Version of
Well,
Hitler.
at that point, he's playing himself. So yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
You know who I like in that movie? I like Stephen Merchant in that movie a lot.
There you go.
I absolutely
Yeah.
love Stephen Merchant.
Yeah, and Scarlett
Yeah.
does great.
I haven't
Yeah,
said
she's good,
shit
yeah.
fuck all about Jeff Johns because I have nothing to say about Jeff Johns. I'll leave it at that.
Well, you've already said, what you in prior streams you already said.
But that's
I-
also
I-
fine. That's
I
your
don't-
opinion.
I
I'm
don't,
not-
great.
I
That's
don't
great.
need to say anything else.
Yeah, that's your opinion. I'm not going to claim that you're something that you're not or whatever. Those are your opinions. So yeah,
Yeah, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But hey, guys, did you guys know that Superman is getting additional shoots?
Oh yeah, I literally just.
Oh my God.
I know.
something
People
about
at
that.
first people were reporting as
People are
reshoots,
idiots.
and then people were going, "Oh,
Gunn is Justice Leaguing his own movie.
I knew something was off because already Gunn had said we're not doing reshoots for this movie.
it's
That
it's
he-
pickup
he had-
shots. It's
Yeah.
additional-
Yeah, it's pickup.
1.5 days in
Exactly.
LA.
Yeah, so I knew something was off on the reporting where I was like,
Okay. I had a little funny exchange, and I want to run it by
Of
you
course
guys
you did, yeah.
in my.
So-
Yeah,
so-
of course.
so-
Because
it-
there's
what did
people,
you say?
This is so amazing. Like James
there's
Gunn,
there's people that were weird, but I had a funny exchange.
he's Zack
from
Snyder and
somebody-
Joss Whedon on the same movie. I never
Yeah,
thought I'd see
right?
live to see the day this happen.
But like it was funny because I posted about it, and it was just like because they were like, oh yeah, reshoots or additional photography is happening in LA. It was reported by, I think it was Deadline. And then James Gunn did, when somebody asked him, is there any truth by this? Reportedly undergoing a few days of additional shooting in Los Angeles. James Gunn said, sort of, not a few days. We're doing a day and a half of pickup shots, no scenes, no reshoots, just a handful of individual shots to enhance the film. And it was funny because I had somebody who apparently runs a podcast. I don't know if it's popular or not. I'm not even going to name the podcast because this is weird. But he goes he said a day and a half is a few days.
Okay.
Is a day and a half few days?
Well, it
is
is
that
more
a
than-
few
it-
days?
It is longer than 24 hours. So.
Well, you get bonus from numbers. Like, what does 1.5 mean?
first of all, if we're
That's
going
not
by
even a couple of days.
if we're going by
It's 2
shooting
days, it's
hours and he's doing a full day, that's about 12 hours.
So this
Yeah.
is like
So
18 hours
he's-
total.
Okay,
Yeah.
but okay. So that's what I was like. Literally, that's not even a couple of days. And then he said, nobody said a couple. That would be 2. Okay, which is more than a day and a half.
Well, I mean,
And then he said the definition of a few is simply a small amount. So a few days is anything over 1 day. So a day and a half counts as a few.
No, that barely counts as a day. A few
What
is
the
literally
What
3.
are we talking about here?
play devil's advocate. It is longer than a 24-hour period. It bleeds from one day into the next. So it is, there is a portion of that second day where filming is being done. So on an
So that would be
extremely
a
legal
couple.
technical
But
level.
But you're
I
okay.
would-
So Brad, are you saying it's a few days?
no, I'm not saying it's a few days.
Okay. I was about to say. I was like, is this your burner account? Because I was like, what the fuck?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
No.
totally-
because
I knew that was
I
gonna get out.
literally- I opened my phone and I just hit define a few, and what came up on my Google said typically more than 2, but less than a significant amount. The exact number can vary depending on context, but it's often interpreted as 3 to 5 items. So 3 to 5 days. And then of course he pulled up a dictionary, said But the dictionary says
Oh my
the
god! What is
dictionary
wrong with
definition of a
this
few is
culture?
not many, but more than one. And I didn't even respond because I was like,
Wait a
this
minute. What,
guy
well,
is
hold on a second. They pulled up the dictionary.
worded.
Wait a minute.
Some of those people need to get laid.
Wait, hold on a second. So, back up a second. So, somebody pulled up the dictionary to define a few.
Yeah. And apparently, this is the definition that he sent me. The dictionary definition of a few is not many, but more than one.
You know what? I feel honored to have been around to witness a semantic breakdown this creative. I really do.
Dude, I couldn't believe it. Like when I saw the response, because I got out of the shower, I was getting ready for the stream, and I read it, I'm like, I'm not even gonna respond to that because
Is that your way of saying you were air
baffled.
drying? Is that your way of saying you were air drying?
Pretty much.
Cool.
I was air drying, and I read that, and I was like, holy shit. Like,
I'm needing a shower.
I gotta check this out, man.
and I almost wanted to respond. I'm like, have you ever in your real life been like, hey, I'll be there in a few days? And then you showed up a day and a half later, and people were like, you said a few days. I did.
We
it was a few days.
We have like this is the sign of the human race. We're not gonna exist past the year 3000 at this point. We are becoming dumber and dumber. And I'm like, I don't know, like this is fucking scary that people care about this type of shit.
Yeah.
When it's like, and why is it that,
dude? I couldn't bring this up on this because I was just like, this will be a fun subject. I'll bring it up at the end of the stream because I was like, I knew you guys would totally just get kind of a kick out of how stupid this individual is.
I don't want to believe
apparently has a podcast, and I don't want to like blast his name on the podcast, but of course if you go to my Twitter and you see my responses, you can see who it is.
Oh, it's him.
Oh, you've seen this guy? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just saying, I'm gonna actually be courtesy and not blast his name of his podcast.
Okay, I will. It is the
yeah, see, we'll be courteous, but it was just, I just was like,
just go to Dave's reply. Just go to Dave's reply, and you will see how dumb. Oh my, there are actual screens. Men used to hunt. Men used to hunt.
Private chat. I'm curious.
It was just, yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
It's just like,
wow.
It's just like, what the fuck?
Mental gymnastics, and then there's like, this is like a decathlon run.
Lip, are you ready to lose brain cells? Because this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Look in our Discord.
Oh, in the private chat?
No, in Discord that you're too old to get for some reason.
I don't have Discord up.
Yeah, I know. You should get Discord.
Let's see. I said a couple. That would be
by all means.
Definition of a few, simply a small amount.
But then, of course, when I scroll,
oh, this is so dumb. Why are we doing this? Like, there's nothing else happened this week that is more interesting than James Gunn undergoing a few days of reshoots.
That's pathetic. That is discouraging.
Is it something from the same person?
This is from the same person. Dave, this is from your Twitter feed.
Dude, I don't know what are we looking at here?
Look at your replies to that podcast.
Homeboy is like, gotta be as specific as possible. Day and a half is
you're talking about I should click on that guy's fucking.
I showed Lip the conversation you had with this individual.
Okay.
Because Lip, if you haven't heard already, Lip is not on Twitter.
That's right. So you sent him that. Okay.
He sent me a screenshot of it. Yeah. It's just like
it's really.
But then of course when I scroll through his profile, it's nothing but shitting on everything James Gunn and shitting. Call
me surprised. Call me surprised, Dave.
Like, yeah, that's why I was like, oh, it's one of these guys,
Patterns.
I know it's like, but it's like, yeah, okay, guy. But it was just like, it was interesting. I was like, this is the fight you wanted to push back on. It was just, and I was like, but oh man, I'm like. You wanted to really call out James Gunn for saying a few?
Listen. As a general rule, William and I, we don't get into like fandom drama.
You do.
I try not to as well, but it was just.
Brad, don't lie. I've seen you do it.
No, I said on our
Brad
show.
does. But
no. I only do it when like people come at me like one dickhead in particular, who I think I've finally, gotten out of my hair, and it's like I won't name names, but Phil knows who I'm talking about.
I was just gonna say your mortal enemy, Jesse White.
Oh, there you go.
Oh boy,
Wait, who's Jesse White?
Some prick who just loves to pick fights with Snyder fans on Twitter. It's
Someone who should very much probably touch grass and
I've seen that guy. I've seen him.
Yeah,
too.
he's just
he's the opposite end of this dude, the few days dude. He's from the this is the We Hate James Gunn crowd. This is the We Hate Zack Snyder crowd, and it's like, and I think he finally backed off when he realized, like, okay, he's come at me enough where it's like I reserve the right to bitch slap this little pipsqueak around. And
I think you waste entirely too much time on it.
I'm with William on that.
But so I think he's finally decided, like, okay, it's like he's not going to, he's not going to get anything but but get it thrown back at him tenfold when he comes at me. But
it's pretty clear when you go online and you see these punks just run their mouths indefinitely, and it's just like none of you have ever been to like a real convention. None of you have ever none of them have ever formally met anyone in this sphere, and they have a true understanding of how this shit operates. It's abundantly fucking clear. Like you can tell from the way people act online. It's pretty sad, honestly.
Well, that's something, a point we kind of try to drive home on our show is that it's like attending conventions, that is a great reminder, like for that there are humans behind all of this fandom, and it's not you go to cons and you can, like, even if you like disagree about like the Martha moment or about this, that, or whatever, it's like, people, it's like there's the temperature and the decorum of it is not it's not people who want to destroy each other, and it's certainly not people debating how to quantify a few days.
Hey, you're there to have fun. You're immersed in the atmosphere, and you are reattached to why you even do this stuff.
That's what I love with me and Lip are doing at Creature Commandos podcast, at DC Studios podcast, under multiversecolor.com. But yeah, because like the fact that people were like, I cannot believe that people are like, this is what happens every time a DC movie does reshoots. I understand in the past why it was a bigger freak out.
We have PTSD from it. Let's be
but anytime Marvel does reshoots, it's like, yes, we're getting more cameo, more post-credit scenes,
more Red Hulk,
and but anytime like James Gunn doing a day and a half reshoot, it's like they're backtracking, they are flopping, they are.
Well, I mean, it was when I first saw, like, I remember when I was setting up the stream and stuff like that, and then I was just like I was getting ready, and then all of a sudden I see this and I see reshoots, and I'm like, immediately I went, fuck, here we go. And then of course when the article, like somebody like screenshot it, was like, no, it's additional. And then James Gunn, of course, and I was like, good on James to just like respond to it right away. This is the times where I'm like, good, respond to this stuff. Don't keep on talking about
exactly. Don't answer the same question.
Stop responding to that. Stop responding to certain things. But yeah, respond to this. Oh, it's additional and stuff like that. But then when I got,
I think if you look at most of Gunn's filming history, he does not do reshoots.
He even said he didn't do it with Suicide Squad because of COVID. But it's always a normal thing where it's like, hey, if you need additional pickup shots,
right? Some pickup shots.
You want something
the
that
weather could have been bad.
But like you said, it doesn't sound like they're calling the actors in for scenes.
No.
Doing this or that.
It's gonna be some random shit that we probably aren't even gonna know.
I got a good enough laugh from the definition of a few days. It's like, I'm kind of glad he did that response.
Oh yeah. Sometimes, like I said, like I would say like 50% of the time, James Gunn responding to things is good. Well, maybe 60. I'll give him a majority, but sometimes I'm just like, dude, stop.
Like, you're a studio head now. He's got other apparatuses to put this stuff out now, and I really hope he starts using those. Like I said, the DC show, I got a couple. It needs to be more than 35 minutes, and it also needs to be weekly.
It needs to be 4 hours, like the vibe.
No, an hour. I said 45 minutes.
More like the Snyder Cut.
Because because what they're doing is, and this is what I think is cool, it's not just about DC Studios. What they're doing is the brand. The brand needs to be put on a pedestal to the point, and you need more than 35 minutes to do that, and you need a more balanced conversation. Comic books come out on a weekly basis. Most of these shows, when they're going to be on a weekly basis. Every other week, I'm hoping that it evolves into a weekly show. and a more balanced show. But
keep tuning in and keep supporting the DC.
Oh, I watched it as soon as they told me it was on. I watched it.
There you go, dude. Just keep doing it, and you
thing.
might get your wish to come true.
Yeah. But yeah, it's right now. I think the most important thing that they can do is to do as much as they can to put their perception out there. You know, they're not always going to win these little battles because there's a million little people online. It's like ants. It's not, you know. But what they can do, like I said, as long as you have your voice in the fight, that's really all you can do at this point, as far as like promoting and getting the momentum going.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. But I think this is a good spot to end the stream. And anybody listening right now, the audio will be up in a day and a half, so in a few days. Just
I've lost brain cells from this conversation tonight.
So in a few days it'll be up. No. Come on, I had to make that joke. But this has been fun always, and thank you to who's not here, Chris Balgo, who
feel better
to show up, and hopefully he feels better. Yeah, like I said, I mean we're in that. I mean it hit me. I was.
What is it? Is it like a cold? Like what's going on?
I got just a bad head cold. I mean it was so stupid because I woke up Monday feeling fine and I was good, but then all of a sudden I was like, my throat feels weird, and then literally a half an hour before I went live on Film Junkie Live, all of a sudden it traveled to my nose. Like it's almost like I felt.
Oh, it's one of the,
yeah. It was like I had like a little bit of like a throat thing where I felt like I was dehydrated. I was like drinking water, and then all of a sudden it just traveled up, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, my nose is running. So if you watch Film Junkie Live, I have the sniffles. You can hear me, and there was even one point where I was like, sorry guys, I gotta go get a tissue. And then after that, I was like, and then I woke up on Tuesday going, oh, this kind of sucks. So like, I just felt like this pressure and blah, blah, blah. And then when I went to bed on Tuesday night, I was tossing and turning, barely got any sleep. And I woke up and I had to be up very early. I was like, and I had a fever and stuff and just like headache. And I got up and I did as much work as I did, like 6 hours of work. And then I just fucking said no. And that's why I was like,
so I
can't stream. Yo, yeah, basically, yeah.
No,
I'm kidding. And then I was like, I ain't streaming tonight. I canceled all the streaming, and I fucking just went into a coma, and then felt good yesterday, and then I feel better today. But you can still hear it in my voice, of course.
I'm getting scared for Brad's computer, like why it keeps going.
His computer got the sickness too.
Well, maybe got the sickness I had over Thanksgiving.
You got the Film Junkie 19.
Yeah.
My stomach turned on me the first, and I probably lost like 10 pounds because over that because
good weight loss program.
Yeah, I mean you're dealing with stomach cramps. The last thing you feel like doing is eating anything, and that was about 4 days for me. So
pussy,
and I basically.
Christ. Wow.
Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. William. You missed a few shows. I'm kind of offended.
Yeah, no, trust me. He DM'd me that, guys, too. That's like I'm used to hearing this.
Hey, letter by letter, too.
Poor Brad is dying, expecting a hey, feel better, man. I hope you're doing.
And all he got was like PUSSY.
That's exactly what I got, Dave. Right when I'm living through the Dumb and Dumber toilet scene.
Poor Brad is expecting support.
And the worst part is there was no Mary Swinson to knock on the door to make sure you're okay.
Yeah,
the toilet did still flush. So
good to know.
Oh, there you go.
Plus.
Oh man,
I'm going
for water, so it was really easy.
For 1 month, David. This is like the topic we talk about now. Like,
dude,
how many days are?
See what happens when you come back, Andy? You gotta. That's why you have to always be here for sure.
You need to pay me more.
Yes, but it's awesome. I'm glad you came back, Andy. We missed you on the panel.
I didn't miss you.
Oh, of course you didn't.
I mean, because
I've been busy. You've been busy.
I've been very busy.
People. I mean, let's face it. Andy's been killing it. And interviewing all kinds of people.
Including, it is free will because I'm so petty. Tom Ryan, the best one that ever existed, and so fuck yourself.
Jeez, that was intense, right there.
I met him in person and interviewed him in person, and he is the sweetest Superman I've ever talked to. I mean, I've talked to. Freeze.
You talked to what?
I talked to Superman. Yeah,
Superman. Okay.
So you've talked to Welling. You've talked to who else?
Jack Quaid, and it was early this year, and Tyler Hoechlin. That was back in when did season 2 Supergirl air again? Was it?
That was back in 17, probably, or 16 or 17, something like
Oh,
that.
16 must have been 16 because 17 was a shit show. Because yeah, so 16. Yeah, so but Tom Welling is awesome. That interview is now live at Screen Rant.
Okay.
Awesome, dude.
Looking forward to when you talk to Dean King.
I've interviewed
I rather listen to William bitch about money than that.
Hey man,
I've actually interviewed Tim Daly.
I struggle with real.
Wait, who did you talk to, Brad?
Tim Daly. So I have interviewed a Superman too.
Oh, that'd be a good interview. That'd be good.
Did you get him to do any lines or like do the voice?
No. It was when the Blu-ray box set of Superman the Animated Series is coming out. So it is
Nice.
and it was him and Dana Delany. I got to talk to them.
Bitch, you talked to. Oh, she's mother. I love her.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well,
Why did I call it an awkward sign? Don't you all know who David Delaney is?
Yes, I know
think
he's
you know
Andrew
who
Bullock.
Delaney is.
I think-
Of course. Jesus Christ!
was
I had a crush on her since Tombstone. Since Tombstone.
Yeah.
I think it's more so the fact you just called
China
Brad a
Beach.
bitch, but sure.
I called I said that Dana is mother. That's what I said.
But you also called Brad a bitch.
No, I didn't call him a bitch.
Yeah, you did.
William called me pussy, so
Okay, he's used to the abuse.
All of us
Anyway,
nerds are. Come on.
I'm just a glutton for punishment.
That's fine. No, Dana Delaney, she's awesome. But
She- you know,
anyway,
she should have played Lois's mom on Superman Lois.
That would have been awesome.
Would have been-
You know, I mean, one of the things that when James Gunn had, it was called Superman Legacy. I was like, okay, so how much legacy is going to be in this movie? I'm like, get Tim Daly in there, get Dana Delaney in there, get anybody who's been in. Tom Welling in there.
Tim Daly, Dana Lane as Jorah and Laura.
Yeah,
Tom Welling and Erica as. I wanted Tom Welling to show up for Perry White because I
I
kind
mean,
of
there's something there.
Yeah.
There
And-
could have been something there, but then at the same time, it could have
Michael
been
Rosenbaum as
hacky.
Lionel Luthor.
Yeah, but at the same time, it could have been hacky. I don't know. It's just like one of those things. But I was just
Because putting a CGI Christopher Reeve and Ellen Slater in the Flash wasn't hacky.
yeah. I mean,
No,
those
it was more
guys-
like liquidy because they didn't look like they have any rights. It's like, look, my Earth is being destroyed.
yeah.
That was literally their faces. This was. I'm like, yo, the world is ending. Are you not gonna?
And Andy, we got Nick Cage fight the spider. Okay, it's like
That's all we needed.
That was cool.
That's all we need.
I
Anyway,
would-
let's
I
go
would
around the horn.
recommend-
Let's go around the horn and let's promote. Andy, you can go first. You've been
I
doing
can,
a lot.
I can go.
You've been doing
I
a
can go-
lot.
I can go last. I can go last. That's how generous I am. That's how. Mother
No.
Teresa I
You're
really
going
am.
first. You're going first.
But I don't want to go first.
Okay, fine. Austin.
Yeah, you can find me at Borderlands Studios. We'll be doing some stuff this month. Our top 10 of the year, kind of year in review and all that type of stuff, as well as short film will be out next Friday for the 48-hour The Changes definitive cut. So check that out. Other than that, yeah, that's about it for the rest of the year for me.
Sounds good, man. Phil,
Once again, my friend, thank you for the invite. It's always a blast getting to chat.
thank you for wearing the Burger King crown.
Of course, man. I did it. I specifically did this for you.
Yeah. You
Also,
do, I appreciate
fuck me and Mike. Then you didn't do it for us tonight.
No, I did it for Dave. Sorry. Like, I messaged him about this immediately. Like,
Yeah.
fucking sorry,
Yeah.
dude. Like, no offense, but sorry, this was for him. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, if anyone wants to follow me, just right down there, unfiltered, pretty much everywhere. YouTube, Vero, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky. You can catch my Friday show. Fuck you, William. You can get.
Friday show called Fuck You, William.
I didn't even hear William say anything.
I heard him say Twitter. I'm my ears aren't deaf. I heard him say it. I'm not fucking deaf yet. But you guys can catch my Friday Phil show. You can catch the DC TV podcast, DC Studios podcast.
Not for much
Me and
longer.
Andy. Whatever.
Well, please,
Point is,
Dave.
like we're doing Creature Commandos right now. We have a lot of other stuff coming down the pipeline. Also check out Multiverse of Color, where I do write a lot of reviews. I've got Superman and Lois down the pipeline, Skeleton Crew, as well as more Creature Commandos reviews coming, and of course my Batman podcast, The Eternal Night. Yeah, I'm fucking everywhere lately, and I've been a very busy person.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
Always good. Always good. All right, Brad.
Yes, you guys can find, of course, you can find me on the Sci-Fi Center with my partner in crime, Mr. William Powell, to my right or left. I can't keep track on with the screen. You can also find my
story.
my work, written work on such outlets as Kung Fu Kingdom. You can find also on Fortress of Solitude, and now you can also find me on comicbook.com, where I recently started contributing to as well. And yep, and you can also, as far as social media, I'm on Facebook, Twitter /X, whatever the hell we're calling it now.
Call it Twitter, Brad. Don't enable Elon. Just say Twitter. It's a better word too.
Okay, yeah, Twitter, Instagram. I'm using that a lot more these days, and also I'm just jumped over to Blue Sky now, so you guys can find anyone when to shoot the shit or on social media. That's where you can find me, and you can find all my written work, and of course on the Sci-Fi Center Live, where we do a lot of watch parties, and I get told I'm a pussy a lot.
And you can find his vomit in his bathroom.
There it is.
Flushes.
And now William.
Yeah, just Google the Sci-Fi Center. You'll find all of our social media, landing page, Google,
Twitter,
Twitter for now. That's going to end pretty soon. Blue Sky, TikTok, the whole deal. Every social
media.
Going to
end on Twitter. You're going to leave Twitter?
Yeah, I'm trying to migrate away from Twitter. For business-wise, it just is not what it was before. Even if like I said, the product just
doesn't mean to be on Twitter. Like,
Good
come
on
on.
you. Good on you. You're making the right choice. Good
well, no.
you.
Plus, I'm getting inundated with all kinds of stuff. I don't want to pay a bunch of money to get away from the stuff that So I'm gonna migrate over to mostly, like I said, Blue Sky's better anyway. But yeah, just find us on all social media. You can watch the Sci-Fi Center live from our channel tomorrow. We have a pretty lengthy show because there's a lot to cover, and I got Brad's article that he legit stole from me and gave me no mention in the article, and the article is as long as
Brad.
Revelation.
No mention, no nothing.
The book of Revelation is shorter than this article, and there's no
it could have been. I trimmed a lot of fat out of this too, guys.
You didn't even say catch me explaining this on the Sci-Fi Center.
This idea came to my head in a different way.
Now I'm calling you a bitch.
I know how it came into your head. I was there when I put it there.
Yeah, but hey, your ass.
All right, sci-fi-center.com. Thanks for having me. And see you next week, I guess.
Sounds good. All right, guys. This has been fun. Oh, wait, Andy.
What?
Almost, you wanted to go last.
Oh, right. I forgot. Autism. I am not even paying half attention. Thank you for having me on. It was fun. You can find me at you can find me at Andrew Biked on all social media. I'm not going to leave any platform or join more platforms. There's just too many apps, guys. Also, I don't want Elon to get the satisfaction. I'm not quitting you.
I'm leaving him.
Then you're quitting him and not letting him quit you. You can find all my work.
Okay.
You can find me at screenrun.com as I'm a senior writer and an interviewer with lots of interviews going live. If you want Suman Lois interviews, my Alex Garfield interview is up now. Bole Parks goes up tomorrow. I have lots of Commandos interviews. One that hasn't gone live yet. That I'm very excited about because it's one of the,
Frankie? Did you get Frankie?
He was the first one I talked to.
That's right. You did talk to Frankie.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. And I call him Frank. So I don't know if you're on Frankie level yet, but it's cool.
I call him Francis.
Okay, I don't even know if that's his name. But Creature Commander interviews are live, and so that's that. You can find me as editor of multiverseofcolor.com, where you can, for now, find Lip's work, because he doesn't bother showing up to me with a crown in his head. He will do it for Dave, but not for me. But it's fine. I'm not petty. I'm not mad. But no, check out his amazing work. Chainsaw's work.
He's lying. He's actually really petty about it.
I am. Fuck you. You can find Vanessa's work, all the podcasts that we do. I also do the Showrunner Whisper, which will come back probably in 2025, where I talk to various showrunners about the drama and the tension and the creative process of being a showrunner in today's Hollywood landscape. And I stream on Twitch and Kicking YouTube, which I'm probably going to do a lot more now since Marvel Rivals is finally out. And the Snyderverse is over. Fuck you.
Oh, damn.
S is for Snyderverse is dead.
Wrong!
It is dead though. Is it coming back? Is it coming back?
Right.
Also, imagine having a clip of a rapist on stream. Couldn't it be?
I know. I just saw that in my little drops right here.
I'm in love with
Quickly.
a criminal. That's your favorite song, right?
I'm not sure, Andy. I'm really not sure whether to tell you tune in tonight or tomorrow night or whatever the hell night it is.
I never tune into the sci-fi show.
You subscribe to us, man.
Yeah, I did it to be nice and help you guys with numbers. I don't give two shits otherwise. No, I lurk every here. I would try, like, even if I go to sleep, I'll leave a tab open. I'll leave a tab open so you guys get the view. But I'm like, I don't
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not.
I know
cheap.
you will.
Whatever
I
works.
know you're cheap. You'll take anything.
That's right. Two
Yeah.
thumbs up, baby.
If I
I'm
just hold
awake-
if I just hold $1 bill, we know your dick goes hard, so it's fine.
If I'm awake, sometimes I'll tune in. But most
I
of
need
the
a
time-
5. I need a 5 to go.
No,
to
you-
go that hard, yeah.
Now you know if 50 cent was a bill, you would still go hard.
I'm in Vegas, man. We have standards. Too.
There's nothing but dollar bills around there.
Yeah,
Dave,
I'm
where
not,
can we
I'm not a
find you,
stripper.
Dave?
I'm not a stripper. I don't need that.
Not yet.
I have no idea how this came to
Yeah, this is ending very.
He might get a slight chub at a dollar bill, but not much of one.
Anyways, okay. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, William. And of course, thank you, Chris. And thank you guys
man.
for having sticking with us this whole time. And thank you to whoever said a few. That is a day and a half. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.
See you in a few.
In a few days.
See you in a few.
A few weeks.